The Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James, read by Ajahn Shaman Shu. Welcome, seekers of truth, wisdom, and divine knowledge. I am Ajahn Shaman Shu, and it is my honor to guide you on this sacred journey through the teachings of the cosmic masters, ancient wisdom, and the spiritual sciences. Before we begin, I invite you to take a deep breath. Still your mind and open your heart to receive the timeless knowledge encoded in these sacred texts. Whether you are here to heal, to grow, to unlock the power of your mind, or to expand into your highest potential, know that you are divinely guided and supported. Each word we explore together carries the frequency of transformation. These teachings from the masters of the ages have the power to shift your reality, elevate your consciousness, and align you with universal truth. Today, we enter the realms of healing, wealth, cosmic power, and spiritual mastery. As we read, I encourage you to listen not only with your ears but with the deepest parts of your soul. Let the wisdom permeate your being, transforming your thoughts, your energy, and your life. As a student of the cosmic masters and a humble channel of the divine, I share these teachings with reverence for their power and the potential they hold to unlock the greatness within you. May these words be more than just knowledge. May they become living principles that guide you to health, wealth, spiritual power, and cosmic understanding. Let us now step into the sacred stream of wisdom together as we begin our journey. thehousefshu.com, Part 1, Chapter 1. Greek philosophy is stolen Egyptian philosophy 1. The teachings of the Egyptian mysteries reached other lands, many centuries before it reached Athens. According to history, Pythagoras, after receiving his training in Egypt, returned to his native island, Samos, where he established his order for a short time, after which he migrated to Croton, 540 BC, in southern Italy, where his order grew to enormous proportions until his final expulsion from that country. We are also told that Thales, 640 BC, who had also received his education in Egypt, and his associates, Anaximander and Anaximenes, were natives of Ionia in Asia Minor, which was a stronghold of the Egyptian mystery schools which they carried on. Sanford's The Mediterranean World, page 195 to 205. Similarly, we are told that Xenophanes, 576 BC, Parmenides, Zeno, and Melissus were also natives of Ionia, and that they migrated to Elea in Italy and established themselves and spread the teachings of the mysteries. In like manner, we are informed that Heraclitus, 530 BC, Empedocles, Anaxagoras, and Democritus were also natives of Ionia who were interested in physics. Hence, in tracing the course of the so-called Greek philosophy, we find that Ionian students, after obtaining their education from the Egyptian priests, returned to their native land, while some of them migrated to different parts of Italy, where they established themselves. Consequently, history makes it clear that the surrounding neighbors of Egypt had all become familiar with the teachings of Egyptian mysteries many centuries before the Athenians, who in 399 BC sentenced Socrates to death. Zeller's Hist of Philbarsers, p. 112, 127, 170 to 172, and subsequently caused Plato and Aristotle to flee for their lives from Athens because philosophy was something foreign and unknown to them. For this same reason, we would expect either the Ionians or the Italians to exert their prior claim to philosophy, since it made contact with them long before it did with the Athenians, who were always its greatest enemies, until Alexander's conquest of Egypt, which provided for Aristotle free access to the Library of Alexandria. The Ionians and Italians made no attempt to claim the authorship of philosophy, because they were well aware that the Egyptians were the true authors. On the other hand, after the death of Aristotle, his Athenian pupils, without the authority of the state, undertook to compile a history of philosophy, recognized at that time as the Sophia or wisdom of the Egyptians, which had become current and traditional in the ancient world, which compilation, because it was produced by pupils who had belonged to Aristotle's school, later history has erroneously called Greek philosophy, in spite of the fact that the Greeks were its greatest enemies and persecutors, and had persistently treated it as a foreign innovation. For this reason, the so-called Greek philosophy is stolen Egyptian philosophy, which first spread to Ionia, thence to Italy, and thence to Athens. And it must be remembered that at this remote period of Greek history, i.e. Thales to Aristotle 640 BC, 322 BC, the Ionians were not Greek citizens, but at first Egyptian subjects and later Persian subjects. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 37, 46, 58, 66 to 83, 112, 127, 171, 72. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 34, 39, 45, 53rd. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 15th. B. D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 13, 21. Sanford's The Mediterranean World, page 157, 195 to 205. A brief sketch of the ancient Egyptian Empire would also make it clear that Asia Minor or Ionia was the ancient land of the Hittites, who were not known by any other name in ancient days. According to Diodorus and Manetho, high priest in Egypt, 2 columns were found at Nysa, Arabia, one of the goddess Isis and the other of the god Osiris, on the latter of which the god declared that he had led an army into India, to the sources of the Danube, and as far as the ocean. This means, of course, that the Egyptian Empire, at a very early date, included not only the islands of the Aegean Sea and Ionia, but also extended to the extremities of the east. We are also informed that Senusert Bari, during the 12th dynasty, i.e. about 1900 BC, conquered the whole seacoast of India, beyond the Ganges to the Eastern Ocean. He is also said to have included the Cyclades and a great part of Europe in his conquests. Secondly, the Amarna letters found in the government offices of the Egyptian king, Ikhnaton, testify to the fact that the Egyptian Empire had extended to Western Asia, Syria, and Palestine, and that for centuries Egyptian power had been supreme in the ancient world. This was in the 18th dynasty YE, about 1500 BC. We are also told that during the reign of Thutmosis III, the dominion of Egypt extended not only along the coast of Palestine, but also from Nubia to northern Asia. Bredsted's Conquest of Civilization, page 84, Diodorus 128, Manetho, Strabo, Dicaearchus, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt 2. The authorship of the individual doctrines is extremely doubtful. As one attempts to read the history of Greek philosophy, one discovers a complete absence of essential information concerning the early life and training of the so-called Greek philosophers, from Thales to Aristotle. No writer or historian professes to know anything about their early education. All they tell us about them consists of A. a doubtful date and place of birth, and B. their doctrines. But the world is left to wonder who they were and from what source they got their early education, and would naturally expect that men who rose to the position of a teacher among relatives, friends, and associates would be well known, not only by them, but by the whole community. On the contrary, men who might well be placed among the earliest teachers in history, who had grown up from childhood to manhood and had taught pupils, are represented as unknown, being without any domestic, social, or early educational traces. This is unbelievable, and yet it is a fact that the history of Greek philosophy has presented to the world a number of men whose lives it knows little or nothing about, but expects the world to accept them as the true authors of the doctrines which are alleged to be theirs. In the absence of essential evidence, the world hesitates to recognize them as such, because the truth of this whole matter of Greek philosophy points to a very different direction. The book on nature entitled Periphysios was the common name under which Greek students interested in nature study wrote. The earliest copy is said to date back to the 6th century BC, and it is customary to refer to the remnants of Periphysios as the fragments. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 62. We do not believe that genuine initiates produced the book on nature, since this was contrary to the rules of the Egyptian mysteries, in connection with which the philosophical schools conducted their work. Egypt was the center of the body of ancient wisdom, and knowledge, religious, philosophical, and scientific, spread to other lands through student initiates. Such teachings remained for generations and centuries in the form of tradition, until the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great, and the movement of Aristotle and his school to compile Egyptian teaching and claim it as Greek philosophy. Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vail, pg 16. Consequently, as a source of authority of authorships, Periphysios is of little value, if any, since history mentions only 4 names as authors of it, namely Anaximander, Heraclitus, Parmenides, Anaxagoras, and asks the world to accept their authorship of philosophy, because Theophrastus, Sextus, Proclus, and Simplicius of the school at Alexandria are said to have preserved small remnants of it, the fragments. If Periphysios is the criterion to the authorship of Greek philosophy, then it falls short in its purpose by a long way, since only 4 philosophers are alleged to have written this book, and to have remnants of their work. 2. The authorship of the individual doctrines is extremely doubtful. As one attempts to read the history of Greek philosophy, one discovers a complete absence of essential information concerning the early life and training of the so-called Greek philosophers, from Thales to Aristotle. No writer or historian professes to know anything about their early education. All they tell us about them consists of A, a doubtful date and place of birth, and B, their doctrines. But the world is left to wonder who they were and from what source they got their early education, and would naturally expect that men who rose to the position of a teacher among relatives, friends, and associates would be well known, not only by them, but by the whole community. On the contrary, men who might well be placed among the earliest teachers in history, who had grown up from childhood to manhood and had taught pupils, are represented as unknown, being without any domestic, social, or early educational traces. This is unbelievable, and yet it is a fact that the history of Greek philosophy has presented to the world a number of men whose lives it knows little or nothing about, but expects the world to accept them as the true authors of the doctrines which are alleged to be theirs. In the absence of essential evidence, the world hesitates to recognize them as such, because the truth of this whole matter of Greek philosophy points to a very different direction. The book on nature, entitled Periphysios, was the common name under which Greek students interested in nature study wrote. The earliest copy is said to date back to the 6th century BC, and it is customary to refer to the remnants of Periphysios as the fragments. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 62. We do not believe that genuine initiates produced the book on nature, since this was contrary to the rules of the Egyptian mysteries, in connection with which the philosophical schools conducted their work. Egypt was the center of the body of ancient wisdom, and knowledge, religious, philosophical, and scientific, spread to other lands through student initiates. Such teachings remained for generations and centuries in the form of tradition, until the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great, and the movement of Aristotle and his school to compile Egyptian teaching and claim it as Greek philosophy. Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vail, p. 16. Consequently, as a source of authority of authorships, Periphysios is of little value, if any, since history mentions only 4 names as authors of it, namely Anaximander, Heraclitus, Parmenides, Anaxagoras, and asks the world to accept their authorship of philosophy, because Theophrastus, Sextus, Proclus, and Simplicius of the school at Alexandria are said to have preserved small remnants of it, the fragments. If Periphysios is the criterion to the authorship of Greek philosophy, then it falls short in its purpose by a long way, since only 4 philosophers are alleged to have written this book, and to have remnants of their work. According to this idea, all the other philosophers who failed to write Periphysios and to have remnants of it, also failed to write Greek philosophy. This is the reductio ad absurdum to which Periphysios leads us. The schools of philosophy, Chaldean, Greek, and Persian, were part of the ancient mystery system of Egypt. They were conducted in secrecy according to the demands of the Osiriaka, whose teachings became common to all the schools. In keeping with the demands for secrecy, the writing and publication of teachings were strictly forbidden, and consequently, initiates who had developed satisfactorily in their training and had been advanced to the rank of master or teacher, refrained from publishing the teachings of the mysteries or philosophy. Consequently, any publication of philosophy could not have come from the pen of the original philosophers themselves, but either from their close friends who knew their views, as in the case of Pythagoras and Socrates, or from interested persons who made a record of those philosophical teachings that had become popular opinion and tradition. There is no wonder, then, that in the absence of original authorship, history has had to resort to the strategy of accepting Aristotle's opinion as the sole authority in determining the authorship of Greek philosophy. Introduction to Alfred Weber's History of Philosophy. It is for these reasons that great doubt surrounds the so-called Greek authorship of philosophy. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 35, 39, 47, 53, 62, 79, 210 to 211, 627. Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vail. 16. Theophrastus, Fragment 2, APUD DLs, Introduction to Alfred Weber's History of Philosophy. 3. The chronology of Greek philosophers is mere speculation. History knows nothing about the early life and training of the Greek philosophers, and this is true not only of the pre-Socratic philosophers, but also of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, who appear in history about the age of 18 and begin to teach at 40. As a body of men, they were undesirable to the state, personae non grati, and were consequently persecuted and driven into hiding and secrecy. Under such circumstances, they kept no records of their activities, and this was done in order to conceal their identity. After the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great and the seizure and looting of the royal library at Alexandria, Aristotle's plan to usurp Egyptian philosophy was subsequently carried out by members of his school, Theophrastus, Andronicus of Rhodes, and Eudemus, who soon found themselves confronted with the problem of a chronology for a history of philosophy. Introduction of Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 13. Throughout this effort, there has been much speculation concerning the date of birth of philosophers, whom the public knew very little about. As early as the 3rd century BC, 274 to 194 BC, Eratosthenes, a Stoic, drew up a chronology of Greek philosophers, and in the 2nd century BC, 140, Apollodorus also drew up another. The effort continued, and in the 1st century BC, 60 to 70 BC, Andronicus, the 11th head of the Peripatetic school, also drew up another. This difficulty continued throughout the early centuries and has come down to the present time, for it appears that all modern writers on Greek philosophy are unable to agree on the dates that should be assigned to the nativity of the philosophers. The only exception appears to occur with reference to the 3 Athenian philosophers, i.e. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, the date of whose nativity is believed to be certain, and concerning which there is general agreement among historians. However, when we come to deal with the pre-Socratic philosophers, we are confronted with confusion and uncertainty, and a few examples would serve to illustrate the untrustworthy nature of the chronology of Greek philosophers. 1. Diogenes Laertius places the birth of Thales at 640 BC, while William Turner's History of Philosophy places it as 620 BC. That of Frank Thilly at 624 BC, that of A.K. Rogers at early in the 6th century BC, and that of W.G. Teneman at 600 BC. 2. Diogenes Laertius places the birth of Anaximenes at 546 BC, while W. Windlebrand places it at the 6th century BC, that of Frank Thilly at 588 BC, that of B.D. Alexander at 560 BC, while that of A.K. Rogers at the 6th century BC. 3. Parmenides is credited by Diogenes as being born at 500 BC, while Fuller, Thilly, and Rogers omit a date of birth because they say it is unknown. 4. Zeller places the birth of Xenophanes at 576 BC, while Diogenes gives 570 BC, and the majority of the other historians declare that the date of birth is unknown. 5. With reference to Zeno, Diogenes, who does not know the date of his birth, says that he flourished between BC 464 to 460, while William Turner places it at 490 BC, like Frank Thilly and B.D. Alexander, while Fuller, A.K. Rogers, and W.G. Teneman declare it is unknown. 6. With references to Heraclitus, Zeller makes the following suppositions. If he died in 475 BC, and if he was 60 years old when he died, then he must have been born in 535 BC. Similarly, Diogenes supposes that he flourished between BC 504 to 500, and while William Turner places his birth at 530 BC, Windlebrand places it at 536 BC, and Fuller and Teneman declare that he flourished in 500 BC 7. With reference to Pythagoras, Zeller, who does not know the date of his birth, supposes that it occurred between the years 580 to 570 BC. And while Diogenes also supposes that it occurred between the years 582 to 500 BC, William Turner, Fuller, Rogers, and Teneman declare that it is unknown. 8. With reference to Empedocles, while Diogenes places his birth at 484 BC, Turner, Windlebrand, Fuller, B.D. Alexander, and Teneman place it at 490 BC, while A.K. Rogers and others declare it is unknown. 9. With reference to Anaxagoras, while Zeller and Diogenes place his birth at 500 BC, William Turner, A.G. Fuller, and Frank Thilly agree with them, while Alexander places it at 450 BC, and A.K. Rogers and others declare it is unknown. 10. With reference to Leucippus, all historians seem to be of the opinion that he has never existed. 11. Socrates, 469 to 399 BC, Plato, 427 to 347 BC, and Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, are the only three philosophers the dates of whose nativity and death do not seem to have led to speculation among historians. But the reason for this uniformity is probably clue to the fact that they were Athenians and had been indicted by the Athenian government, who would naturally have investigated them and kept a record of their cases. A.K. Rogers' History of Philosophy, page 104. It must be noted from the preceding comparative study of the chronology of Greek philosophers that A. The variation in dates points to speculation. B. The pre-Socratic philosophers were unknown because they were foreigners to the Athenian government and probably never existed. C. It follows that both the pre-Socratic philosophers, together with Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, were persecuted by the Athenian government Tor, introducing foreign doctrines into Athens. D. In consequence of these facts, any subsequent claim by the Greeks to the ownership or authorship of the same doctrines which they had rejected and persecuted must be regarded as a usurpation. The compilation of the history of Greek philosophy was the plan of Aristotle executed by his school. When Aristotle decided to compile a history of Greek philosophy, he must have made known his wishes to his pupils, Theophrastus and Eudemus. For no sooner did he produce his metaphysics than Theophrastus followed him by publishing 18 books on the doctrines of the physicists. Similarly, after Theophrastus had published his doctrines of the physicists, Eudemus produced separate histories of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and also theology. This was an amazing start because of the large number of scientific books and the wide range of subjects treated. This situation has rightly aroused the suspicion of the world, as it questions the source of these scientific works. Since Theophrastus and Eudemus were students under Aristotle at the same time, and since the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great made the Egyptian library at Alexandria available to the Greeks for research, then it must be expected that the three men, Aristotle, who was a close friend of Alexander, Theophrastus, and Eudemus, not only did research at the Alexandrian library at the same time, but must also have helped themselves to books, which enabled them to follow each other so closely in the production of scientific works. William Turner's History of Philosophy, pages 158 to 159, which were either a portion of the war booty taken from the library or compilations from them. Note that Aristotle's works reveal the signs of note-taking, and that Theophrastus and Eudemus were pupils attending Aristotle's school at the same time. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 127. Just here it might be as well to mention the names of Aristotle's pupils who took an active part in promoting the movement towards the compilation of a history of Greek philosophy. A. Theophrastus of Lesbos, 371 to 286 BC, who succeeded Aristotle as head of the Peripatetic school. As elsewhere mentioned, he is said to have produced 18 books on the doctrines of physicists. Who were these physicists? Greek or Egyptians? Just think of it. B. Eudemus of Rhodes, a contemporary of Theophrastus with whom he also attended Aristotle's school. He is said to have produced histories of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and theology, as elsewhere mentioned. What was the source of the data of the histories of these sciences, which must have taken any nation thousands of years to develop? Greece or Egypt? Just think of it. C. Andronicus of Rhodes, an eclectic of Aristotle's school and editor of his works, BC 70. These men's works, together with Aristotle's Metaphysics, which contained a critical summary of the doctrines of all preceding philosophers, seem to form the nucleus of a compilation of what has been called the History of Greek Philosophy. Zeller's History of Greek Philosophy. Introduction. P. Sidam Ducheterniast. The next movement was the organization of an association called the Learned Study of Aristotle's Writings, whose members were Theophrastus and Andronicus, who were both closely connected with the school of Aristotle. The function of this association was to identify the literature and doctrines of philosophy with their so-called respective authors, and in order to accomplish this, the alumni of Aristotle's school and its friends were encouraged to enter upon a research for Aristotle's works and to write commentaries on them. In addition to this, the Learned Association also encouraged research for the recovery of what has been named fragments or remnants of a book which is supposed to have once existed, and to have borne the common title Periphysios, i.e., concerning nature. Here again, those who went out in search of Periphysios or its remnants were the alumni of Aristotle's school and its friends, but their efforts to establish authorship was a failure. A. Theophrastus found only 2 lines of Periphysios, supposed to have been written by Anaximander. B. Sextus and Proclus of the 5th century AD and Simplicius of the 6th century AD are said to have found a copy of Periphysios, supposed to have been produced by Parmenides. C. In addition, the name of Simplicius is also associated with a copy of Periphysios, which is supposed to have been produced by Anaxagoras. So much for Periphysios and the fragments, and so much for attempt of the Learned Association for the study of Aristotle's works, which has failed because of lack of evidence, as has elsewhere been pointed out. The recovery of 2 copies and 2 lines of Periphysios is not proof that all Greek philosophers wrote Periphysios, or even that the names assigned to them were their bona fide authors. It certainly would appear that the object of the Learned Association was to beat Aristotle's own drum and dance. It was Aristotle's idea to compile a history of philosophy, and it was Aristotle's school and its alumni that carried out the idea, we are told. Chapter 2. So-called Greek philosophy was alien to the Greeks and their conditions of life. 1. The period of Greek philosophy, 640 to 322 BC, was a period of internal and external wars, and was therefore unsuitable for producing philosophers' history, supports the fact that from the time of Thales to the time of Aristotle, the Greeks were victims of internal disunion on the one hand, while on the other they lived in constant fear of invasion from the Persians, who were a common enemy to the city-states. Consequently, when they were not fighting with one another, they found themselves busy fighting the Persians, who soon dominated them and became their masters. From the 6th century BC, the territory from the coast of Asia Minor to the Indus Valley became united under the single power of Persia, whose central territory, Iran, has survived as a national unit to the present day. Persian expansion was like a nightmare to the Greeks, who dreaded the Persians on account of their invulnerable navy, and organized themselves into leagues and confederacies in order to resist their enemy. C12p 195, Sanford's Mediterranean World. There are 3 sources which throw light on the chaotic and troublesome conditions of this period in Greek history. A. the Persian conquests. After the Persians had conquered the Ionians, possibly ancient Hittites, and made them their subjects, Polycrates, 539 to 524 BC, seized the island of Samos and made it a famous city. Sanford's Mediterranean World circa 9, between 499 and 494 BC. The Ionians revolted against the Persians, who defeated them at Lade, while Cyprus and Miletus were also captured. Sanford's Mediterranean World circa 12. In the summer of 490 BC, Greek and Persian forces met at Marathon, but after a hand-to-hand fight, both belligerents withdrew, only to prepare stronger forces in order to renew the conflict. Accordingly, after 10 years had elapsed, a Hellenic league was organized against the Persians, and the Spartan king Leonidas was sent with an army to hold the pass at Thermopylae until the fleet should win a decisive victory. C12 P is 202, Sanford's Mediterranean World. Accordingly, during the month of August 481 BC, Persian ships under the command of Xerxes anchored in the Gulf of Pagasai, while the Greeks anchored off Cape Artemisium. Both sides awaited a favorable opportunity to attack. The Persians began to force the pass, while simultaneously one of their detachments was secretly aided by a Greek traitor along a steep mountain pass to the rear of the Greek position. Having been taken by surprise, the Greek guards immediately withdrew without resistance. The Spartans who were guarding Thermopylae were all slain and the pass captured by the Persians. Sanford's Mediterranean World circa 12 P 202. Having been defeated at Thermopylae, the Greeks withdrew to Salamis, where again they encountered a naval engagement with the Persians. It was late in September 481 BC, and the result was a wanton destruction of ships on both sides, without any decision. Both belligerents withdrew, the Persians to Thessaly and the Greeks to Attica. Sanford's Mediterranean World circa 12 P 203. With the persistent aim of freedom from Persian domination, Athens, together with the island and coast cities of the Aegean and Ionia, renewed their resistance of Persian rule. This was the Confederacy of Delos, which undertook several naval engagements, but with little or no success. In 467 BC, the Battle of Eurymedon River was fought and lost with a great number of ships. 18 years later, 449 BC, another naval engagement took place off the island of Cyprus, but again without decision, and consequently Persian sovereignty over the Greeks remained. Sanford's Mediterranean World circa 12 P 205. In the meantime, Sparta, under the terms of the Treaty of Miletus, 413 BC, obtained subsidies from Persia for naval construction, on condition that she recognized Persian sovereignty over the Ionians and their allies. This was done by Sparta as a threat to Athenian ambitions. However, it was not long after the Treaty of Miletus that the Greeks themselves submitted to the authority and dominance of the Persians. During the winter 387 to 386 BC, the individual Ionian cities signed the peace terms of the Persian king and finally accepted Persian rule. This treaty was negotiated by a Spartan envoy who was authorized by the Persian king to enforce its provisions. Sanford's Mediterranean World C 13 and 15, P 225 and 255. B. The leagues apart from the resistance of a common foe. The Persians, a study of the function of the leagues, reveals the enmity and spirit of aggression, which were characteristic of the relationship which existed between the Greek city-states themselves. Accordingly, in 505 BC, the Peloponnesian states signed treaties among themselves, pledging warfare against Sparta, who had absorbed them under her influence. Meanwhile, Aristogoras revived the Ionian League, 499 to 494 BC, to resist Persian aggression, and friendship between Athens and Aegina was restored by the Hellenic League, 481 BC, which was afterward converted into the Confederacy of Delos, 478 BC, as mentioned elsewhere. In like manner, Thebes also fell in line with the general temper of the age and organized the Boeotian League, a federation of city-states for self-protection and aggression. Sanford's Mediterranean World, C9, P 150, c. 12, p. 201. In 377 BC, a second Athenian confederacy was organized, but this was to frustrate the aims of the Lacedaemonians and to compel them to respect the right of the Athenians and their allies. Sanford's Mediterranean World, c. 15, p. 260. Likewise, in 290 BC, the Aetolian League, made up of the states of central Greece, gained control of Delphi and frequently violated Achaean rights in the Peloponnesus, while in 225 BC, Antigonus Doson organized another Hellenic league with the purpose of obstructing the ambitions of Sparta and her Aetolian allies. Sanford's Mediterranean World, c. 18, p. 317 and 319. W. H. Couch's History of Greece, page 206, 209, corpus 11th. Botsford and Robinson's Hellenic History, page 115 to 121, 127 to 142. T. B. Barry's History of Greece, page 216 to 229, 240 to 241, 259 to 269, 471,472. The Tutorial History of Greece by W. J. Woodhouse, circa 1820 and 21. C. The Peloponnesian Wars, 460 to 445 BC and 431 to 421 BC. Owing to the ambitions of Athens to dominate the Ionians and other neighboring peoples, Pericles launched a campaign of alliances and conquests extending from Thessaly to Argos and from Euboea to Naupactus, Achaea, and the chief islands of the Ionian Sea. The net results were as follows. A. Athens established alliances with Boeotia, Phocis, and Locris, in spite of Sparta's opposition. B. In 456 BC, Aegina was captured and made tributary. C. In 450 BC, Athens failed in her attempt to invade Corinth. D. In 451, friendship between Athens and Sparta was restored through the instrumentality of Cimon, on the condition that Athenian alliance with Argos was dissolved. E. In 447 BC, the exiled oligarchs of Thebes defeated the Athenians at Coronea and re-established the Boeotian League under Theban leadership. F. In 445 BC, the 30 Years' Peace was signed, and after the revolt of Euboea and Megara, Sparta invaded Attica, and Pericles sued for peace. Athens lost all her continental holdings. Sanford's Mediterranean World, c. 13, p. 220. The Second Peloponnesian War, 431 to 421 BC, like that of the first, arose through a general spirit of rebellion among the Greek city-states against Athenian imperialism, Sparta being the chief enemy. The net results were as follows. A. In 435 BC, war between Corcyra and Corinth, Corcyra being aided by Athens. B. In 432 BC, 1. Athens blockaded Potidæa because she refused to dismantle her southern walls and dismiss her Corinthian magistrates. Megara was excluded from Greek markets in order to reduce her to subjection. The Peloponnesian League planned war against Athens and Boeotia. Phocis and Locris were to fight against Athens, Corcyra, and a few northern states. C. In 431 BC, 1. Thebes attacked Plataea, and while a Peloponnesian army occupied Attica, the Athenian fleet raided Peloponnesus. 2. Pericles, being unable to defend Attica, adequately transferred the civil population every spring to the area between the walls of Athens and the Piraeus. In the meantime, the Athenian fleet operated against Potidæa, the Peloponnesian coast, and Corinthian commerce. D. In 428 BC, 1. Mytilene and all the cities of Lesbos revolted. 2. A brutal massacre of oligarchs took place at Corcyra. E. In 425 BC, 1. A Laconian force at Pylos was captured and a fort was established through Demosthenes and Cleon. Cythera and other stations were fortified against the Peloponnesians. 3. Amphipolis was captured by Brasidas, a Spartan, who had instigated rebellion among the Athenian allies, and after Brasidas and Cleon had been killed in battle, 422 BC. Athens authorized Nicias to sue for peace. Sanford's Mediterranean World C13, p. 220 to 221. It is obvious from a study of the causes and effects of the Peloponnesian Wars that A. The Greek states were envious of each other, and B. The desire for power and expansion led to constant aggression and warfare among themselves. C. The condition of constant warfare between the city-states was unfavorable for the production of philosophers. Before passing on to consider my next proposition, I would like to say that it is an accepted truth that the development of philosophical thought requires an environment which is free from disturbance and worries. The period commonly assigned to Greek philosophy, i.e. Thales to Aristotle, was exactly the opposite to one of peace and tranquility, and therefore it could not be expected to produce philosophy. The obstacles against the origin and development of Greek philosophy were not only the frequency of civil wars and the constant defense against Persian aggression, but also the threat of extermination from the Athenian government, its worst enemy. D. Philosophy requires a suitable environment. I must now add the following quotation which depicts this period. For although the natural ills that beset mankind are many, we ourselves have added to them by wars and civil strife against one another, so that some have been unjustly put to death in their own cities, others driven into exile with their wives and children, and many have been compelled, for the sake of their daily bread, to die fighting against their own people, for the sake of the enemy. Isocrates, Botsford and Robinson's Hellenic History, circa 13th Couch's History of Greece, circa 22nd Barry's History of Greece, circa X, The Tutorial History of Greece by W. J. Woodhouse, c. 27, 28, and 29. Chapter 3. Greek philosophy was the offspring of the Egyptian mystery system 1. The Egyptian theory of salvation became the purpose of Greek philosophy. The earliest theory of salvation is the Egyptian theory. The Egyptian mystery system had as its most important object the deification of man, and taught that the soul of man, if liberated from its bodily fetters, could enable him to become godlike and see the gods in this life, and attain the beatific vision and hold communion with the immortals. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vail, page 25. Plotinus defines this experience as the liberation of the mind from its finite consciousness, when it becomes one and is identified with the infinite. This liberation was not only freedom of the soul from bodily impediments, but also from the wheel of reincarnation or rebirth. It involved a process of disciplines or purification both for the body and the soul. Since the mystery system offered the salvation of the soul, it also placed great emphasis upon its immortality. The Egyptian mystery system, like the modern university, was the center of organized culture, and candidates entered it as the leading source of ancient culture. According to Pichman, the Egyptian mysteries had 3 grades of students. 1. The mortals, i.e., probationary students who were being instructed, but who had not yet experienced the inner vision. 2. The intelligences, i.e., those who had attained the inner vision and had received mind or nous, and 3. The creators or sons of light, who had become identified with or united with the light, i.e., true spiritual consciousness. W. Marsham Adams, in the Book of the Master, has described those grades as the equivalents of initiation, illumination, and perfection. For years they underwent disciplinary intellectual exercises and bodily asceticism with intervals of tests and ordeals to determine their fitness to proceed to the more serious, solemn, and awful process of actual initiation. Their education consisted not only in the cultivation of the 10 virtues, which were made a condition to eternal happiness, but also of the 7 liberal arts which were intended to liberate the soul. There was also admission to the greater mysteries, where an esoteric philosophy was taught to those who had demonstrated their proficiency. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vail, p. 24-25. Grammar, rhetoric, and logic were disciplines of moral nature by means of which the irrational tendencies of a human being were purged away, and he was trained to become a living witness of the divine Logos. Geometry and arithmetic were sciences of transcendental space and numeration, the comprehension of which provided the key not only to the problems of one's being, but also to those physical ones which are so baffling today, owing to our use of the inductive methods. Astronomy dealt with the knowledge and distribution of latent forces in man, and the destiny of individuals, races, and nations. Music, or harmony, meant the living practice of philosophy, i.e., the adjustment of human life into harmony with God, until the personal soul became identified with God, when it would hear and participate in the music of the spheres. It was therapeutic, and was used by the Egyptian priests in the cure of diseases. Such was the Egyptian theory of salvation, through which the individual was trained to become godlike while on earth, and at the same time qualified for everlasting happiness. This was accomplished through the efforts of the individual, through the cultivation of the arts and sciences on the one hand, and a life of virtue on the other. There was no mediator between man and his salvation, as we find in the Christian theory. Reference will again be made to these subjects as part of the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system. Now that we have outlined the Egyptian theory of salvation and its purpose, let us examine Greek philosophy and its purpose in order to discover whether there is an agreement between the two systems or not. Second, circumstances of identity between the Egyptian and Greek systems. A. The indictment and prosecution of Greek philosophers. The indictment and prosecution of Greek philosophers is a circumstance which is familiar to us all. Several philosophers, one after another, were indicted by the Athenian government on the common charge of introducing strange divinities. Anaxagoras, Socrates, and Aristotle received similar indictments for a similar offense. The most famous of these was that against Socrates, which reads as follows. Socrates commits a crime by not believing in the gods of the city, and by introducing other new divinities. He also commits a crime by corrupting the youth. Now, in order to find out what these new divinities were, we must go back to the popular opinion which Aristophanes, 423 BC, in the clouds, aroused against him. It runs as follows. Socrates is an evildoer who busies himself with investigating things beneath the earth and in the sky, and who makes the worse appear the better reason, and who teaches others these same things. Plato's Apology c. 1-10, Aristophanes' Frogs 1071, Apology 18 BC 19c, Apology 24b. It is clear then that Socrates offended the Athenian government simply because he pursued the study of astronomy, and probably that of geology, and that the other philosophers were persecuted for the same reason. But the study of science was a required condition to membership in the Egyptian mystery system, and its purpose was the liberation of the soul from the 10 bodily fetters. And if the Greek philosophers studied the sciences, then they were fulfilling a required condition to membership in the Egyptian mystery system and its purpose, either through direct contact with Egypt or its schools or lodges outside its territory. Book A Life of Virtue was a condition required by the Egyptian mysteries, as elsewhere mentioned. The virtues were not mere abstractions or ethical sentiments, but were positive valors and virility of the soul. Temperance meant complete control of the passional nature. Fortitude meant such courage as would not allow adversity to turn us away from our goal. Prudence meant the deep insight that befits the faculty of seership. Justice meant the unswerving righteousness of thought and action. Furthermore, when we compare the two ethical systems, we discover that the greater includes the less, and that it also suggests the origin of the latter. In the Egyptian mysteries, the neophyte was required to manifest the following soul attributes. 1. Control of thought, and 2. Control of action, the combination of which Plato called justice, i.e., the unswerving righteousness of thought and action. 3. Steadfastness of purpose, which was equivalent to fortitude. 4. Identity with spiritual life or the higher ideals, which was equivalent to temperance, an attribute attained when the individual had gained conquest over the passional nature. 5. Evidence of having a mission in life, and 6. Evidence of a call to spiritual orders or the priesthood in the mysteries, the combination of which was equivalent to prudence or a deep insight and graveness that befitted the faculty of seership. Other requirements in the ethical system of the Egyptian mysteries were 7. freedom from resentment when under the experience of persecution and wrong. This was known as courage. 8. Confidence in the power of the master as teacher. And 9. Confidence in one's own ability to learn, both attributes being known as fidelity. 10. Readiness or preparedness for initiation. There has always been this principle of the ancient mysteries of Egypt. When the pupil is ready, then the master will appear. This was equivalent to a condition of efficiency at all times, for less than this pointed to a weakness. It is now quite clear that Plato drew the 4 cardinal virtues from the Egyptian 10. Also that Greek philosophy is the offspring of the Egyptian mystery system. C.I. There was a grand lodge in Egypt which had associated schools and lodges in the ancient world. There were mystery schools, or what we would commonly call lodges, in Greece and other lands outside of Egypt, whose work was carried on according to the Osiriaka, the Grand Lodge of Egypt. Such schools have frequently been referred to as private or philosophic mysteries, and their founders were initiates of the Egyptian mysteries. The Ionian Temple at Didyma, the Lodge of Euclid at Megara, the Lodge of Pythagoras at Crotona, and the Orphic Temple at Delphi with the schools of Plato and Aristotle. Consequently, we make a mistake when we suppose that the so-called Greek philosophers formulated new doctrines of their own, for their philosophy had been handed down by the great Egyptian hierophants through the mysteries. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vale, p. 59. In addition to the control of the mysteries, the Grand Lodge permitted an exchange of visits between the various lodges in order to ensure the progress of the brethren in the secret. We are told in the Timaeus of Plato that aspirants for mystical wisdom visited Egypt for initiation, and were told by the priests of Sais that you Greeks are but children in the secret doctrine, but were admitted to information enabling them to promote their spiritual advancement. Likewise, we are told by Jamblichus of a correspondence between Anabo and Porphyry, dealing with the fraternal relations existing between the various schools or lodges of instructions in different lands, how their members visited, greeted, and assisted one another in the secret science, the more advanced being obliged to afford assistance and instruction to their brethren in the inferior orders. Jamblichus, correspondence between Anabo and Porphyry. Plato's Timaeus. W. L. Wilmshurst on meaning of Masonry. Having stated that the Grand Lodge of Ancient Mysteries was situated in Egypt, with jurisdiction over all lodges and schools of the ancient world, it now remains to show that such a Grand Lodge did actually and physically exist. In doing so, 2 things are necessary. First, a description of the Egyptian temple, of which our modern mystery lodges, called by different names, are copies. And second, a description of the actual remains of the Grand and Sublime Lodge of ancient Egypt. C. 2. A description of the Egyptian temple. Here I quote 2 authorities on the Egyptian temple. The first, C.H. Vale, on Ancient Mysteries, page 159, who says that the Egyptian temples were surrounded with pillars recording the number of the constellations and the signs of the zodiac, or the cycles of the planets. And each temple was supposed to be a microcosm or a symbol of the temple of the universe or of the starry vault called temple. The next authority is Max Muller, who in his Egyptian mythology page 187 to 193 has described Egyptian temples as follows. Egyptian temples were made of stone, the outer courts of mud bricks. Wide roads led to the temples for the convenience of processions, while the immediate entrance was lined with statues, consisting of sphinxes and other animals. The front wall formed 2 high tower-like buildings, called pylons, before which stood 2 granite obelisks. Immediately behind the pylons came a large court where the congregation assembled and watched the sacrifices. Immediately next to the hall of the congregation came the hall of priests, and immediately following the hall of the priests came the final chamber, called the Adytum, i.e. the Holy of Holies, which was entered only by the high priest. This was the place of the shrine and the abode of the god. Each temple was a reproduction of the world. The ceilings were painted to represent the sky and the stars, while the floor was green and blue like the meadows. Ceremonial cleanliness was at all times imperative. and the people before entering the temple must carefully purify themselves in a nearby stream. In later times, this became a ceremony of sprinkling with holy water before entrance into the temple. It is clear from the foregoing description that not only the modern Masonic lodges are copies of the Egyptian temple, but also the ancient ones, for there is complete identity in their internal decoration. But the minor or lower lodges, including those outside of Egypt, must have had a governing body. And so now, I proceed to quote C.H. Vale, who in his Ancient Mysteries, pages 182 and 183, describes fully the location and remains of the famous Grand Lodge of Luxor as follows. C. T. The location of the Masonic Grand Lodge of Antiquity. At a short distance from Dandara, now called Upper Egypt, is the most extraordinary group of architectural ruins presented in any part of the world, known as the temples of the ancient city of Thebes. Thebes in its prime occupied a large area on both sides of the Nile. This city was the center of a great commercial nation of Upper Egypt, ages before Memphis was the capital of the second nation in Lower Egypt. And however grand the architectural monuments of the latter may have been, those of the former surpassed them. The portrayal by pencil or brush can convey but a faint idea of the perfected city. As the city stands today, it is like a city of giants, who after a long conflict have been destroyed, leaving the ruins of their various temples as the only proof of their existence, the Temple of Luxor. It was in this temple that the Grand Lodge of Initiates always met. Stands on a raised platform of brickwork covering more than 2,000 feet in length and 1,000 feet in breadth. Note the oblong shape, which became the pattern for all lodges and churches in the ancient world. It is the one that interests the members of all ancient orders, especially so, all the members of those orders that worshipped at the shrine of the secret fire, more than perhaps any other, and stands on the eastern bank of the Nile. It is in a very ruined state, but records say the stupendous scale of its proportions almost takes away the sense of its incompleteness. Up to about a quarter of a century ago, the greater part of its columns in the interior and outer walls had been removed after falling for use elsewhere. This temple was founded by the pharaoh Amenhotep III, who constructed the southern part, including the heavy colonnade overlooking the river. But destruction unfortunately conceals this fact. The chief entrance to the temple looked to the east, while the holy chambers at the upper end of the plain approached the Nile. As mighty as the Temple of Luxor was, it was exceeded in magnitude and grandeur by that of Karnak. The distance between these two great structures was 1.5 miles. Along this avenue was a double row of sphinxes, placed 12 feet apart, and the width of the avenue was 60 feet. When in perfect state, this avenue presented the most extraordinary entrance that the world has ever seen. If we had the power to picture from the field of imagination the grand processions of neophytes constantly passing through and taking part in the ceremonies of initiation, we would be powerless to produce the grandeur of the surroundings and the imposing sight of color and magnificent trappings of those who took part. Neither can we produce the music that kept the vast number of people in steady marching order. Crude it might have been to the cultivated ear of the 20th century. But could not the palpitating strains sung by massed voices on the lapse of time, whose history launches the profoundest aspirations of the human heart, like the trend of a mighty river, because the grand currents of universal law, imparting the desire to that shadowy past, as it steps forth from the pages of history, dim with age. Egypt must have been, when these temples were built, a martial nation, for records of her warlike deeds are perpetuated in deeply engraved tablets, which even now excite the admiration of the best judges of archaeological remains. She was also a highly civilized nation, and of a nature that could bear the expenditure which always attends the culture of the arts. She surpassed in her astonishing architecture all other nations that have existed upon the earth. I am fully convinced by these references and quotations that an Egyptian Grand Lodge of Ancient Mysteries actually existed some 5,000 years ago or more, on the banks of the Nile in the city of Thebes, and that it was the only Grand Lodge of the ancient world whose ruins have been found in Egypt, and that it was the governing body which necessarily controlled the ancient mysteries together with the philosophical schools and minor lodges wherever they happened to have been organized. C.I. The rebuilding of the Temple of Delphi. The Temple of Delphi was burnt down in 548 BC, and it was King Amasis of Egypt who rebuilt it for the brethren by donating 3 times as much as was needed, in the sum of 1,000 talents and 50,000 pounds of alum. According to information at hand, the temple had organized its members into an amphictyonic league for protection against political and other forms of violence, but they were too poor to raise sufficient funds from the membership, and they decided upon a public contribution from the citizens of Greece. Accordingly, they wandered throughout the land soliciting aid, but failed in their efforts. Having decided to visit the brethren in Egypt, they approached King Amasis, who as Grand Master unhesitatingly offered to rebuild the temple and donate more than 3 times as much as was needed for the purpose. Here it would be well to note that 1. The Greeks regarded the Temple of Delphi as a foreign institution, hence 2. They were unsympathetic towards it, and for the same reason destroyed it by fire. Clearly, the Temple of Delphi was a branch of the Egyptian mystery system projected in Greece. Sanford's Mediterranean World, page 135-139, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt book. Second part. 363. The abolition of Greek philosophy together with the Egyptian mysteries. From the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great, the Greeks, who were always attracted by the mysterious worship of the Nile land, began to imitate the Egyptian religion in its entirety, and during the Roman occupation, the Egyptian religion spread not only to Italy, but throughout the Roman Empire, including Brittany. This assimilation of the Egyptian religion was confined to the gods of the Osirian cycle and the Greco-Egyptian Serapis, and aimed at a close imitation of the ancient traditions of the Nile land. Owing to the splendor of architecture, the hieroglyphs of the temples, the obelisks and sphinxes before the shrines, the linen vestments and the shaven heads and faces of the priests, the endless and obscure ritual filled the Greeks with awe, and wonderful mysteries were consequently believed to have underlain these incomprehensible, and the Egyptian religion stood in the way of the rising Christianity. The success of the Egyptian religion was due, no doubt, on the one hand to its conservatism, while on the other to the shadowy philosophical abstractions which constituted Greco-Roman religion, so that the staunch faith of the Egyptians, together with their mysterious forms of worship, led to the universal conviction among the ancients that Egypt was not only the Holy Land but the holiest of lands or countries, and that indeed the gods dwelt there. The Nile became a center for pilgrimages in the ancient world, and the pilgrims who went there and experienced the marvelous revelations and spiritual blessings which it afforded them returned home with the conviction that the Nile was the home of the most profound religious knowledge. The Greeks failed to imitate Egyptian conservatism, and not only in Egyptian cities with large Greek population, but in Europe, Egyptian divinities were corrupted with Greek and Asiatic names and mythologies, and reduced to vague pantheistic personalities, so that Isis and Osiris had retained very little of their Egyptian origin. Max Muller, p. 241-43, Egyptian Mythology. Consequently, as they failed to advance Egyptian philosophy, so they also failed to advance Egyptian religion. During the first 4 centuries of the Christian era, the religion of Egypt continued unabated and uninterrupted, but after the Edict of Theodosius, at the end of the 4th century AD, ordering the close of Egyptian temples, Christianity began to spread more rapidly, and both the religion of Egypt and that of Greece began to die. In the island of Philae, in the first cataract of the Nile, however, the Egyptian religion was continued by its inhabitants, the Blemians and Nobadians, who refused to accept Christianity, and the Roman government, fearing a rebellion, paid tribute to them as an appeasement. During the 6th century AD, however, Justinian issued a second edict which suppressed this remnant of Egyptian worshippers and propagated Christianity among the Nubians. With the death of the last priest who could read and interpret the writings of the words of the gods, the hieroglyphics, the Egyptian faith sank into oblivion. It was only in popular magic that some practices lingered on as traces of a faith that became a universal religion, or the survival of a statue of Isis and Horus, which were regarded as the Madonna and Child. A sentiment of admiration and awe for this strangest of all religions still survived, but the information from classical writers concerning this faith has been incomplete. Napoleon's invasion of Egypt brought a revival of interest from the West to decipher her inscriptions and papyri with a view to an understanding and appreciation of this most ancient of civilizations. Mythology of Egypt by Max Muller, C13p, 241 to 245. The Mediterranean World by Sanford, page 508, 548, 552 to 558, 568. We learn the following facts from the above quotations. I. The Egyptian mysteries had become the ancient world religion, spreading throughout the Roman Empire and including Italy, Greece, Asia Minor, and various parts of Europe, including Brittany. This continued under different names, long after Justinian's Edict of Toleration granted to the Christians. C. Egypt was the holy land of the ancient world, that pilgrimages were made to that land because of the marvelous revelations and spiritual blessings which it afforded the ancient peoples, and because of the universal conviction among the ancients that Egypt was the land of the gods. C. The edicts of Theodosius in the 4th century AD and that of Justinian in the 6th century AD abolished alike not only the mystery system of Egypt, but also its philosophical schools, located in Greece and elsewhere, outside Egypt. Far. The abolition of the Egyptian mysteries was to create an opportunity for the adoption of Christianity. This was the problem. The Roman government felt that Egypt was now conquered in arms and reduced to her knees. But in order to make the conquest complete, it would be necessary to abolish the mysteries which still controlled the religious mind of the ancient world. 5. There must be a new world religion to take the place of the Egyptian religion. This new religion, which should take the place of the mysteries, must be equally powerful and universal, and consequently everything possible must be done in order to promote its interests. This explains the rapid growth of Christianity following Justinian's Edict of Toleration. Since the edicts of Theodosius and Justinian abolished both the mysteries of Egypt and the schools of Greek philosophy alike, it shows that the nature of the Egyptian mysteries and Greek philosophy was identical, and that Greek philosophy grew out of the Egyptian mysteries. 4. How the African continent gave its culture to the Western world. As mentioned elsewhere, the Egyptian mysteries and the philosophical schools of Greece were closed by the edicts of Theodosius in the 4th century AD, and that of Justinian in the 6th century AD, i.e. 529. And as a consequence, intellectual darkness spread over Christian Europe and the Greco-Roman world for 10 centuries, during which time knowledge had disappeared. As stated elsewhere, the Greeks showed no creative powers, and were unable to improve upon the knowledge which they had received from the Egyptians. History of Science by Sedgwick and Tyler Page, 141, 153. Zeller's History of Philosophy, Introduction page, 100. During the Persian, Greek, and Roman invasions, large numbers of Egyptians fled not only to the desert and mountain regions, but also to adjacent lands in Africa, Arabia, and Asia Minor, where they lived and secretly developed the teachings which belonged to their mystery system. In the 8th century AD, the Moors, i.e., natives of Mauritania in North Africa, invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture which they had preserved. Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized, i.e., it belonged to a common parent and system, i.e., the wisdom teaching or mysteries of Egypt, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. As such, the people of North Africa were the neighbors of the Egyptians and became the custodians of Egyptian culture, which they spread through considerable portions of Africa, Asia Minor, and Europe. During their occupation of Spain, the Moors displayed with considerable credit the grandeur of African culture and civilization. The schools and libraries which they established became famous throughout the medieval world. Science and learning were cultivated and taught. The schools of Cordova, Toledo, Seville, and Saragossa attained such celebrity that they, like their parent Egypt, attracted students from all parts of the Western world, and from them arose the most famous African professors that the world has ever known in medicine, surgery, astronomy, and mathematics. But these people from North Africa did more than merely distinguish themselves in Spain. They were really the recognized custodians of African culture, to whom the world looked for enlightenment. Consequently, through the medium of the ancient Arabic language, philosophy and the various branches of science were disseminated. A. All the so-called works of Aristotle in metaphysics, moral philosophy, and natural science. B. Translations by Leonardo Pisano in Arabic mathematical science. C. Translation by Gidio, a monk of Arezzo, in musical notation. Sedgwick and Tyler's History of Science, C9. In addition, the Moors kept up constant contact with Mother Egypt, for they had established caliphates not only at Baghdad and Cordova, but also at Cairo in Egypt. Europe in the Middle Ages by alt-page 216-219. Just here it would be well to mention that all the great leaders of the great religions of antiquity were initiates of the Egyptian mystery system, from Moses, who was an Egyptian hierogrammat, down to Christ. It should also be of interest to know that European scientists like Roger Bacon, Johann Kepler, Copernicus, and others obtained their science through Arab or Berber sources. It is also noteworthy that throughout the Middle Ages, European knowledge of medicine came from these same sources. History of the Arabs, by Hiddy, pages 370, 629, 665, and 572. Philo, Esoteric Christianity, by Annie Besant, page 107, 128 to 129. Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vale, P. 599, 61, 74, až 75, 109. Chapter 4. The Egyptians educated the Greeks. 1. The effects of the Persian conquest. Immigration restrictions against the Greeks are removed, and Egypt is thrown open to Greek research. Owing to the practice of piracy, in which the Ionians and Carians were active, the Egyptians were forced to make immigration laws restricting the immigration of the Greeks and punishing their infringement by capital punishment, i.e., the sacrifice of the victim. Before the time of Psammiticus, the Greeks were not allowed to go beyond the coast of Lower Egypt, but during his reign and that of Amasis, those conditions were modified. For the first time in Egyptian history, Ionians and Carians were employed as mercenaries in the Egyptian army, 670 BC. Interpretation was organized through a body of interpreters, and the Greeks began to gain useful information concerning the culture of the Egyptians. In addition to these changes, King Amasis removed the restrictions against the Greeks and permitted them to enter Egypt and settle in Naucratis. About this same time, i.e., the reign of Amasis, the Persians, through Cambyses, invaded Egypt, and the whole country was thrown open to the researches of the Greeks. B. The genesis of Greek Enlightenment. The Persian invasion did not only provide the Greeks with ample research, but stimulated the creation of prose history in Ionia. Heretofore, the Greeks had little or no accurate knowledge of Egyptian culture, but their contact with Egypt resulted in the genesis of their enlightenment. Ovid Fasti 338, Herodotus Book 2nd, page 113, Plutarch, page 380, Eratosthenes Ap Strabo 801 to 802, Diogenes Book, Devinosto David, citizens from Ionia and the islands of the Aegean visit Egypt for their education. Just as in our modern times, countries like the United States, England, and France are attracting students from all parts of the world on account of their leadership in culture. So was it in ancient times. Egypt was supreme in the leadership of civilization, and students from all parts flocked to that land, seeking admission into her mysteries or wisdom system. The immigration of Greeks to Egypt for the purpose of their education began as a result of the Persian invasion, 525 BC, and continued until the Greeks gained possession of that land and access to the royal library through the conquest of Alexander the Great. Alexandria was converted into a Greek city, a center of research and the capital of the newly created Greek Empire under the rule of Ptolemies. Egyptian culture survived and flourished under the name and control of the Greeks until the edicts of Theodosius in the 4th century AD and that of Justinian in the 6th century AD, which closed the mystery temples and schools, as elsewhere mentioned. Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick Book, 2nd page 55. Sanford's Mediterranean World, page 562, 570. Concerning the fact that Egypt was the greatest education center of the ancient world, which was also visited by the Greeks, reference must again be made to Plato in the Timaeus, who tells us that Greek aspirants to wisdom visited Egypt for initiation, and that the priests of Sais used to refer to them as children in the mysteries. As regards the visit of Greek students to Egypt for the purpose of their education, the following are mentioned simply to establish the fact that Egypt was regarded as the educational center of the ancient world, and that, like the Jews, the Greeks also visited Egypt and received their education. 1. It is said that during the reign of Amasis, Thales, who is said to have been born about 585 BC, visited Egypt and was initiated by the Egyptian priests into the mystery system and science of the Egyptians. We are also told that during his residence in Egypt, he learnt astronomy, land surveying, mensuration, engineering, and Egyptian theology. See Thales in Blackwell's Source Book of Philosophy, Zeller's History of Philosophy, Diogenes Laertius in Kendrick's Ancient Egypt. 2. It is said that Pythagoras, a native of Samos, traveled frequently to Egypt for the purpose of his education. Like every aspirant, he had to secure the consent and favor of the priests, and we are informed by Diogenes that a friendship existed between Polycrates of Samos and Amasis, king of Egypt, that Polycrates gave Pythagoras letters of introduction to the king, who secured for him an introduction to the priests, first to the priest of Heliopolis, then to the priest of Memphis, and lastly to the priests of Thebes, to each of whom Pythagoras gave a silver goblet. Herodotus, Book 3rd, 124, Diogenes 8:3, Pliny NH 36:9, and Typho recorded by Porphyry. We are also further informed through Herodotus, Jablonsk, and Pliny that after severe trials, including circumcision, had been imposed upon him by the Egyptian priests, he was finally initiated into all their secrets. That he learnt the doctrine of metempsychosis, of which there was no trace before in the Greek religion, that his knowledge of medicine and strict system of dietetic rules distinguished him as a product of Egypt, where medicine had attained its highest perfection, and that his attainments in geometry corresponded with the ascertained fact that Egypt was the birthplace of that science. In addition, we have the statements of Plutarch, Demetrius, and Antisthenes that Pythagoras founded the science of mathematics among the Greeks, and that he sacrificed to the Muses when the priests explained to him the properties of the right-angled triangle. Philarch de Repune, Stoic 2p 1089, Demetrius, Antisthenes, Cicero de Natura, Deorum 3:36. Pythagoras was also trained in music by the Egyptian priests. Kendrick's History of Ancient Egypt, Volume, Mudalpakam 234-3. According to Diogenes Laertius and Herodotus, Democritus is said to have been born about 400 BC and to have been a native of Abdera in Miletus. We are also told by Demetrius in his treatise on people of the same name, and by Antisthenes in his treatise on succession, that Democritus traveled to Egypt for the purpose of his education and received the instruction of the priests. We also learn from Diogenes and Herodotus that he spent 5 years under the instruction of the Egyptian priests, and that after the completion of his education, he wrote a treatise on the sacred characters of Meroe. In this respect, we further learn from Origen that circumcision was compulsory and one of the necessary conditions of initiation to a knowledge of the hieroglyphics and sciences of the Egyptians, and it is obvious that Democritus, in order to obtain such knowledge, must have submitted also to that rite. Origen, who was a native of Egypt, wrote as follows: "Among the Egyptians no one studied geometry or astronomy unless he had undergone circumcision. No one among the Egyptians either studied geometry or investigated the secrets of astronomy unless circumcision had been undertaken." 4. Concerning Plato's travels, we are told by Hermodorus that at the age of 28, Plato visited Euclid at Megara in company with other pupils of Socrates, and that for the next 10 years he visited Cyrene, Italy, and finally Egypt, where he received instruction from the Egyptian priests. 5. With regards to Socrates and Aristotle and the majority of pre-Socratic philosophers, history seems to be silent on the question of their traveling to Egypt like the few other students here mentioned, for the purpose of their education. It is enough to say that in this case the exceptions have proved the rule, that ALE students who had the means went to Egypt to complete their education. The fact that history fails to supply a fuller account of this type of immigration might be due to some or all of the following reasons. A. The immigration laws against the Greeks up to the time of King Amasis and the Persian invasion. B. Prose history was undeveloped among the Greeks during the period of their educational immigration to Egypt. C. The Greek authorities persecuted and drove students of philosophy into hiding, and consequently, D. Students of the mystery system concealed their movements. Let us remember that Anaxagoras was indicted and imprisoned, that he escaped and fled to his home in Ionia, that Socrates was indicted, imprisoned, and condemned to death, and that both Plato and Aristotle fled from Athens under great suspicion. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 62. Plato's Phaedo. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 84, 127. Rogers' History of Philosophy, page 76. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 126. The Effects of the Conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great. A. The Royal Library and Museum, together with temples and other libraries, are looted. As elsewhere mentioned, it was an ancient custom of invading armies to loot libraries and temples in order to capture books and manuscripts, which were regarded as great treasures. A few instances would be enough to verify this custom. A. We are informed that during the Persian invasion beginning with Cambyses, the temples of Egypt were not only stripped of their gold and silver, but rifled for their ancient records. Every Egyptian temple carried a secret library with secret manuscripts and books. B. We are also informed that when Athens was captured by the Romans in 84 BC, the library of books said to have belonged to Aristotle was also captured and taken to Rome. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 128, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt volume, second page 432. Just as in the invasion of Egypt by the Persians, the invading armies stripped the temples of their gold, silver, and sacred books, and just as in the capture of Athens by the Romans, Sulla carried off the only library of books which he found, so it is to be expected of Alexander the Great in his invasion of Egypt. One of the first things that he and his companions and armies would do would be to search for the treasures of the land and capture them. These were kept in temples and libraries and consisted of gold and silver out of which the gods and ceremonial vessels were made, and sacred books and manuscripts kept both in libraries and in the Holy of Holies of temples. It is my firm belief that this indeed was the great opportunity which Alexander gave Aristotle and enabled him and his pupils to carry off as many books as they wanted from the royal library and to convert it into a research center. Apart from the royal library at Alexandria, there was also another famous library nearby, the Royal Library of Thebes, the Menephteion, which was founded by Pharaoh Sete. The Menephteion was completed by Ramesses II, but little occurs in history about this greatest of Egyptian royal libraries. However, any invading army would first loot the Royal Library of Alexandria, and then would turn their attention to the Menephteion at Thebes. They would also visit the cities of Memphis and Heliopolis and likewise loot their libraries and temples. This was the ancient custom and certainly one of the ways in which the Greeks received their education from Egyptians. Egyptian Mythology by Max Mueller, page 187 to 189, 205, Diodorus 1651, Bunsen 1, page 27, Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick, volume 2, 56, 432-33. It is therefore an erroneous belief that the Greeks, on Egyptian soil, and through their own native ability, set up a great university at Alexandria and turned out great scholars. On the other hand, Since it is a well-known fact that Egypt was the land of temples and libraries, we can see how comparatively easy it was for the Greeks to strip other Egyptian libraries of their books in order to maintain the new library at Alexandria, after it had been already looted by Aristotle and his pupils. The Greeks, i.e., Alexander the Great, Aristotle's school, and the succeeding Ptolemies, converted the Royal Library of Alexandria into a research center by transferring Aristotle's school and pupils from Athens to this great Egyptian library, and therefore the students who studied there received instructions from Egyptian priests and teachers until they died out. The difficulty of language and interpretation made it imperative for the Greeks to use Egyptian teachers. The Greeks did not carry culture and learning to Egypt, but found it already there, and wisely settled in that country, in order to absorb as much as possible of its culture. B. The Royal Library of Thebes. The Menephthion is described. It was also looted by invading armies. But when we read a brief sketch of the magnificence of the Theban Royal Library, the Menephthion, we even see a better picture and are bound to admit that Egypt was the storehouse of ancient culture, and that that culture was preserved in the form of literature stored away in her great libraries and temples. Great as the Royal Library of Alexandria might have been, we see in the Theban Royal Library something far more magnificent and far more representative of the true greatness of our ancient Egypt. On the left of the steps leading to the second court, there is still seen the pedestal of the enormous granite statue of Ramesses, the largest that ever existed in Egypt according to Diodorus. Its height has been calculated at 54 feet, and its weight at 887.25 tons, a marvel to the modern mind. The interior face of the wall of the pylon represents the wars of Ramesses III. The osiride pillars of the second court are the monolithal figures, 16 cubits in height, supplying the place of columns, and at the foot of the steps leading from the court to the next hall beyond, there were two sitting statues of the king. The head of one of these was of red granite, known by the name of Young Mammon, was taken away by Belzoni, and is now a principal ornament of the British Museum. Beyond this are the remains of a hall 133 feet broad by 100 feet long, supported by 48 columns, 12 of which are 32 feet in height and 21 feet in circumference. On different parts of the columns and the walls are represented acts of homage by the king to the principal deities of the Theban pantheon and the gracious promises which they make him in return. In another sculpture, the two chief divinities of Egypt invest him with the emblems of military and civil dominion, i.e., the scimitar, the scourge, and the pedum. Beneath, the 23 sons of Ramesses appear in procession, bearing the emblems of their respective high offices in the state, their names being inscribed above them. 9 smaller apartments, 2 of them still preserved and supported by columns, lay behind the hall. On the jambs of the first of these apartments are sculptured Thoth, the inventor of letters, and the goddess Saph, with the title of Lady of Letters, and President of the Hall of Books, accompanied the former with an emblem of the sense of sight, and the latter of hearing. There is no doubt that this is the sacred library which Diodorus describes as the inscribed dispensary of the mind. It had an astronomical ceiling, in which the 12 Egyptian months are represented, with an inscription from which important inferences have been drawn respecting the chronology of the reign of Ramesses III. On the walls is a procession of priests carrying the sacred arts, and in the next apartment, the last that now remains, the king is presenting offerings to the various divinities. Ancient Egypt by J. Kendrick, Book, IP 128-131. Report of French Commission. Central Museum and the Library of Alexander were used as a university. The Museum and Library of Alexandria were so famous in ancient times that we wonder why more information concerning this center of learning has not come down to us. A few references to authoritative sources might no doubt help to enlighten us on this matter. From Sedgwick's and Tyler's History of Science, Chapter 5, pages 87 to 119, we learn that the subjugation of Egypt by Alexander the Great in 330 BC had checked the further development of Greek civilization on its native soil. That after the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC, his vast empire was divided among his generals, and that Alexandria, the new Egyptian capital, fell to Ptolemy, that the city, barely 10 years old, soon became the center of the learned world, and that by 300 BC the museum, i.e. the seat of the Muses, was founded and became a veritable university of Greek learning. That to the museum was attached a great library with a dining hall and lecture rooms for professors, and this became a school of philosophers, mathematicians, and astronomers. Here for the next 700 years, science had its chief abiding place. Here, however, it should be remembered that the above statement of Sedgwick and Tyler is misleading, since the Greeks did not carry a civilization of their own to Egypt, but on the contrary found a very highly developed Egyptian culture, the survival of which was maintained by the use of Egyptian priests and scholars as teachers. D. A military policy of the Greeks to commandeer information from the Egyptians was put in operation. One of the military policies adopted by the Greek military authorities at Alexandria was the issue of commands to the leading Egyptian priests for information concerning the Egyptian history, philosophy, and religion. As a custom, this is no less ancient than modern, since it is also a custom in modern times for victorious armies to confer with the men of science of an invaded country, in order to discover whether or not there is anything new in the field of science which they might possess. We would recall how at the end of World War II, the American scientists conferred with the Japanese scientists at Tokyo. Accordingly, we are told that Ptolemy I Soter, in order to elicit the secrets of Egyptian wisdom or mystery system, ordered Manetho, the high priest of the temple of Isis at Sebennytus in Lower Egypt, to write the philosophy and the history of the religion of the Egyptians. Accordingly, Manetho published several volumes concerning these respective fields, and Ptolemy issued an order prohibiting the translation of these books, which had to be kept on reserve in the library for instruction of the Greeks by the Egyptian priests. Here it becomes quite clear that the first professors of the Alexandrian school were the Egyptian priests, and that the scholarchs and pupils of Aristotle's transferred school received their training directly from the Egyptian priests. It is also well to note that the chief textbooks of the Alexandrian school were Manetho's books. We are told by Apollodorus, from whom Syncelus drew his information, that Ptolemy II ordered Eratosthenes, the Cyrenian, i.e. a black man and native of Cyrene, and librarian of the Alexandrian library, to write a chronology of the Theban kings, and that Eratosthenes did so with the aid of the Egyptian hierophants at Thebes, Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick, volume 2, page 81, Apollodorus, Syncelus, Clinton, Fasti Helenici, sub anno. Furthermore, it became the custom during the Greek and Roman occupation to use the services of Egyptian priests and scholars as professors at the Alexandrian school. We are told that during the reign of Theodosius, 378 to 395 AD, the Egyptian professor Horapollo wrote a system of the Egyptian hieroglyphics, the Hieroglyphica of Horapollo, which has been regarded as the best that has come down to modern times. We are also told that this professor taught not only at the Alexandrian school, but also at that of Constantinople. John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt book, IP 242, Lehman's Amstelad, 1935, translated by Corey III. The Egyptians were the first to civilize the Greeks. Greece was first civilized by colonies from Egypt, then from Phoenicia and Thrace. These were under the government of wise men, who not only subdued the ferocity of an ignorant populace by civil institutions, but also cast about them the strong chain of religion and the fear of the gods. Whatever dogmas they had been taught in their respective countries concerning things divine and human, they delivered to these newly formed societies with the object of bringing them under the restraint of virtuous discipline. Phoroneus and Cecrops were Egyptians, Cadmus a Phoenician, and Orpheus a Thracian, and each of them through their colonies carried into Greece the religious and philosophical tenets of his respective country. The practice of teaching the doctrines of religion to people under the guise of myths originated from the Egyptians and was adopted by the Phoenicians and Thracians, and subsequently introduced to the Greeks. According to Strabo, it was not possible in ancient times to lead a promiscuous multitude to religion and virtue by philosophical harangues. This could be effected only by the aid of superstition, by prodigies and fables. The thunderbolt, the aegis, the trident, the spear, torches, and snakes were the instruments made use of by the founders of states to terrify the ignorant and vulgar into subjection. These references must speak for themselves. Cheops and Cecrops were the names which the Greeks used for the Egyptian Khufu, who belonged to the 4th dynasty of the Egyptians, or the Pyramid Age, i.e. 2800 BC. Strabo Book. Brooker's Historia, Critica Philosophiae, with translation by William Enfield. Book 2nd, page 62. 4th, Alexander visits the Oracle of Ammon in the Oasis of Siwa. No discussion on Alexander's invasion of Egypt would be complete without reference to his famous visit to the Oracle of Ammon, situated in the Oasis of Siwa. Alexander had placed a garrison in Pelusium, whence he marched through the desert along the eastern bank of the Nile to Heliopolis, where he crossed the river to Memphis, where his fleet had been awaiting him, and where he was welcomed by the Egyptians and crowned as pharaoh. Having sacrificed to Apis and other gods, Alexander descended the Nile by the Canopic branch, and set out on his journey to the Oracle of Ammon in the Oasis of Siwa. His route was along the coast of Libya as far as Parætonium, whence he marched through the desert to the Oasis of Siwa. What do we suppose was Alexander's motive for visiting the Temple of Ammon? Perhaps a brief description of the religious and economic importance of Heliopolis, Memphis, Thebes, and Ammonium might help us to determine what it was. In the first place, these cities were strongholds of the Egyptian religion, where there were many rich temples, schools, and priests, and therefore were representative of the Egyptian religious life. In the second place, these cities were centers of education, and after the Persian invasion, Greek students who traveled to Egypt for the purpose of their education received their training from the priests of one or all of these cities, as elsewhere mentioned. When Pythagoras went to Egypt, he carried a letter of introduction from Polycrates of Samos to King Amasis, who in turn gave him letters of introduction to the priests of Heliopolis, Memphis, and Thebes. As centers of education, the temples and libraries of these cities contained very valuable books. And in the third place, these regions had previously been captured by the Persians for the very fact of their wealth. This should explain why they included these districts in their satrapy, which paid them an enormous annual tribute amounting to 700 talents of gold, together with the produce of the fisheries of Lake Moeris, which amounted to a talent a day during the 6 months that the water flowed in from the Nile, and a third part of that sum during the afflux. In addition, Egypt furnished 120,000 medicini of corn as rations for the Persian troops who were stationed in the White Fort of Memphis. The equivalent of this tribute was 170,000 pounds sterling, and shows the underlying motive not only of the Persian invading armies, but also of all invading armies of antiquity. In the case of Alexander, there is no exception. According to history, the Persians were in occupation of Egypt, and Alexander, having mustered superior forces, went there and drove them out and took possession himself. May I ask this question? Was this a joke, or was there a motive? And if there was a motive, what else could it have been but that Alexander wanted the wealth in books, gold, silver, ivory, slaves, and tribute which the Persians were extorting from the unfortunate Egyptians? In ancient times, the Oracle of Ammon at Siwa was the most celebrated, and Heliopolis, Memphis, and Thebes were representatives of the best of Egyptian culture. John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt Book, 2 pages 433 to 435. Diodorus 15:16. Herodotus Book 3, page 124. Diogenes Laertius Book 8. Timaeus of Plato. Pliny N.H. 36. 9. Antiphon, recorded by Porphyry. Chapter 5. The pre-Socratic philosophers and the teachings ascribed to them. It is absolutely necessary here in chapters 5th and 6th to mention the doctrines of the so-called Greek philosophers in order to convince my readers of their Egyptian origin, which is shown in the summaries of conclusions which follow these teachings. It is also necessary to mention them so as to serve the purpose of reference and to meet the convenience of readers. I, the earlier Ionian school. This group consisted of I, Thales, Sadai, Anaximander, and Thai, Anaximenes. I. Thales, supposed to have lived 620 to 546 BC and a native of Miletus, is credited by Aristotle with teaching that A. Water is the source of all living things, and B. All things are full of God. Both history and tradition are silent as to how Thales arrived at his conclusions, except that Aristotle attempts to offer his opinion as a reason. That is that Thales must have been influenced by the consideration of the moisture of nutriment, and based his conclusion on a rationalistic interpretation of the myth of Oceanus. This, however, is regarded as mere conjecture on the part of Aristotle. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 34. Anaximander, supposed to have been born 610 BC at Miletus, is credited with the teaching that the origin of all things is the infinite, or the unlimited, i.e., apeiron, or the boundless. The apeiron is regarded as equivalent to the modern notion of space and the mythological notion of chaos. Both history and tradition are silent as to how Anaximander arrived at his conclusion. But here again we find Aristotle offering his opinion as a reason, i.e., that Anaximander must have supposed that change destroys matter, and that unless the substratum of change is limitless, change must at some time cease. This opinion is, of course, mere conjecture on the part of Aristotle. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 3536. Anaximenes, also a native of Miletus, and supposed to have died in 528 BC, is credited with the teaching that all things originated from air. Both history and tradition are silent as to how Anaximenes arrived at his conclusion, and all attempts to furnish a reason are regarded as mere conjecture. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 37 to 38. 2. Pythagoras, born in the Aegean island of Samos, supposedly in 530 BC. The following doctrines have been attributed to Pythagoras. I. Transmigration, the immortality of the soul and salvation. This salvation is based upon certain beliefs concerning the soul. True life is not to be found here on earth, and what men call life is really death, and the body is the tomb of the soul. Owing to the contamination caused by the soul's imprisonment in the body, it is forced to pass through an indefinite series of reincarnations, from the body of one animal to that of another, until it is purged from such contamination. Salvation in this sense consists of the freedom of the soul from the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, which is common to every soul, and which condition must remain until purification or purgation is completed. Being liberated from the 10 chains of the flesh, and also from successive reincarnations, the soul now acquires her pristine perfection, and the eligibility to join the company of the gods, with whom she dwells forever. This was the reward which the Pythagorean system offered its initiates. C. The doctrines of A. Opposites, B. The summum bonum or supreme good, and C. The process of purification. A. The union of opposites creates harmony in the universe. This is true in the case of musical sounds, such as we find in the lyre, where the harmony produced is the result of the mean proportional relation between the lengths of the two middle strings to that of the two extremes. This is also true in natural phenomena, which are identified with number, whose elements consist of the odd and the even. Thus, the even is unlimited because of its quality of unlimited divisibility, and the odd indicates limitation, while the product of both is the unit or harmony. Similarly, do we obtain harmony in the union of positive and negative, male and female, material and immaterial, body and soul? B. The summum bonum or supreme good in man is to become godlike. This is an attainment or transformation, which is the harmony resulting from a life of virtue. It consists in a harmonious relationship between the faculties of man, by means of which his lower nature becomes subordinated to his higher nature. C. The process of purification. The harmony and purification of the soul is attained not only by virtue, but also by other means, the most important among them being the cultivation of the intellect through the pursuit of scientific knowledge and strict bodily discipline. In this process, music also held an important place. The Pythagoreans believed and taught that just as medicine is used to cure the body, so music must be used to cure the soul. Here it might be appropriate to insert the doctrine of the three lives, since it is also a method and means of purification. Mankind is divided into three classes: lovers of wealth, lovers of honor, and lovers of wisdom, i.e. philosophers. This last being highest. According to Pythagoras, philosophy determined the purification, which led to the final salvation of the soul. The cosmological doctrine. All things are numbers. That is to say, not only every object, but the entire universe is an arrangement of numbers. This means that the characteristic of any object is the number by which it is represented. A. Since the universe consists of 10 bodies, namely the 5 stars, the Earth, and the counter-Earth, then the universe must be represented by the perfect number 10. B. Applied to the space around us, but called by Pythagoreans the boundless or unlimited, it must be taken to mean the measuring out of this boundless into a balanced and harmonious universe, so that everything might receive its proper proportion of it, no more, no less. C. This arrangement seems to suggest the notion of forms capable of receiving a mathematical expression, i.e., a doctrine which later appeared in Plato as the theory of ideas. D. In the center of the universe there is a central fire around which the heavenly bodies fixed in their spheres revolve from west to east, while around all there is the peripheral fire. This motion of the heavenly bodies is regulated in the velocity and produces the harmony of the spheres. Rogers' Student's History of Philosophy, page 14 to 22. Bakewell's Sourcebook of Philosophy. Life and Tenets of Pythagoras. Ruddick's History of Philosophy. Life and Tenets of Pythagoras. Fuller's History of Philosophy. Life and Tenets of Pythagoras. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 40 to 43. History of Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick, volume 1 p. 401-402. Plato's Phaedo, 85e. Aristotle's Metaphysics, or 5, 985b, 24, and I5, 986a, 23. The Eleatic Philosophers. The Eleatic philosophers include A. Xenophanes, B. Parmenides, C. Zeno, and D. Melissus. They deal with the problem of change and are credited with introducing the notions of being and becoming. The term Eleatic is derived from Elea, a city in southern Italy, where these men are said only to have visited. A. Xenophanes, born at Colophon in Asia Minor, about 370 BC, Xenophanes is credited with the following doctrines. I. The unity of God. Men err when they ascribe their own characteristics to the gods, for God is all eye, all ear, and all intellect. Again, since there is no becoming, and since plurality depends upon becoming, therefore there is no plurality. Consequently, all is one and one is all. Temperance against the artificial culture of Greece, its luxuries, excess, and fops. Xenophanes is credited with advocating temperance, iroche, plain living, simplicity, moderation, and pure thinking. Rogers' Student's History of Philosophy, page 27 to 28. Wim. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 45 to 46. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 58 to 60. B. Parmenides is said to have been born at Elea 540 BC, and to have composed a poem concerning nature, Periphysios, which contains his doctrines. A. The poem consists of 3 parts. I. In part 1, the goddess of truth points out that there are 2 paths of knowledge, one leading to a knowledge of truth and the other to a knowledge of the opinions of men. C. In part 2, the journey to truth is described and contains a metaphysical doctrine, and in part 3, a cosmology of the apparent. B. The doctrines are as follows. I. The physical doctrine. Though right reason, logos, holds that being is one and immutable, the senses and common opinion are convinced that plurality and change exist around us. The doctrine of truth. Truth consists of the knowledge that being is and that not being is not. And since not being is not, then being is one and alone. Consequently, being is unproduced and unchangeable. It is impossible for being to produce being, for under such circumstances, being must exist before it begins to exist. The doctrine of the cosmology of the apparent. 1. Here Parmenides simply repeats the Pythagorean doctrine of opposites. All things are composed of light or warmth, and of darkness or cold, and according to Aristotle, the former of these opposites corresponds to being, while the latter to not being. These opposites are equivalent to the male and female principles in the cosmos. IV. The doctrine of the anthropology of the apparent. The life of the soul, i.e., perception and reflection, depends upon the blending of opposites, i.e., of the light-warm and the dark-cold principles, each of which stands in a physical relation to a corresponding principle in the cosmos. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 60 to 62. Roger Student's History of Philosophy, page 29-30. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 47 to 48. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 22-24. C. Zeno, supposed to be born 490 BC. Adelea was a pupil of Parmenides, according to Plato. Parmenides 127b. His doctrines were intended to be a contradiction of I, motion, and T, plurality and space. I, arguments against motion. A body, in order to move from one point to another, must move through an infinite number of spaces, since magnitude is divisible ad infinitum. B, a body which is in one place is at rest. An arrow in its flight is at each successive moment in one place, therefore it is at rest. C, the race between Achilles and the tortoise is intended to contradict the concept of motion. In such a race, Achilles can never overtake the tortoise, because he must first reach the point at which the tortoise started, but in the meantime the tortoise will have gained more ground. Since Achilles must always reach first the position previously occupied by the tortoise must always keep ahead, at every point. T. Arguments against plurality in space. A. If a measure of corn produces a sound, then each grain ought to produce a sound. This argument is taken from Simplicus, but ascribed to Zeno. B. If being exists in space, then space itself must exist in space, and the process will have to go on ad infinitum. This argument is also taken from Simplicus. C. If magnitude exists, it must be infinitely great and infinitely small, at one and the same time, since it has an infinitude of parts which are indivisible. Therefore, the idea of the manifold is contradictory. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 49 to 50. Roger Student's History of Philosophy, page 31-32. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 63 to 64. The later Ionian school. A. Heraclitus. B. Anaxagoras. C. Democritus. A. Heraclitus, believed to have been born BC 530 and to have died in 470 BC. Heraclitus, a native of Ephesus in Asia Minor, has been credited with the following doctrines. I. The doctrine of universal flux. There is no static being and no unchanging element. Change is Lord of the universe. The underlying element of the universe is fire, and all things are changed for fire, and fire for all things. A. The change is not at random, but uniform, orderly, and cyclic. Thus, the heavenly fires are transmuted successively into vapor, water, and earth, only to go through a similar process as they ascend again into fire. B. It contains the elements both of the old and new at any given moment in the process. Consequently, where night ends, their day begins, where summer begins, their spring ends, and where mortal life ends, their spiritual life begins. C. It also consists in the generation which results from the union of opposites, a doctrine later to be found in Plato and Socrates. Hence we observe that the union of male and female produces organic life, and that sharp and flat notes produce harmony. Say, the theory of knowledge. Since sense knowledge or knowledge derived from the senses is illusion, it must be avoided, and true knowledge sought for in the perception of the underlying unity of the various opposites. This is possible for man, who is part of the all-comprehending fire, which underlies the universe. But in the doctrine of the upward and downward paths, true knowledge comes from the upward path which leads to the eternal fire, whereas folly and death are the result of following the downward path. The doctrine of the Logos, that the hidden harmony of nature ever reproduces concord from oppositions, that the divine law, Dike, or universal reason, Logos, rules all things, and that the primitive essence recomposes itself anew in all things according to fixed laws, and is again restored by them. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 68. A. B. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 66 to 77. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 66 to 71. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 53 to 58. B. The Life and Teachings of Anaxagoras. Anaxagoras, a native of Clazomenae in Ionia, is supposed to have been born in 500 BC. Like all the other philosophers, nothing is known about his early life and education. He comes into history through a visit to Athens, where he met and made the friendship of Pericles, and where he was charged with impiety. He, however, escaped from prison and fled back to his home in Ionia, where he died in 430 BC. His doctrines included the following: I, nous sui, mind alone is self-moved, and is the cause of motion in everything in the universe, and has supreme power over all things. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 63. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 85, 86. T. Sensation is produced by the stimulation of opposites. We experience the sensation of cold because of the heat in us, and we experience a sweet taste because of the sour in us. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 64, Theophrastus, De Sensu, fragment 27, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 86. Nota bene, these doctrines will be treated elsewhere as regards their source and authorship. C. The Life and Teachings of Democritus. 1. His life, Democritus, 420 to 316 BC, is said to have been the son of Hegesistratus, and also a native of Abdera, a city at Miletus, an island in the Aegean. Both Aristotle and Theophrastus have regarded Leucippus as the founder of atomism, in spite of the fact that his existence is doubted. Like all the other Greek philosophers, nothing seems to be known about his early life and training. However, he enters history as a magician and sorcerer. Burnett, Op. Cit. P. 350, W. M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 65. 2. His doctrines. The name of Democritus has been associated with the following doctrines, summarized as atomism in his explanation of I, the nature of the atoms, and their behavior in relation to the phenomena of either creation, D, life and death, and IV, sensation and knowledge. I, the description of the atom, A, the world stuff. The atom is explained as a colorless, transparent, and homogeneous powder, consisting of an infinite number of particles. B, their qualities. The atom is described as full or solid, invisible, indestructible, uncreated, and capable self-motion. The atoms differ in shape, order, position, quantity, and weight. C, the identity of the atom with reality. Every atom is equivalent to that which is, i.e. to on, and the void is equivalent to that which is not, i.e. to me on. Reality is the movement of that which is within that which is not. D, the atom in creation. Owing to the difference in size, weight, and mobility, and in particular to necessity, there is a resultant motion, by means of which the atoms combine themselves for the formation of the organic and inorganic worlds. The atoms and the phenomena of life and death. What we commonly call life and death are due to a change in the arrangement of the atoms. When they are arranged in a certain way, life emerges. but when that arrangement is changed to another way, then death is the result. In death, the personality disappears, the senses also disappear, but the atoms live on forever. The heavier atoms descend to the earth, but the soul atoms, which are composed of fire, ascend to the celestial regions whence they came. The atom in sensation and knowledge. The mind or soul is composed of fire atoms, which are the finest, the smoothest, and the most mobile. These fire atoms are distributed throughout the whole universe and in all animate things, and especially in the human body, where they are found in the largest numbers. External objects constantly give off emanations or minute images of themselves. These in turn impress themselves upon our senses, which set in motion our soul atoms, and thereby create sensation and knowledge. Diogenes Laertius, Book 9, page 443-455. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 65-70. Roger Student's History of Philosophy, page 40-42. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 76-83. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 37-41. Fifth Summary of Conclusions Concerning the Pre-Socratic Philosophers and the History of the Four Qualities and Four Elements. The early Ionic philosophers have been given the credit of teaching the following doctrines. A. Thales, that all things originated from water. B. Anaximander, that all things originated from primitive matter, i.e., the boundless, to a pyrrhon, and C. Anaximenes, that all things get their life from air. But these ideas were not new at the time when these men are supposed to have lived, i.e., between the 6th and 5th centuries BC. The creation story found in the book of Genesis speaks of the elements of water, air, and earth as the cosmic ingredients of the chaos out of which creation gradually developed. The date of the Pentateuch is placed at the 8th century BC, but the view of the Mosaic authorship of Genesis takes us still further back into antiquity and many centuries before the time of the Ionian philosophers. We are told not only by the Bible but also by the historian Philo that Moses was an initiate of the Egyptian mysteries and became a hierogrammat, learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptian people. This was only possible by proper initiation and gradual advancement, when evidence of fitness was demonstrated by the neophyte. The Egyptian name of Moses was given to all candidates at their baptism and meant saved by water. The exodus of the Israelites appears to have occurred in the 21st Egyptian dynasty, i.e. 1100 BC, in the reign of Bokhoris under the leadership of Moses, whose creation story of Genesis is clearly of Egyptian origin. It is clear that the early Ionic philosophers drew their teachings from Egyptian sources. Charamon Jos. C. Apian I. 32. Philo. Ancient Mysteries. C. H. Vale. P. 61. John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt, Volume Irendu. P. 268-270, 303. See also Dr. Hastings' Bible Dictionary on authorship and date of Pentateuch. 2. In the case of the Eleatic philosophers, history regards Xenophanes as a satirist, not a philosopher, and Zeno as paradoxical concerning his treatment of the problems of plurality, space, and motion, which ultimately leads to a reduction ad absurdum. Parmenides introduced no new teaching when he spoke of being, to on, as that which exists, and non-being, to me on, as that which does not exist. He only re-emphasized the doctrine of opposites as a principle of nature, a doctrine taught not only by the Pythagoreans but also the Athenian philosophers, chiefly Socrates. But the doctrine of opposites owes its origin to the Egyptian mysteries, which take us back to 4000 BC, when it was demonstrated not only by double pillars in front of temples, but also by the pairs of gods in the mystery system, representing male and female, positive and negative principles of nature. It is also clear that the electric philosophers drew their teachings from Egyptian sources. Plato Phaedo, Memphite Theology, Intellectual Adventure of Primitive Man by Frankfurt Page, 55, 66-67, 51-60. Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, page 364c, 355a, 355a, 371b, 868, Ancient Egypt, John Kendrick, Volume 1p, 339. Third, the later Ionic philosophers have been given credit for the following doctrines. 1. Heraclitus, A, that the world was produced by fire through a process of transmutation, and B, since all things originate from fire, then fire is the Logos, the Creator. 2. Anaxagoras, A, the nous, or mind, is the source of motion or life in the universe, and that sensation is produced by the stimulation of opposites. 3. Democritus, A, that atoms underlie all material things, and B, that the phenomena of life and death are merely changes in the mixture of the atoms, so that the atoms never die, because they are immortal. These doctrines were by no means produced by the late Ionic philosophers, but could be shown to have originated from the Egyptian mystery system. The Egyptians were fire worshippers because they believed that fire was the creator of the universe, and built their great pyramids, Pyre, Baurs, Fire, in order to worship the god of fire. And the Pyramid Age goes back to something like 3,300 BC, several thousands of years before the Greeks were said to have come into the Mediterranean area. According to Jamblichus, the Egyptian god Ptah was the god of order and form in creation, an intellectual principle. This god was also recognized as the divine artificer who fashioned the universe out of fire. Rossellini, Mondel Sultz, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt, Volume 1p, 318 period. Furthermore, Swinburne Clymer, in his Philosophy of Fire, page 18, has made the following statement. The study of the mysteries of Isis and Osiris, Egyptian goddess and god, quickly proves to the student that it was a pure fire philosophy. Zoroaster carried those mysteries into Greece, while Orpheus carried them into Thrace. 51. In each of these places, these Egyptian mysteries assumed the names of different gods in order to be adapted to local conditions. Hence, in Asia, they took the form of Mithra, in Samothrace, the form of the Mother of the Gods, in Boeotia, the form of Bacchus, in Crete, the form of Jupiter, in Athens, the forms of Ceres and Proserpine. The most noted of these Egyptian imitations were the Orphic, Bacchic, Eleusinian, Samothracian, and Mithraic. All of these fire worshippers believed that the universe originated from fire, and they lived at a time which antedated the time of the late Ionic philosophers by thousands of years. The other doctrines of the later Ionic philosophers, together with those of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, will be treated under Summaries of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and in Chapter 8, and will include 1. Opposites, 2. The nous or mind, 3. The logos, 4. The atom, 5. The theory of ideas, 6. The unmoved mover, 7. Immortality, the 4th. The Greek philosophers practiced plagiarism. The teachings of Pythagoras seem to have been so comprehensive that nearly all his successors embraced and taught a portion of his doctrine, which we are told he obtained by frequent visits which he made to Egypt for the purpose of his education. Two things are at once obvious. 1. That the Greek philosophers practiced plagiarism and did not teach anything new, and 2. The source of their teachings was the Egyptian mystery system, either directly through contact with Egypt or indirectly through Pythagoras or tradition. These facts can now be further demonstrated by an outline of the doctrines of Pythagoras, with the names of philosophers who repeated his doctrines. 1. The doctrine of opposites. The unit of number is composed both of odd and even elements, of the finite and infinite, and of the positive and negative. In this connection, we find A. Heraclitus suggesting fire to be the source of creation, by means of the principle of strife which separates phenomena, and harmony which restores them to their original source. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 55. Zeller's History of Philosophy, pages 67 to 68. B. Parmenides, suggesting being as existent and non-being as non-existent. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 48. C. Socrates attempting to prove the immortality of the soul by the doctrine of opposites. Plato Phaedo. D. Plato, attempting to explain nature, used the theory of ideas which he based upon the principle of opposites. Consequently, the idea is true reality, i.e., being, to, on. Hence, the concept is real, but the thing which is known by the concept is unreal. The noumen is real and perfect, but the phenomenon is unreal and imperfect. Parmenides 132d, Aristotle Meta 16, 987b9. Aristotle, in attempting to establish the existence of God, describes the divine attributes in terms of opposites. God is the first mover that is unmoved, proton, kinon, akinaton. Hence, we have a combination of motion and rest as the attributes of deity in nature. Aristotle's Physics 8.5, 256a, 2.1, 192b14, 2.8, 199, De Kylo the Friend 4, 271a, W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 141, 2. The doctrine of harmony as a union of opposites, after being expounded by Pythagoras, appears also in the systems of A. Heraclitus, who explains the phenomena of nature as passing successively through their opposites. B. Socrates, who also defines harmony as the union of opposites. C. Plato, who defines the harmony of the soul as the proper subordination of its parts, i.e., the higher and lower natures. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 41, 56. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 51, 69. Plato Phaedo, c. 15. Plato Republic. Also, D. Aristotle, who defines the soul as a harmony in his Dynamo 123, the central and peripheral fires. Here, Pythagoras attempts to show that fire underlies creation, and this same notion is expressed by A. Heraclitus, who speaks of the origin of the universe through the transformation of fire. Then we have B. Anaxagoras, C. Democritus, D. Socrates, and E. Plato, each using the term mind, nous, as responsible for creation. Anaxagoras and Socrates, who speak directly of mind, nous, as an intelligence and purpose behind nature, while Democritus and Plato speak of mind, nous, indirectly as the world's soul, but further describe it as being composed of fire atoms floating throughout space. Clearly then, mind, nous, no matter what other name or function we give it, is fire, since it is composed of fire atoms, and fire, according to Pythagoras, underlies creation. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 42, 55, 63, 82. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 53, 67, 76 to 83. Aristotle, Metaphysics 1, 3, 984b, 17. Diogenes Laertius, book, De Sate Pismeno, 443 to 453. Xenophon Memorabilia, 1, 4, 2. Plato, Timaeus, 30, 35. Rogers' Student History of Phil.P, 40 to 42. B.D. Alexander's History of Phil.P, 43. Fourth, immortality of the soul. According to Pythagoras, the doctrine of the immortality of the soul is implied in the doctrine of the transmigration of the soul. A. Socrates. The purpose of philosophy is the salvation of the soul, whereby it feeds upon the truth congenial to its divine nature, and thus escapes from the wheel of rebirth, and finally attains the consummation of unity with God. Zeller's History of Philosophy, pages 50 to 56. Rogers' History of Philosophy, pages 29 and 60. William Turner's History of Philosophy, pages 41 and 48. B. Plato's Doctrines, 1. Transmigration, and 2. Recollection. 1. Transmigration. The souls of men go to the place of reward or punishment, and after 1,000 years they are permitted to choose a new lot of life. He who has thrice chosen the higher life gains after 3,000 years the home of the gods in the kingdom of thought. Others wander about for thousands of years in various bodies, and many are destined to pursue their earthly life in lower animal forms. It is necessary to point out that in this doctrine of transmigration, Plato describes the judgment scene in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. 2. Recollection. Although the sense-perceived world cannot lead us to a knowledge of ideas, yet it reminds us of the ideas which we saw in a previous existence. The allegory of the subterranean cavern, Plato's Republic CX. The allegory of the slave boy, Plato's Meno, Timaeus of Plato, 31b, 33b, 38e. The Phaedo of Plato, C15, 29, 57. W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 1, 05-112. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 55, 152-153. Summum bonum. According to Pythagoras, the supreme good in man is to become godlike. This transformation is to be accomplished by virtue, which is a union of opposites in man's faculties, i.e., the subordination of man's lower nature to his higher nature. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 43. But the precise purpose of the Egyptian mysteries was to make a man godlike by the purificatory agencies of education and virtue. Consequently, it is clear that Pythagoras obtained this doctrine directly from the Egyptian mysteries. Hence, it also follows that philosophers who have taught this doctrine must have obtained it either directly from the Egyptian mysteries or indirectly through the teachings of Pythagoras. According to Sallust, deification or becoming godlike was the purpose of the Egyptian mysteries, and according to C.H. Vail in his Ancient Mysteries, the Egyptian summum bonum consisted of 5 stages, during which the neophyte developed from a good man into a triumphant master, attaining the highest spiritual consciousness by means of casting off the 10 bodily fetters and becoming an adept like Horus or Buddha or Christ. The philosophers besides Pythagoras who are given credit with having taught the doctrine of the supreme good are A. Socrates, who defined it as an attainment in which man becomes godlike through self-denial and the cultivation of the mind. Xenophon Memorabilia Y. 5:4. B. Plato, who defined it as happiness, which is the attainment of the idea of the good, which is God. Plato, Symposium 2:04. E. Plato, Republic 4, 441, 443. Plato, Phaedo, 64 square Qs. Plato, Theaetetus 176. A. C. Aristotle, who defined it as happiness which is based upon reason, and which includes all the gifts of fortune. It should be noted, however, that Aristotle's definition of the supreme good marks the first departure from the concept of the summum bonum of the Egyptian mysteries. And the same thing is true of the hedonists, who defined it as pleasure. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 153. Aristotle Ethics, Nicomachean Ethics, Book 1, Chapter 6, 1097. Aristotle Ethics, Nicomachean Ethics, Book 1, Chapter 9, 1099, A. 31. The conception of a supreme good is Egyptian, from which source Pythagoras and other philosophers obtained the doctrine. B. Summary of conclusions concerning Democritus. Because of the importance of the doctrine of the atom and the great suspicion of his great number of books like that of Aristotle, Democritus is treated separately, like each of the Athenian philosophers. 1. His life. The same thing might be said of Democritus as might be said of any of the men who were called Greek philosophers. Nothing appears to be known about his early life and training. However, he comes into history attracting public attention as a sorcerer and magician. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 65. His doctrines and authorship. I. Authorship. The authorship of the doctrine of the atom is doubtful from the standpoint or view of certain modern writers. The names of the Ionians Leucippus and Democritus have been associated with this doctrine, which, according to the opinion of Aristotle and Theophrastus, originated through Leucippus, but was developed by Democritus. As a matter of fact, the Ionians doubted the existence of Leucippus because he was unknown to them, and it seems proper that the opinion of the Ionians should receive credence rather than that of Aristotle and Theophrastus, who were Athenians, and who were compiling philosophy in the interest of their movement. Burnett Op. Sit by 350, Turner's Hist. of Philbot p. 65. T. The doctrine concerning the atom is eclectic. The doctrine of the atom as explained by Democritus is eclectic, and represents one of the many forms in which the ancient doctrine of opposites has been expressed. The Pythagoreans expressed it by the elements of number, odd and even. Parmenides, being unfamiliar with the law of generation, denied the existence of one opposite, not being, in order to affirm the existence of the other, being. Socrates, being more acquainted with the law of generation than Parmenides, expressed it in several pairs of opposites in an effort to prove the immortality of the soul. Hence he spoke of unity and duality, of division and composition, of life and death. In like manner, Democritus expressed the doctrine of opposites when he described reality by the life of the atom, i.e. a movement of that which is, to on, within that which is not, to me on. The original source of this doctrine, however, is the philosophy of the mystery system of Egypt, where we find the male and female principles of nature symbolized by A, Osiris and Isis, the Egyptian god and goddess, and B, the gods Hams and Seth, symbolizing a world in static equilibrium of conflicting forces as they contend for dominion over Egypt. Memphite Theology, Kingship and the Gods by Frankfurt C. 3. Piers 25-26, 35, Herodotus 1, 6-26, Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick Book, IP 339, Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 64, 73 and 88, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61, William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 41, Plato Phaedo, circa 1516-49. The doctrine and philosophy of opposites is further demonstrated by the Egyptian creation story, in which order came out of chaos and which was represented by four pairs of opposites, i.e., male and female gods. A, Nun and Naunet, i.e., primeval matter and space. B, Huk and Hauket, i.e., illimitable and the boundless. C, Ha and Hauhet, i.e., darkness and obscurity. D, Amen and Amaunet, i.e., the hidden and concealed ones, the air, wind. Clearly, the doctrine of opposites was a basic philosophy of the Egyptians, being connected with not only the gods of their mystery dramas, but with their cosmology. And since this connection makes the doctrine one of the earliest in the development of Egyptian thought, it antedates the reign of Menes, and means that the Egyptians were familiar with it before 3000 BC. Under these circumstances and in consequence of these facts, the Egyptian mystery system was the source of the doctrines A, of the atom, and B, of opposites. Leucippus and Democritus taught nothing new and must have obtained their knowledge of the doctrines from the Egyptians directly or indirectly. The doctrines of the universal distribution of fire atoms and their emanation from external objects are derived from magic. These doctrines are magical and express the magical principle that the qualities of animals or things are distributed throughout all their parts. Dr. Fraser's Golden Bough. Consequently, within the universe, contact is established between objects through emanations, and in the case of human beings, the result might be sensation or cognition, healing or contagion. This principle is demonstrated not only by the cures such as were effected by the garment of Christ and the handkerchiefs of St. Paul, but also by the modern scientific and medical practice of the preventive measure of quarantine. It must be remembered that magic was part of the education of the Egyptian priests, for the religious rites and ceremonies of the Egyptians were magical, and the priests were the custodians of the knowledge. A fourth point is the fact that in the history and compilation of Greek philosophy by Aristotle and his followers, there are only two men whose names are associated with the authorship of an extraordinary number of scientific books, and the names of these men are Democritus himself and Aristotle. Diogenes Laertius Book, 9 p.m., 445 to 461, Book Einde Money, 465 to 467, v. A fifth point, which deserves important mention, is the fact that in the history and compilation of Greek philosophy by Aristotle and his followers, it has been discovered that wherever there has been the possession of a large collection of scientific books, there has also been direct or indirect association with Alexander the Great. V. The association between Democritus and Alexander the Great is seen through the Democritean circle, a succession of teachers and students from a common original teacher. Democritus, 420 to 316 BC, is said to have taught Metrodorus of Chios, who in turn is said to have taught Anaxarchus, who is said to have flourished at the time of the 110th Olympiad, 340 to 337 BC, and to have accompanied Alexander the Great on his campaign against Egypt, 333 BC. Here, it is easy to see the tie between Democritus and Anaxarchus, for these men were all Ionians and members of the same school and were alive at the time of Alexander's conquest of Egypt. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 83, Diogenes Laertius, Book 2, Pierre Sabaeg Chilsibil. On the other hand, Aristotle's contact with Alexander the Great is well known, since he was a tutor of the young prince at the Macedonian palace. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 104. 6. Circumstantial evidence points to the fact that the books of Democritus were not written by him, nor did they contain his teachings. This is so for the following reasons. A. Leucippus, whom the Ionians did not know, and whose existence has been questioned, has been given credit by Aristotle for the origin of the doctrine of the atom. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 77. Burnet, Opus Citatum, page 350. William, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 65, Diogenes' Book, X 13. B. Apart from what was written on the atom, the name of Democritus is associated with a large list of books dealing with over 60 different subjects and covering all the branches of science known to the ancient world. In addition to this vast field of knowledge, the list also contains books on military science, law, and magic. Clearly, the accumulation of such a vast range of knowledge by a single individual, written in a single lifetime, is impossible both physically and mentally. The method among the ancients of imparting knowledge was by gradual stages, followed by evidence of proficiency, which in turn was also followed by initiations, which marked every step in the progress of the neophyte. The progress of training was slow, and no neophyte could accomplish such knowledge in his lifetime, as took the Egyptians over 5,000 years to accumulate. These human limitations are as true today as they were among the ancients, for our great scientists of the modern world are specialists only in single subjects. C. The question now remains, how did Democritus accumulate those books if he did not write them? We believe we have the answer because it has been noticed in the history of Greek philosophy that A. Wherever a Greek philosopher has had association, direct or indirect, with Alexander the Great, there was also the possession of a large collection of scientific books, and B. This is true in the cases of Democritus and Aristotle. C. Anaxarchus and Democritus were Ionians who belonged to the same school, and D. Anaxarchus accompanied Alexander the Great on his campaign against Egypt. The indirect association between Democritus and Alexander the Great now becomes obvious. E. It follows that since Alexander's conquest of Egypt had brought the Greeks their long-hoped-for opportunity, i.e. access to the Egyptian library and museum, we would naturally expect Alexander and his friends and the invading armies to have helped themselves with the Egyptian books. We would also expect Anaxarchus, upon his return to Ionia, to have sold at least a portion of his loot to Democritus, nor do we expect Aristotle and Theophrastus to relate these facts to us, since under the rules of the mysteries, knowledge, spoken or written, could be diffused only by brethren among brethren. This, we believe, is the way Democritus came to possess such a large number of scientific books. Again, it must be stated that Democritus taught nothing new, but simply what he had learned from the Egyptians, directly or indirectly. His doctrine on the universal distribution of fire atoms is based upon a magical principle. If the atom is an ingredient of the world, then it would be universally distributed. Furthermore, Democritus enters history as a magician, and since there is historical evidence that he visited the Egyptian priests, it is evident that magic was part of the training which he must have received from them. Antisthenes, Treatise on Succession, Herodotus, Origen, Diogenes Laertius, Book 9 p.m., 443. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 77. 3. His books are doubtful in authorship. Several important facts must be noted in connection with the books which are said to have been written by Democritus. A large number of books which appears in a list in the 9th book of Diogenes Laertius does not appear elsewhere in the usual textbooks on the history of Greek philosophy, while Zeller asserts that the genuineness of these books cannot be determined upon the evidence of the fragments. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 77. It seems that his list of publications remains doubtful in authorship. B. More than 60 different subjects are treated, and they include ethics, physics, astronomy, botany, zoology, poetry, medicine, dialectics, military science, and law, also books on magic, including divination. C. We are informed by Diogenes Laertius that this large list of books was compiled by Thrasyllus, about 20 AD, who was a student of the school of Plato, and also a member of Aristotle's movement, which had for its purpose the compilation of Greek philosophy. Zeller's History of Philosophy, pages 13 to 14. Diogenes Laertius, book 9 p.m. 455-461. The Four Qualities and Four Elements. The history of the following ancient theory of the four qualities and four elements provides the world with the evidence of the Egyptian origin of the doctrines of A. Opposites or contraries, B. Change or transmutation, and C. The life and function of the universe is due to either of four elements, fire or water or earth or air. 1. This ancient theory was expressed by a diagram formed by outer and inner squares. 2. The corners of the outer square carried the names of the elements, fire, water, earth, and air. 3. The corners of the inner square, being at the midpoints of the sides of the outer square, carried the four fundamental qualities, the hot, the dry, the cold, and the wet. The diagram explains that fire is hot and dry, earth is dry and cold, water is cold and wet, and air is wet and hot. 5. Accordingly, water is an embodiment of cold and wet qualities, and when the cold quality is replaced by the hot quality, the element water is changed into the element air, with the wet and hot qualities. 6thly, consequently, transmutation is definitely implied in the teaching of this symbol. 7. It is the oldest teaching of physical science and has been traced to the Egyptians, as far back as 5000 BC 8. It shows that Plato and Aristotle, who had been credited with the authorship of this teaching, derived their doctrines or portions of them from the Egyptians. Rosicrucian Digest, May 1952, page 175. Chapter 6. The Athenian Philosophers 1. Socrates, I, His Life, 2. Doctrines, 3. Summary of Conclusions, I. Life of Socrates, A. Date and place of birth. Socrates was born in Athens in the year 469 BC. He was the son of Sophroniscus, a sculptor, and Phainarete, a midwife. Very little is known about his early years, but we are told that he was brought up in the profession of his father, and that he called himself not only a pupil of Prodicus and Aspasia, which statement suggests that he might have learnt from them music, geometry, and gymnastics, but also a self-taught philosopher, according to Xenophon in the Symposium. Up to the age of 40, his life appears to be a complete blank, the first mention being made of him when he served as an ordinary soldier in the sieges of Potidaea and Delium between 432 to 429 BC, Trial and Death of Socrates, F.J. Church, P. 15 of Introduction. B. His economic status and personality. Socrates did not accept fees for what he taught, and he became so poor that his wife Xanthippe became very dissatisfied with domestic conditions. He believed that he possessed, daimonian T, a divine something, i.e., a divine voice which advised and guided him in the great crises of his life. Turner's History of Philosophy, pages 78 to 79, and Plato's Apology. C. His condemnation and death in 399 BC. After the accustomed speeches of the accusers, Meletus, Anytus, and Lycon, Socrates followed with his defense, at the conclusion of which the judges voted 281 to 220 and Socrates was condemned to death. As a parting word, he addressed himself both to those who voted against him and those who voted in his favor. In the case of the former, he rebuked them by predicting that evil would befall them in consequence of their crime in condemning him. In the case of the latter, he not only consoled them with the assurance that no evil could come to a good man either in life or in death, but also expressed to them his idea about immortality. Death is either an eternal and dreamless sleep wherein there is no sensation at all, or it is a journey to another and a better world. Where are the famous men of old? Whichever alternative be true, death is not an evil, but a good. His death is willed by the gods, and he is content. Plato's Apology, chapters 25 to 28. His death was delayed through a state religious ceremonial, and he remained in prison for 30 days. We are told that during this time he was visited by his friends, who consisted of the inner circle, and also his wife Xanthippe, that this was the occasion of his discourse concerning the immortality of the soul, that he could have escaped from death if he wished, because his friends visited him before daybreak and offered to set him free, but that he refused the offer. Accordingly, Socrates drank the hemlock and died. Plato Phaedo. Xenophon Memorabilia 482. 4. D. Crito's account. Crito, on the night before the death of Socrates, while he was in prison, on behalf of the company of visitors, made a final appeal to him to permit them to secure his escape, and spoke as follows: "O my Socrates, I beseech you for the last time to listen to me and save yourself. For to me your death will be more than a single disaster. Not only shall I lose a friend the like of whom I shall never find again, but many persons who do not know you and me well will think that I might have saved you, if I had been willing to spend money, but that I neglected to do so. And what character could be more disgraceful than the character of caring more for money than for one's friends? The world will never believe that we were anxious to save you, but that you yourself refused to escape. Tell me this, Socrates. Surely you are not anxious about me and your other friends, and afraid lest, if you escape, the informers should say that we stole you away and get us into trouble, and involve us in a great deal of expense, or perhaps in the loss of all our property, and it may be, bring some other punishment upon us besides. If you have any fear of that kind, dismiss it, for of course we are bound to run those risks, and still greater risks than those if necessary in saving you. So do not, I beseech you, refuse to listen to me." Then Socrates replied, "I am anxious about that, Crito, and about much besides," and Crito continued the appeal. "Then have no fear on that score. There are men who, for no very large sum, are ready to bring you out of prison into safety. And then, you know, these informers are cheaply bought, and there will be no need to spend much on them. My fortune is at your disposal, and I think that it is sufficient. And if you have any feeling about making use of my money, there are strangers in Athens, whom you know, ready to use theirs, and one of them, Simmias of Thebes, who actually brought enough for the purpose, and Cebes and many others are ready too. And therefore I repeat, do not shrink from saving yourself on that ground. And do not let what you said in court, that if you went into exile you would not know what to do with yourself, stand in your way, for there are many places for you to go to, where you will be welcomed. If you choose to go to Thessaly, I have friends there who will make much of you, and shelter you from any annoyance from the people of Thessaly. Consider then, Socrates, or rather the time for consideration is past. We must resolve, and there is only one plan possible. Everything must be done tonight. If we delay any longer, we are lost. O Socrates, I implore you not to refuse to listen to me." Plato's Crito c. 3-5. E. Phaedo's account of the final scene just before the death of Socrates. In answer to another question from Echecrates, Phaedo replied, "I will try to tell you the whole story. On the previous days, I and the others had always met in the morning at the court where the trial was held, which was close to the prison, and then we would go into Socrates. We used to wait each morning until the prison was opened, conversing, for it was not opened early. When it was opened, we used to go into Socrates, and we generally spent the whole day with him. But on that morning we met earlier than usual, for the evening before we had learnt, on leaving the prison, that the ship had arrived from Delos. So we arranged to be at the usual place as early as possible. When we reached the prison, the porter, who generally let us in, came out to us and bade us wait a little, and not to go in until he himself summoned us. For the 11 were releasing Socrates from his fetters and giving him directions for his death. In no great while he returned and bade us enter. So we went in and found Socrates just released. When Xanthippus saw us, she wailed aloud and cried in her woman's way, "This is the last time, Socrates, that you will talk with your friends, or they with you." And Socrates glanced at Crito and said, "Crito, let her be taken home." So some of Crito's servants led her away, weeping bitterly and beating her breasts. And it was about sunset, and the servant of the 11, after bidding Socrates farewell, gave him the instructions as to how to take the poison, and then handed it to him. Socrates took the cup and drank the poison cheerfully, and then walked about until his legs felt heavy. And when he had lain down, he made his last request to Crito in the following words: "I owe a cock to Asclepius, do not forget to pay it." By this time the poison took effect, and he passed away. Plato Phaedo, circa 3 and 65. T. The doctrines of Socrates, Supfer. The doctrine of nous, i.e., mind or an intelligent cause, in order to account for God and creation. He is credited with the teleological premise: whatever exists for a useful purpose is the work of an intelligence. Xenophon Memorabilia, 1-4-2, W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 82. Su, the doctrine of the supreme good, i.e., the summum bonum, is equated both with happiness and with knowledge. This, however, is not merely eutukia, which depends upon external conditions and accidents of fortune, but is eupraxia, a well-being, which is conditioned by good action. This is an attainment in which man becomes godlike through self-denial of external needs and the cultivation of the mind. For happiness comes not through the perishable things of the external world, but through the things that endure, which are within us. Xenophon Memorabilia, I, 5-4, Wem. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 83. The doctrines of opposites and harmony. A. Odd and even are the elements of numbers. One is definite, but the other is unlimited, and the unit is the product both of odd and even. Hence the universe consists of opposites, the finite and the infinite, the male and the female, the odd and the even, the left and right. B. Harmony is the union of opposites. Plato's Phaedo c. 15, W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 41, 47, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61. 4. The doctrines concerning the soul. A. The immortality of the soul. B. The transmigration of the soul. C. The salvation of the soul. The purpose of philosophy is the salvation of the soul, whereby it feeds upon the truth congenial to its divine nature, and thus escapes from the wheel of rebirth, and finally attains the consummation of unity with God. Zeller's History of Philosophy, pages 50 to 56. Rogers' History of Philosophy, pages 29 and 60. William Turner's History of Philosophy, pages 41 and 48. D. The body is the tomb of the soul. E. The aspirations of the soul. There is a realm of true reality, which is above the world of sense. To this the soul aspires. The doctrine of self-knowledge. Know thyself, seauton gnothi. Self-knowledge is the basis of true knowledge. The mysteries required as a first step, the mastery of the passions, which made room for the occupation of unlimited powers. Hence, as a second step, the neophyte was required to search within himself for the new powers which had taken possession of him. The Egyptians consequently wrote on their temples, "Man, know thyself." Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 105. S. Clymer's Fire Philosophy, page 203. Astrology and Geology. There was a suspicion that Socrates was also engaged in the study of astrology and geology, and that he taught these subjects, for in his defense before the Athenian judges, he stated that the more formidable of his accusers tried to persuade them with lies, that one Socrates, a wise man, was speculating about the heavens and about things beneath the earth, and that he was capable of making the worse appear the better reason. Plato's Apology, circa 2. This suspicion is further supported by the indictment brought against Socrates, and which reads as follows. Meletus, the son of Meletus of the Dem Pithys, on his oath, brings the following accusation against Socrates, the son of Sophroniscus of the Dem Alopece. Socrates commits a crime by not believing in the gods of the city and by introducing new divinities. He also commits a crime by corrupting the youth. Penalty, death. Plato's Apology, circa 24, circa 18 and 19. There is still a third source from which the suspicion arose that Socrates was engaged also in astrology and geology. This was the caricature of Socrates published by Aristophanes in his comedy, The Clouds, as follows. Socrates is a miserable recluse who speaks a great deal of absurd and amusing nonsense about physics, and declares that Zeus is dethroned, that rotation reigns in his stead, and that the new divinities are air, which holds the earth suspended, ether, the clouds, and tongue. He professes to possess the power of Belial, which enables him to make the worse appear the better reason, and his teachings cause children to beat their parents. Aristophanes' Clouds, 828 and 380, Life and Trial of Socrates, F.J. Church, Introduction, Piers 18. Summary of conclusions. 1. Life and personality of Socrates. There are two circumstances in the life of Socrates which demand our attention. A. He is said to have been completely unknown up to the age of 40, and B. To have lived a life of poverty. These circumstances point to secrecy in training and poverty as conditions of his life, and as such they coincide with the requirements of the mystery system of Egypt and her secret schools, whether in the land of Egypt or abroad, which exacted the vows of secrecy and poverty from all neophytes and initiates. All aspirants of the mysteries had to receive secret training and preparation, and Socrates was no exception. He alone of the three Athenian philosophers deserves the appellation of a true master mason. Plato was a great coward, and Aristotle was greater still. At the execution of Socrates, Plato fled to Megara to the lodge of Euclid, and Aristotle, when indicted, fled in exile to Chalcis. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, Book 5th century 7 and 9, Plutarch on Isis and Osiris, section 9 to 11, Plato's Apology, circa 8, 17, Phaedo, circa 10, 13, 32, 63. The doctrines, I. The doctrine of the nous, or an intelligent cause. With reference to this doctrine, we find that it is also credited to Anaxagoras, who is said to have lived between 500 and 430 BC, and who therefore antedated Socrates, 469 to 399 BC. In expounding it, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 63, page 82. Secondly, further examination shows that the doctrine of the nous is also a direct inference from the doctrine of cognition, as credited to Democritus, 460 to 360 BC, who is credited with stating that fire atoms are distributed through the universe, and that mind is composed of fire atoms. Therefore, it can be inferred, A, that mind fills or is distributed through the universe, and B, since only like can produce like, then the mind of the universe must have been produced by a mind which is its source. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 68, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 80. Thirdly, this doctrine of the nous is a doctrine that originated from the ancient mysteries of Egypt, where the god Osiris was represented in all Egyptian temples by the symbol of an open eye. This symbol indicated not only sight that transcends time and space, but also the omniscience of God, as the great mind which created and which directs the universe. This symbol is carried as a decoration in all modern Masonic lodges and has the same meaning. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vale, p. 189, The Doctrine of the Supreme Good. This doctrine of the supreme good, or summum bonum, is likewise a very ancient doctrine which takes us back to the Egyptian mysteries. As stated in the books on Greek philosophy and by Socrates, it is only in part, and consequently a mistaken notion of the original doctrine has resulted. To say that the supreme good is happiness, that happiness is well-being, that well-being is knowledge, and that knowledge is virtue, is the same thing as saying that the supreme good is virtue. Xenophon Memorabilia, I-45, Turner's History of Philosophy, pages 81 to 83. In the Egyptian mysteries, however, the concept of the supreme good is expressed as the purpose of virtue, and that is the salvation of the soul by liberating it from the 10 bodily fetters. This process of liberation is a process of purification both of mind and of body, the former by the study of philosophy and science, and the latter by bodily ascetic disciplines. This training was continued from the baptism of water and was subsequently followed by the baptism of fire when the candidate had made the necessary progress. This process transformed man and made him godlike and fitted him for union with God. The concept of the supreme good, which originally came from the Egyptian mysteries, is the earliest theory of salvation, and Socrates must have derived this doctrine from that source, or indirectly from the Pythagoreans. Plato's Phaedo circa 31, 33 to 34, Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vale, p. 24 to 25, Fire Philosophy, R.S. Clymer, p. 19, 70 и 80. The following doctrines are generally admitted as having been derived from the Pythagoreans: A. Transmigration of the soul. B. The immortality of the soul. C. The tomb of the soul is the body. D. The doctrines of opposites and harmony. Since doctrines A, B, C, and D originated from the Pythagoreans, and since the Pythagoreans derived them from the Egyptians, then their Egyptian origin, directly or indirectly, becomes evident. Rogers' History of Philosophy, page 29 and 60. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 41 and 48. Plato's Phaedo. Ivar, Astrology and Geology. From A, the indictment, B, his defense before the Athenian judges, and C, the caricature by Aristophanes in the clouds, we discover that Socrates was suspected of being a student of nature and of introducing new divinities into Athens. Again, it must be stated that under the mystery system of Egypt, the study of nature was a requirement, and since the Athenians prosecuted and condemned Socrates to death for engaging in this study and spreading the knowledge, they must have regarded the new ideas as foreign or of Egyptian origin. Plato's Apology, circa 24 to 28. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vale, page 24-25. V. The Doctrine of Self-Knowledge. The doctrine of self-knowledge, for centuries attributed to Socrates, is now definitely known to have originated from the Egyptian temples, on the outside of which the words, "Man, know thyself," were written. It is evident that Socrates taught nothing new, because his doctrines are eclectic, containing elements from Anaxagoras, Democritus, Heraclitus, Parmenides, and Pythagoras, and finally have been traced to the teachings of the Egyptian mystery system. Fire Philosophy, S.R. Clymer, p. 203, VI. The importance of the farewell conversations of Socrates with his pupils and friends at the prison. In examining what took place during the farewell conversations of Socrates with his pupils and friends, at least 5 points should be noted. A. The subject of the conversations. B. The determination of his friends to smuggle him away. C. His refusal to accept liberation. D. His dying request, which was addressed to Crito, whom he asked to pay an important debt for him. E. The value of those conversations, in their present form, in literature. Now the question arises, what is the meaning and significance of these 5 points? The answers and conclusions are as follows. A. As the subject of the conversations dealt with the immortality and salvation of the soul, we at once recognize the fact that this was the central theme of the ancient mysteries, and consequently that Socrates was acquainted with the doctrines. Moreover, when we read the Phaedo and the doctrines, both of opposites and recollection, which he had advanced in proof of immortality, we are convinced that he must have received his training from the mystery system of Egypt, in connection with which there were hierophants and qualified teachers. B. Secondly, in dealing with the behavior of his friends in their determination to smuggle him away, we are dealing with their attempt to render help to a brother in distress. This was the life that initiates were expected to live, for brotherhood was another great principle upon which the Egyptian mysteries laid emphasis. Evidently, Socrates was a brother initiate of the Egyptian mysteries, since it comprised one universal brotherhood. C. Thirdly, in dealing with the refusal of Socrates to accept liberation, again we are dealing with a type of behavior, which singles him out as an advanced initiate of the ancient mysteries of Egypt. In the paths to mastery and victory, the mystery system regarded unselfishness or sacrifice as an advanced stage of attainment, which must be accomplished before unlimited power could be bestowed upon the candidate. It is true that Anaxagoras escaped for his life, and in like manner Plato and Aristotle. But this only serves to show that Socrates had reached a higher degree in the mysteries than all of them. This necessitated training, and the training center was Egypt. D. Fourthly, with reference to the dying request of Socrates addressed to Crito, in which he asked him to pay a certain debt, we again encounter another of the great ideals essential to the life of an initiate. This in the teaching of the mysteries embraces the exercise of a cardinal virtue, i.e., justice, a practice which the candidate must adopt in order that his sense of value might also develop. Here again, the action of Socrates reveals that he was a brother initiate, with a high sense of justice and honesty, since he did not wish to die without discharging all his obligations. Certainly, the dying request of Socrates reveals him as a loyal member of the mystery system of Egypt. E. Fifthly and finally, what value may we attach to the literature which deals with the farewell conversations of Socrates with his friends and pupils? Since this literature embraces a man whose beliefs and practices coincide with those of the initiates of the ancient mysteries of Egypt, then we may regard the study of Xenophon's Memorabilia, Plato's Apology, the Phaedo, Euthyphro, Crito, and Timaeus as valuable specimens of literature of the mysteries or Masonic world. Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vale, C. 24-25, also C. 32. The Phaedo of Plato, the Timaeus of Plato. R.S. Clymer, Fire Philosophy, C. 44, 49, 67, 75. 2. Plato. I. Early Life. 2. Travels. 3. Disputed Writings. Ivor. His Doctrines. V. Summary of Conclusions. I. His Early Life. Plato is said to have been born at Athens in 427 BC, and that his father's name was Aristo, and his mother's name was Perictione, who was a relative of Solon. Little information is known about his early life and training, but there is a supposition that because his parents were wealthy, he must have had such educational opportunities as were available to a wealthy youth. He is said to have studied the doctrines of Heraclitus under Cratylus, and to have been a pupil of Socrates for 8 years. It is also said that he was a soldier. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 76. William, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 93. Durant's Story of Phil. A. His Travels. He was 28 years old when Socrates died, i.e., 399 BC, and together with the other pupils of Socrates, he fled from Athens to Euclid at Megara for safety. He kept away from Athens for 12 years, during which time it is also said that apart from visiting Euclid, he traveled A. to southern Italy, where he met the remnant of Pythagoreans, B. to Syracuse in Sicily, where through Dion he met Dionysius, to whom he became a tutor, who subsequently caused him to be sold as a slave, and C. to Egypt. Fuller's History of Philosophy, Rogers' Student's History of Philosophy, William, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 94, Diogenes Laertius, Book 3, page 227. B. His Academy. Plato is said to have returned to Athens in 387 BC, when a middle-aged man of 40 years, and to have opened an academy in a gymnasium on the western suburbs of Athens, over which he presided for 20 years. He is said to have taught the following subjects: A. Political science, B. Statesmanship, C. Mathematics, D. Dialectics, and it is said that the curriculum was based upon the educational principles advocated in the Republic. Fuller's History of Philosophy, Plato's life. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, pr 68. Roger Student's History of Philosophy, page 72. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 122123d. His writings are disputed and doubted by modern scholarship. There are 36 dialogues and a number of letters which Plato is supposed to have written, but which are disputed and doubted by modern scholarship. A. Grote states that Plato has written only those dialogues that bear his name. B. Scharschmidt states that only 9 of the 36 dialogues are genuine, while C. Aristotle considered the Platonic dialogues as 9 in number, namely the Laws, Timaeus, Phaedo, Symposium, Phaedrus, Gorgias, Theaetetus, Philebus, and the Republic, which he thought are genuine. D. Of the remaining 27 dialogues, some scholars contend that the youthful dialogues should be included with the genuine ones, and these are the Apology, Crito, Enthydemus, Laches, Lysis, and Protagoras, and E. Of the remaining 21 dialogues, scholars suggest that those which were not written by Plato must have been written by his pupils. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 68. 4. The Doctrines of Plato. The doctrines attributed to Plato are scattered over a wide area of literature, being found in piecemeal throughout what are called dialogues, but particularly in connection with I. The theory of ideas and its application to natural phenomena, which includes the doctrines of A. The real and unreal, B. The nous, mind, and C. Creation. 2. The ethical doctrines concerning A. The highest good, B. Definition of virtue, and C. The cardinal virtues. Third, the doctrine of the ideal state whose attributes are compared with the attributes of the soul and justice. Following this order, they are as follows. I. The theory of ideas. A. Definition of ideas. This may be expressed in the following syllogism. The idea, retaining its unity, unchangeableness, and perfection, is the element of reality in a thing. The idea is the concept by which a thing is known. Therefore, the concept by which a thing is known is the element of reality in a thing, 2 on. It follows also that since the concept or idea of a thing is real, then the concrete thing itself is unreal. Timaeus 51, Phaedrus 247. B. The application of the theory of ideas to natural phenomena. In view of the definition of the idea, 3 doctrines have resulted. A. The doctrine of the real and unreal. The things which we see around us are the phenomena of nature. They belong to the earthly realm. They are only copies, idola, of their prototypes, paradigmata, the ideas and noumena, which dwell in the heavenly realm. The ideas are real and perfect, but the phenomena are unreal and imperfect. And it is the function of philosophy to enable the mind to rise above the contemplation of the visible copies of ideas and advance to a knowledge of the ideas themselves. The Phaedrus 250. There is, however, something common between them, because the phenomena partake of the idea, metike. This participation is an imitation, mimesis, but it is so imperfect that natural phenomena fall far short of ideas. Parmenides 132d. Aristotle's Metaphysics 1, 6, 987b, 9. B. The doctrine of the nous, or world soul. This teaches that the universe are living animals, and that they are endowed with the most perfect and intelligent souls. That if God had made the world as perfect as the nature of matter allowed, that he must have endowed it with a perfect soul. This soul acts as mediator between the ideas and natural phenomena, and is the cause of life, motion, order, and knowledge in the universe. Timaeus 30:35. C. The doctrine of a demiurgos in creation, cosmology. In the myth of creation found in the Timaeus, we find the doctrine on creation, as it is ascribed to Plato's authorship, as follows. Out of chaos, which was ruled by necessity, God, the demiurgos or creator, made order by fashioning the phenomena of matter according to the eternal prototypes, i.e., the ideas, in as perfect a manner, as the imperfection of matter would allow. He next created the gods and ordered them to fashion the body of man, while he himself made the soul of man from the same material as that of the world soul. The soul of man is a self-moving principle and is responsible for life, motion, and consciousness in the body. Myth of Creation in Timaeus, W. M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 109 to 110. The ethical doctrines. The ethical doctrines that have been attributed to Plato are A. that of the highest good, i.e. the summum bonum, B. the connotation of virtue, and C. the reduction of the virtues to four and the place of wisdom among them. A. as something subjective, and as an earthly experience, the highest good is happiness, but as an objective attainment, it is the idea of good and consequently identified with God. Therefore, the purpose of man's life is freedom from the fetters of the body in which the soul is confined, and the practice of virtue and wisdom makes him like a god even while on earth. B and C, virtue is the order, the health, and the harmony of the soul. There are many virtues, but the greatest is wisdom. All virtues may be reduced to the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, fortitude, temperance, and justice. Symposium 204E, Theaetetus 176A, Phaedo 64, and so on, the Republic 4, 441, 443, the ideal state. The doctrine attributed to Plato in the field of civics is the doctrine of the ideal state, whose attributes are compared with the attributes of the soul and justice. In a state, virtue should be the chief aim, and unless philosophers become rulers, or rulers become thorough students of philosophy, there will be unceasing troubles for states and humanity at large. The ideal state is modeled upon the individual soul, and just as the soul has three parts, so also should the state have three parts: the rulers, the warriors, and the workers. Republic 6, 490 square meters, 5, 478, 3, 415. Similarly, just as the harmony of the soul depends upon the proper subordination of its parts, so also does the state depend upon the proper subordination of its parts in order to enjoy peace. Here, Plato introduces the allegory of the charioteer and the winged steeds, in order to show that virtue is to the soul as justice is to the state. One horse is of noble origin, while the other is ignoble, and consequently they cannot agree. As the noble horse strives to mount up to the heavenly regions which are suitable to its nature, so the other tries to drag him down. Likewise, in dealing with the soul, it is the proper subordination of its parts that enables the noble in man to attain its excellence. So also in dealing with the state, it is justice, or the proper subordination of the different classes, that makes it an ideal state. Rogers' Student's History of Phil P. 83. Plato's Republic. V. Summary of conclusions. The doctrines of Plato are eclectic and point to Egyptian origin. 1. The doctrine of the real and unreal to represent doctrine found in the comparison between natural phenomena and the ideas is only an instance of the application of the doctrine of opposites. Here the things of this world have their corresponding types in the heavenly realm. Here the ideas correspond to being, while the natural phenomena correspond to not being. But the doctrine of opposites may be traced back not only to Socrates, Democritus, Parmenides, and the Pythagoreans, but further back to its original source, i.e., the Egyptian mystery system, where the principle of opposites was represented not only by pairs of male and female gods, such as Osiris and Isis, but also by pairs of pillars in the front of all the Egyptian temples. Memphite Theology and Kingship and the Gods, by Frankfurt C3, p. 25 to 26 and 35. Herodotus I, 6 to 26. Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick Book, I, page 339. Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 64, 78. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61. The Phaedo C, 1516-49. The doctrine of the nous, or world soul, is a principle of Egyptian magic. Plato is credited with expressing this doctrine in the form of a simile, in which he compares the world to a living animal, which is composed of souls. one being made perfect and responsible for the life, motion, and knowledge of the animal or universe. This doctrine may be traced not only to A. Democritus, who based his teaching about the fire atoms of the soul and cognition upon the magical principle of the Egyptians, that the qualities of an animal are distributed throughout its parts. Golden Bough by Fraser. History of Philosophy, B.D. Alexander, page. Nakba. William Turner, History of Philosophy, page 68, but also to B. Anaxagoras, who is said to have advanced the nous, mind, as responsible for creating order out of chaos, and which is omnipotent and omniscient. History of Philosophy, W.M. Turner, page 63. The doctrine of the nous, as a matter of fact, originated from C, the mystery system of Egypt, in connection with which the god Osiris was represented in all Egyptian temples by the symbol of an open eye, referred to elsewhere. This symbol indicated not only sight that transcended space and time, but also omniscience, as the great mind which created and which still directs the universe. This symbol also forms a part of the decoration of all Masonic lodges of the modern world, and dates back to the Osirian or sun worship of the Egyptians more than 5000 BC. This same notion was also represented by the Egyptians by a god with eyes all over him, and was known as the all-seeing eye. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 809, The Ancient Mysteries, C.H. Vail, p. 189, Max Muller, Egyptian Mythology. Third, the doctrine of the demiurge and creation. This doctrine, which is ascribed to the authorship of Plato, did not by any means originate from Plato. It was not only a current doctrine at the time of Plato, but was well known among the Eastern ancient nations, and taught by them many centuries before his time, 427 to 347 BC. History tells us that the Persians taught this doctrine more than 6 centuries BC through their leader Zoroaster. History also tells us that Pythagoras, 500 BC, taught the same doctrine expressed in terms of monads. The universe consisted of 2 unities, i.e., A, the unity from which the series of numbers or beings is derived, being absolute unity, which is the source of all, i.e., the monad of monads or the god of gods, and B, the one, i.e., the first in the series of derived numbers or beings. It is opposed to and limited by plurality, and therefore it is relative unity, i.e., a created monad or god, a demiurge. Consequently, the opposition between the one and the many is the source of all the rest. Furthermore, history likewise tells us that the original source of the doctrine of a demiurge in creation was Egypt, and it dates back to the creation story of Egypt 4000 BC, which is to be found in the account given by the Memphite theology, an inscription on a stone now kept in the British Museum. It contains the theological and cosmological views of the Egyptians, which date back to the very beginning of Egyptian history, when the first dynasties had made their new capital at Memphis, the city of the god Ptah, i.e., about 4000 BC, or even earlier. The Egyptian cosmology must be presented in 3 parts, each part being supplementary to the other, and presenting a complete philosophy by their combination. Part I deals with the gods of chaos, Part 2 deals with the gods of order and arrangement in creation, and Part 3 deals with the primate of the gods, through whose logos creation was accomplished. In Part I, pre-creation or chaos is represented by I, Ta, the primate of the gods, emerging from the primeval waters Nun, in the form of a hill, Ta Chenin, i.e. the risen land, say, Adam, i.e. Adam, the sun god, immediately joining Ta, by emerging also from the chaotic waters Nun, and sitting upon him, the hill. A description of the other qualities within the chaos follows. There are 4 pairs of male and female gods in the form of frogs and serpents. Their names are A, Nun and Naunet, the primeval ocean and primeval matter, B, Ha and Hauhet, the illimitable and the boundless, C, Cook and Kalkit, darkness and obscurity, and D, Amun and Amaunet, the hidden and concealed ones. Memphite Theology in Ancient Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 10, Purli 21. Frankfurt's Intellectual Adventure of Man, page 10, 21, 52. In part 2, the gods of order and arrangement are represented as follows. The same first pair of pre-creation gods are together present, i.e., Ta, the primeval hill, who is the thought and word of all the gods, together with Adam, who rests upon Ptah. Adam, i.e., Adam, having absorbed the thought and creative power of Ta, then proceeds with the work of creation. He names 4 pairs of parts of his own body, which become gods, and in this way, 8 gods are created, who together with himself become 9 gods in one family or godhead, called the Ennead. Nota bene, magic is the key to the interpretation of ancient religions and philosophy. A, part 3, tells of the specific powers of Ptah, which Adam absorbs, but does not tell us how he absorbs them. B, part I, tells us how, for it describes the movement of Adam as emerging from the primeval waters and sitting upon Ta, the risen land or hill. It, however, does not give us the reason for Adam's movement, a behavior which can be understood only when we apply to its interpretation the key of magical principles. C, the magical principle. Now, what is the magical principle involved in Adam's behavior? It is this. The qualities or attributes of entities, human or divine, are distributed throughout their various parts, and contact with such entities releases those qualities. D. It is now clear that by making contact with Ta, Adam immediately received the attributes of Ta's creative thought and speech and omnipotence, and became the instrument and the logos and the demiurge through whom the task of creation was undertaken and completed. Dr. Fraser's Golden Bough. E. It is also clear that according to the Memphite theology, the doctrines of a demiurge and created gods originated from the Egyptian religion and mystery system, and not from Plato, who lived from 427 to 347 BC. Ancient Egyptian Religion, Memphite Theology by Frankfurt, Pier 20 and 23. Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man by Frankfurt, page 21 and 51 to 60. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, circa Padinera. The Golden Bough by Dr. Fraser on Magic. The Mediterranean World by Sanford, page 182. History of Philosophy by Weber, page 20-22. Pier 20-22. The Cure of the Woman Who Touched the Hem of Christ's Garment. Mark chapter 5 verses 25 to 34. The cure of several people who held the kerchiefs of St. Paul. Acts chapter 19 verse 12. Nota bene. The Memphite theology will be dealt with in a separate chapter to show the origin of Greek philosophy. The doctrines of A, the highest good, B, virtue, and C, the cardinal virtues. NB. This is really the earliest theory of salvation, and it originated from the Egyptian mysteries, but not from Plato. A. The main purpose of the Egyptian mysteries was the salvation of the human soul. The Egyptians believed the human body to be a prison house, where the soul is chained by 10 fetters. This condition not only kept man separated from God, but made him subject to the wheel of rebirth or reincarnation. In order to escape from the effects of his condition, 2 requirements had to be fulfilled by the neophyte. I. He must keep the 10 commandments taught by the mysteries, for by such a discipline he would gain conquest over the fetters of the soul and liberate it, so as to make its development possible. And A. He, now being well qualified and duly prepared, must undergo a series of initiations in order to develop his soul from the human stage to that of a god. Such a transformation was known as salvation. It placed the neophyte in harmony with nature, man, and God. It deified him, i.e., made him become godlike, and this attainment was known as the highest good. According to this theory of salvation, man is expected to work out his own salvation without a mediator between himself and his God. B. Plato defines virtue as the order or discipline of the soul. This meaning we accept since it agrees with the purpose of the 10 commandments of the mysteries. The doctrines of the 10 virtues and the 10 fetters are as old as the Egyptian history itself. Each commandment or discipline represented a principle of virtue, and the function of each virtue was to remove a fetter. Hence, a life of virtue was antecedent and preparatory to those further experiences, i.e., the initiations which led to gradual perfection and the divinity of the neophyte. C. Plato is also credited with having reduced all virtues to 4 cardinal virtues and with assigning the highest place among them to wisdom, as follows: wisdom, fortitude, temperance, and justice. We are also informed through the history of philosophy that Socrates, the alleged teacher of Plato, taught that wisdom was the equivalent of all virtue. This divergence of opinion between pupil and teacher is significant, since it points to the fact that both of them simply speculated about a system of ethics which was current in the ancient world and which neither of them had produced. This system of ethics, as has already been mentioned, belonged to the mystery system of Egypt, which required neophytes in preparation for initiation to keep the following 10 commandments, underlying which were 10 principles of virtue. The neophyte must I. Control his thoughts, Tsai. Control his actions, Thurai. Have devotion of purpose, 4. Have faith in the ability of his master to teach him the truth, 5. Have faith in himself to assimilate the truth, 6. Have faith in himself to wield the truth, 7. Be free from resentment under the experience of persecution, 8. Be free from resentment under experience of wrong, 9. Cultivate the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and X. Cultivate the ability to distinguish between the real and the unreal. He must have a sense of values. If we now compare the order in the above outline with the order in which the cardinal virtues are said to be arranged, we shall immediately see that the first place which wisdom occupies among the virtues was given to it by the Egyptian mysteries, and not by Plato. Consequently, in I and 2, from the control of thoughts and actions, we derive the virtue of wisdom. In 6, from freedom of resentment under persecution, we derive the virtue of fortitude. In 9 and 10, from an ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and between the real and unreal, we derive the virtues of justice and temperance. Plato's Republic, circa 444 and 443. Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vail, page 25, also 109 to 112. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 115. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 155 to 157. V.A. The Doctrine of the Ideal State. Concerning the authorship and source of this doctrine, there are 2 conclusions. First, Plato was not the author of the Republic, and second, the allegory of the charioteer and winged steeds is not a product of Plato, but is derived from the Egyptian Book of the Dead in the Judgment Drama. Concerning the first conclusion, it is only necessary to reaffirm what has already been stated in connection with the writings of Plato, and that is that they are disputed not only by such modern scholars as Grote and Scharschmidt, but also by ancient historians, Diogenes Laertius, Aristoxenus, and Scharschmidt, but also by ancient historians, Diogenes Laertius, Aristoxenus, and Favorinus, 80 to 150 AD, who declare that the subject matter of the Republic was found in the controversies written by Protagoras, 481 to 411 BC, at the time of whose death Plato was but a boy. Furthermore, the authorship of Plato rests only upon the opinions of Aristotle and Theophrastus, both of whose aims were the compilation of a Greek philosophy with Egyptian material. Diogenes Laertius, page 311 and 327. Aristotle Metaphysics Book. I. Zeller's History of Philosophy. Introduction, page 8 and 13. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 91. Concerning the second conclusion, it must be pointed out that the allegory of the charioteer and the winged steeds is a description of the quality and destiny of the soul as it appears at the bar of justice in the judgment drama of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. In this drama, the great Chief Justice and President of the unseen world, Pethempamentes, i.e. Osiris, is seated on a throne, and is attended by the goddesses Isis and Nephthys. while 42 assistant judges are seated around. Near Osiris, there are 4 genii of Amenthi, the unseen world, represented as short vases, called canopy, in which the different viscera symbolizing the moral qualities of the individual are kept embalmed. The intestines have a very important connection with the moral qualities of the individual, since they are blamed for any sin which the individual commits. At the opposite end, the deceased is introduced by Horus, while in the center stands the scale of justice, which has been erected by Anubis. On one side of it there appears a heart-shaped vase containing the moral qualities of the deceased, while on the other side there is a figure of the goddess of truth. Thoth, the scribe holding a roll of papyrus, stands by and makes a record of the weighing. After this is completed, Horus receives the record from Thoth and advances to Osiris to make known the results. Osiris listens and at the end of the report pronounces sentence of reward or punishment. In the meantime, fearful monsters lurk around the scene to destroy the soul if the verdict is against it. Let us observe that 1. The motion of the scale in the judgment drama corresponds with the up and down motion of the winged steeds of the allegory. 2. The opposite qualities weighed on the scale correspond with the opposite qualities possessed by the noble and ignoble steeds of the allegory. 3. The idea of justice symbolized by the scale of judgment drama corresponds with the idea of justice expressed in the allegory. 4. The winged steeds corresponds with the monsters of the judgment drama. B. The authorship of the Republic. According to Diogenes Laertius, Book 3 and pages 311 and 327, it is stated both by Aristoxenus and Favorinus that nearly the whole of the subject matter of Plato's Republic was found in the controversies, written by Protagoras. Furthermore, according to Rogers' Student's History of Philosophy, page 78, it is stated that although Plato might have drawn heavily upon the reminiscences of Socrates, whose lectures he attended, yet the subject matter of the Republic is a more carefully reasoned system of philosophy than can be easily attributed to Socrates. That the whole volume is a cumulative argument into which there are subtly interwoven opinions on almost every subject of philosophical importance. It is obvious that modern scholarship doubts that Plato drew the subject matter of the Republic from Socrates, and is inclined to attribute authorship to Plato himself. If, however, we take into consideration the fact that the subject matter of the Republic was in circulation long before the time of Plato, for Protagoras is supposed to have lived from 481 to 411 BC and Plato from 427 to 347 BC, reason forbids the assignment of the authorship to Plato. But the important question remains, from what source did Protagoras draw the ideas of the Republic which were circulated in the controversies? Textbooks on Greek philosophy tell us that Protagoras was a pupil of Democritus, but when we turn to the writings of Democritus, we are unable to discover any connection between them and the A, educational system, and the B, paternal government, which are advocated in the Republic. This fact forces us to the conclusion that the subject matter of Plato's Republic was neither produced by Plato nor any Greek philosopher. C. The authorship of Timaeus. According also to Diogenes Laertius' book, 8 page 399 to 401, when Plato visited Dionysius at Sicily, he paid Philolaus, a Pythagorean, 40 Alexandrian minae of silver for a book from which he copied the whole contents of the Timaeus. Under these circumstances, it is clear that Plato wrote neither the Republic nor the Timaeus, whose subject matter identifies them with the purpose of the mysteries of Egypt. Rogers' Student's History of Philosophy, page 76, 78, and 104. Zeller's History of Philosophy, Introduction, page 13. History of Philosophy, Introduction, page 13 and 103. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 79 and 95. Plato, Apology, Credo, and Phaedo. Xenophon, Memorabilia, Strabo, Ancient Mysteries by C.H. Vale. Clement, Stromata Book 5, C7 and 9. 6. The chariot was not a culture pattern of the Greeks at the time of Plato, nor was it used by them in warfare. Greek culture and traditions did not furnish Plato with the idea of the chariot and winged steeds, for nowhere in their brief military history, i.e., up to the time of Plato, do we find the use of such a war machine by the Greeks. The only nearby nation who specialized in the manufacture of chariots and the breeding of horses was the Egyptians. When Joseph was governor in Egypt, the horse and war chariot were in use, and when the Israelites fled from the country, Pharaoh pursued them to the Red Sea in chariots. Even Homer and Diodorus, who visited Egypt, testify that they saw a great multitude of war chariots and numerous stables along the banks of the Nile, from Memphis to Thebes. And since the judgment drama in the Egyptian Book of the Dead reveals the entire philosophy contained in the allegory, Plato cannot be credited as its author. The following sketch of the military history of the Greeks shows that the chariot was not used by them, nor was it their culture pattern. A. External wars or wars with the Persians. A. The Ionian revolt against Persian rule, 499 to 494 BC. This climaxed in a naval engagement at Lade, where the Ionian fleet was defeated. B. The Battle of Marathon, 490 BC. During the summer of 490 BC, the Greeks met the Persians at the Bay of Marathon, and after a brief fight with bows and arrows, both belligerents withdrew to prepare for more decisive engagements. C. The Battle of Thermopylae, 480 BC. 10 years after Marathon, the Persians and Greeks met again to settle their grievances. The Persians anchored in the Gulf of Pagasai, while the Greeks anchored off Cape Artemisium. A battle followed and Thermopylae was captured by the Persians. D. The Battle of Salamis, 479 BC. Both Persians and Greeks met again at Salamis in 479 BC, and a naval engagement followed, with considerable loss of ships on both sides. Both belligerents withdrew without any decision. E. The Confederacy of Delos and their wars with the Persians, 478 to 448 BC. The purpose of the Confederacy was defense against Persian aggression, and two naval battles were fought. One at the river Eurymedon in 467 BC, when the Greeks gained a minor victory, and the other at Cyprus in 449 BC, when the island was captured by the Persians. NB chariots were not used in any of these engagements. B. Internal wars, i.e. the Peloponnesian Wars, 460 to 445 BC and 431 to 421 BC respectively. These wars were fought between the different Greek states, and their major engagements were maritime. In 432 BC, Athens blockaded Potidaea and Megara was excluded from Greek markets. In 431 BC, Thebes attacked Plataea, and while a Peloponnesian army occupied Attica, an Athenian fleet raided Peloponnesus. Pericles conducted the evacuation of Attica. The oligarchs at Corcyra were massacred, and after the seizure of Amphipolis, Nicias sued for peace 422 BC NB. It is evident that Greek culture and tradition did not furnish Plato with the idea of the charioteer and winged steeds, for nowhere in their brief military history, i.e. up to the time of Plato, do we find the use of such a war machine by the Greeks as a chariot. The only nearby nation who specialized in the manufacture of chariots and horse breeding was the Egyptians, as already mentioned. And since the judgment drama in the Egyptian Book of the Dead depicts the allegory of the charioteer and winged steeds, credit for its authorship cannot be given to Plato, but to the Egyptians. Sanford, Mediterranean World, circa 12, P is 197, 202, 203, 205, C, Падимундр, Пакам 220, 221, Genesis, circa 45, 27, C, 47, 17, Dut, C, 17, 16, 1 Kings, circa 10, 28, Homer, Book 2, Chapter 1, 381, Diodorus, Roger's History of Philosophy, page 8384, John Kendrick, Ancient Egypt, Volume 1, page Nutra Arubata Ara, The Egyptian Book of the Dead. 3. Aristotle. I. A. Early Life and Training, and B. His own list of books. C. Other lists of books. T. Doctrines. Sidre. Summary of conclusions. A. His doctrines. B. I. The Library of Alexandria. B. Sadai, true source of his unusual number of books. C. The discrepancies and doubts in his life. A. Birth and early life and training. According to the textbooks on the history of Greek philosophy, Aristotle was born in 384 BC at Stagira, a town in Thrace. His father, Neomachus, is said to have been a physician to Amyntas, king of Macedonia. Nothing is mentioned in books about his early education, only that he became an orphan, and at the age of 19 he went to Athens, where he spent 20 years as a pupil of Plato. We are also informed that after the death of Plato, his nephew became the master of his school, and that Aristotle left immediately for Mysia, where he met and married the niece of Hermias. Likewise, that after the death of Amyntas of Macedon, his son Philip, having become king, appointed Aristotle as tutor of his son Alexander, a boy of 13 years, later to be called the Great in consequence of his conquest of Egypt. After Philip's assassination in 336 BC, Alexander became king, and we are informed that he immediately planned an Asiatic campaign and included Egypt, during which time Aristotle is said to have returned to Athens and founded a school and a gymnasium called the Lyceum. We are further informed that Aristotle conducted this school for only 12 years, that Alexander the Great advanced him the funds to purchase a large number of books, that his pupils were called peripatetics, and that owing to an indictment for impiety brought against him by a priest named Eurymedon, he fled from Athens to Chalcis in Euboea, where he remained in exile until his death in 322 BC. Rogers' Student's History of Phil. P. 104. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 171 to 172. Fuller's History of Philosophy, Aristotle's Life. B. D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, pages 91 to 92. Diogenes Laertius' book Varandampattam Sabaik. B. His own list of books. Aristotle is credited with classifying his own writings as follows. I. The Theoretic, whose object is truth, and which included A. Mathematics, B. Physics, and C. Theology. C. The Practical, whose object is the useful, and which included A. Ethics, B. Economics, and C. Politics. C. The Productive or Poetic, whose object is the beautiful, and which included A. Poetry, B. Art, and C. Rhetoric. NB. Neither logic nor metaphysics was in this list. History of Philosophy, B. D. Alexander, P. Tonutri Irende. C. Other lists of books. There are two lists of books which have come down to modern times from Alexandrian and Arabian sources. I. The older list derived from the Alexandrian Hermippus, 200 BC, who estimated the books of Aristotle at 400, which according to Zeller's suggestion must have been in the Alexandrian library at the time of the compilation of the list, since works which are now considered to be Aristotle's are not found in the list. So, the later derived from Arabian sources was compiled by Ptolemus of the 1st or 2nd century AD. This list mentions most of the works in the modern collection and has a total of 1,000 books. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 172 to 173. B. D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 92-93. C. Doctrines of Aristotle for Metaphysics, or the Principles of Being in the Metaphysical Realm. 1. Aristotle defines metaphysics as the science of being as being. 2. He names the attributes of being as A. Actuality, Entelikeia, i.e. perfection, and B. Potentiality, i.e. the capacity for perfection, Dynamis. 3. He states that all created beings are composed of actuality and potentiality. These two principles are present and are mixed in all created beings except one, whose being is actuality, and includes the composition of A. Matter and form, B. Substance and accident, C. Soul and its faculties, D. Active and passive intellect. Second, principles of being in the physical realm. There are 4 principles of being in the physical realm which are called causes, 1. Matter, pile, the material cause, is the potentiality or capacity of existence, pile prol. It is that out of which being is made, form or essence, morph, i.e., the formal cause is that which gives actuality to existence. It is that into which a thing is made. When matter is united with form, the result is organized or realized being that has come to existence in the processes of nature. Synalon, usia prote. 3. Final cause is that for which everything exists. Everything has a purpose, and that purpose is the final cause. A final cause always implies intelligence, but this is not always true in the case of the efficient cause. Consequently, in the realm of nature, every being or living organism is the complex effect of four causes. 1. The substance out of which it is made, i.e., material cause. The type or idea according to which the embryo tends to develop, i.e., formal cause. 3. The act of creation or generation, i.e., efficient cause. 4. The purpose or end for which the organism is created, i.e., final cause. In other words, matter, type, creation, and purpose are the four principles which underlie all existing things. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 97 to 100. Aristotle, Metaphysics 3. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 136,140. Alfred Weber's History of Philosophy, page 80 to 84. Third doctrines concerning the existence of God. 1. Although motion is eternal, there cannot be an indefinite series of movers and the moved, therefore there must be one, the first in the series which is unmoved, proton kinun akinaton, i.e., the unmoved mover. The actual is antecedent to the potential, for although last in appearance is really first in nature. Therefore, before all matter and the composition of actual and potential, pure actuality must have existed. Therefore, actuality is the cause of all things that exist, and since it is pure actuality, its life is essentially free from all material conditions. It is the thought of thought, the absolute spirit, who dwells in eternal peace and self-enjoyment, who knows himself and the absolute truth, and is in need of neither action nor virtue. 3. God is one, for matter is the principle of plurality, and the first intelligence is free from material conditions. His life is contemplative thought. Neither providence nor will is comparable with the eternal repose in which he dwells. God is not concerned with the world. The 4th, the doctrine of the origin of the world. The world is eternal because matter, motion, and time are eternal. 6. The doctrine concerning nature. Nature is everything which has the principle of motion and rest. It is spontaneous and self-determining from within. Nature does nothing in vain, but according to definite law. It is always striving for the best according to a plan of development, which is obstructed only by matter. The striving of nature is through the less perfect to the more perfect. 6th, the doctrine concerning the universe. The world is globe-shaped, circular, and most perfect in form. The heaven, which is composed of ether, stands in immediate contact with the first cause. The stars, which are eternal, come next in order. The earth ball is in the middle, and is the furthest from the prime mover, and least participant of divinity. Ethwick 10, 8, 1178b, 20. Opsit 1089, 1179. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 141 to 143. B.D. Alexander, History of Phil.p. 102 to 103. Zeller's History of Philosophy, p. 221. Roger's History of Philosophy, page 109. Aristotle's Physics 2, 1, 2b14. De Kylo 1, 4, 271a, 33. Depart, Eni четвърти, 2, 677a, 15. Aristotle's Physics 2, 8, 1999. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 104. De Generatione Animalium 4, 4, 7706, 9. The doctrine of the soul. The soul is not merely a harmony of the body or the blending of opposites. It is neither the four elements nor their compound, for it transcends all material conditions. The soul and body are not two distinct things, but one in two different aspects, i.e., just as form is related to matter. The soul is the power which a living body possesses, and it is the end for which the body exists, i.e., the final cause of its existence. While the soul, which is the radical principle of life, is one, yet it has several faculties. Those faculties are 1. Sensitive, 2. Rational, 3. Nutritive, 4. Appetitive, 5. Locomotive. Of these, the sensitive and the rational are the most important. Sensation being the faculty by means of which the forms of sensible things are received, just as impression is made as by a seal. And intelligent knowledge being the faculty by means of which intellectual knowledge is acquired. It is the seat of ideas only. It does not create them, since knowledge comes through the senses. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 105 to 106. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 147 to 153. Zeller's History of Philosophy, pages 201 to 204. G. Summary of conclusions. A. His doctrines. First, the doctrine of being to on. By declaring the attributes of being as A. Actuality or the determining principle, and B. Potentiality or the indeterminate principle, Aristotle attempted to explain reality in terms of the principle of opposites. But this principle was used not only by the Pythagoreans, Parmenides, and Democritus in a similar manner, but also by Socrates in his attempt to prove the immortality of the soul, and by Plato, who saw reality as the concept of things as distinguished from the things themselves, as the noumena as distinct from phenomena, and as the real distinct from the unreal. But the principle of opposites originated from the Egyptian mystery system, whose gods were male and female, and whose temples carried in front of them two pillars as symbols of the principle of opposites. It is obvious that Aristotle was not the author of this doctrine, but the Egyptians. Aristotle's Metaphysics 15985b 24, Aristotle's Metaphysics 1598b 31, Aristotle's Metaphysics 16987b 9, Wim, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 41, 47, 48, Plato's Phaedo, circa 15, c. 16 and c. 49, Parmenides 132, d. Memphite Theology, Kingship and the Gods, by Frankfurt, circa 3, p. 25, Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 64, 73, 2. The existence of God. A. The teleological concept has not only been embraced by Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, but also by the peoples of the remotest antiquity. In the accounts found in the first chapter of Genesis and in the Memphite Theology, found in chapters 20 and 23 of Frankfurt's Ancient Egyptian Religion, creation proceeds from chaos to order by definite and gradual steps, showing design and purpose in nature, and suggesting that it must be the work of a divine intelligence. The dates of these sources carry us far back into antiquity, many centuries before the time of Aristotle, between 2000 and 5000 BC. We are also told that in addition to the teleological concept, Aristotle introduced the concept of the unmoved mover in order to prove the existence of God. But the unmoved mover is none other than the Adam of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, the demiurge, through whose command, Logos, four pairs of gods were created out of different parts of his body and who accordingly moved out of him. This act of creation took place while Adam remained unmoved, as he embraced Ptah. Thus the family of 9 gods was created, and has been named the Ennead. It is quite clear that the concept of the unmoved mover is derived from the Egyptian theological or mystery system, and not from Aristotle, as the modern world has been made to believe. NB incidentally, but no less important. It might be mentioned here that in this story of the created gods by Adam the sun god, into a family of 9, i.e. the Ennead, we have the original source of 2 important scientific hypotheses of modern times. 1. There are 9 major planets, and 2. the Sun is the parent of the other planets, this latter being supported by the nebular hypothesis. Let us remember also that A, the worship of the planets began in Egypt, and B, the Egyptian temples were the first observatories of history. C, in attempting to prove the existence of God or a first cause by reference to actuality and potentiality, Aristotle simply followed the traditional custom of the ancients, who used the principle of opposites in order to explain the functions of nature. D, Plato used it through the theory of ideas to explain the real and unreal in the phenomena of nature. E, Socrates used it in order to establish the fact of immortality by showing that the death of one form of life of existing things is but the beginning of another form of life of these things. In other words, life is perpetual. It only changes its form in its course of progress. Democritus applied the principle of opposites in their interpretation of a particular phase of reality. We cannot therefore consider Aristotle's use of the terms actuality and potentiality in the problem of the existence of God as a new method of interpretation. Furthermore, Aristotle's review of the doctrines of all previous philosophers, including Plato, together with his exposure of their errors and inconsistencies, shows that he had become confident not only of the fact that he was in possession of a new and correct knowledge, one that had not before been made available to the Greeks, but also that he could then speak with great authority. Right here I must say that I am convinced that Aristotle represents a culture gap of 5,000 years or more between his innovation and the Greek level of civilization, because it is impossible to escape the conviction that he obtained his education in books from a nation outside of Greece, the Egyptians, who were far in advance of the culture of Greeks of his day. Memphite Theology and Kingship and the Gods by Frankfurt, circa 3rd paragraph 25, 26, 35. Herodotus 6-26. Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 6-4, 7-3, Osam, Plato's Phaedo, circa 1649. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61. Aristotle's Ethics, Nicomachean, 10-8, 1178b, 20. Opsit, 1089, 1179. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 221. Rogers' History of Philosophy, page 109. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 141-143. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 102-103. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 92-93. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 104. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 126-127-135. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 171-173. Plutarch's Alexander, Aristotle's Metaphysics, William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 128, footnote, also no. 3. The doctrine of the origin of the world. According to the doctrine that has been ascribed to Aristotle, because matter, motion, and time are eternal, therefore the world is also eternal, he plainly accepts and repeats a doctrine which has also been ascribed to Democritus, 400 BC, whose dictum we are all quite familiar with. Ex nihilo nihil fit, nothing comes out of nothing, and consequently matter or the world must always have existed. But the antiquity of the doctrine of the eternal nature of matter takes us back to the creation story of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, in which chaos is represented by the primeval ocean Nun, out of which there arose the primeval hill Tachenin. Under these circumstances, we cannot give Aristotle credit for the authorship of this doctrine. In addition to the false authorship that has been attributed to Aristotle, he contradicts himself in his Physics 8:1.25, when he also speaks of the world as caused. A thing cannot be eternal and infinite, and at the same time finite. Memphite Theology in Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 20. Intellectual Adventure of Man by Frankfurt, page 10-21-52. The doctrine of the attributes of nature. Aristotle defines nature as that which possesses the principle of motion and rest, and also adds that the motion is an effort to move from the less perfect to the more perfect by a definite law, supposedly what we would today call evolution. As we examine this definition, we find that Aristotle has only applied the principle of opposites to explain one of the modes by which nature has revealed herself, just as he has done in his attempt to explain being in the dual terms of actuality and potentiality. But change and motion, permanence and rest, were by no means new problems at the time of Aristotle, since they appear to have been investigated not only by Parmenides, Zeno, and Melissus, but also by Democritus, who stressed the notion of permanence in his famous dictum, ex nihilo nihil fit, out of nothing, nothing comes, implying thereby that nature is permanent and eternal. Similarly, his reference to nature's movement from the less perfect to the more perfect was by no means a new discovery of a principle of nature. The creation account found in the first chapter of Genesis speaks of the gradual development of life, in which the demiurge or logos was engaged at work during 6 stages and rested on the 7th. Similarly, the creation account of the Egyptians found in the Memphite theology also speaks of nature's movement from chaos to order. These accounts by many thousand years antedate Aristotle's time, for the former is about 2000 BC, while the latter 4000 BC. And since the principle of opposites has already been shown to originate from the Egyptians, as well as that of the gradual development of life, it is clear that this doctrine on the attributes of nature did not originate from Aristotle. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 60-65, William Turner's History of Philosophy, p. 44-52, Genesis c. 1 point, Rogers' History of Philosophy, page 28-32, Intellectual Adventure of Man by Frankfurt, page 21, 50-60, Ancient Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 20-23. 5. The soul. According to Aristotle, the soul possesses the following attributes. 1. Identity with body, as form with matter. 2. The power which a living body possesses, i.e., the radical principle of life, manifesting itself in the following attributes. A. Sensitive. B. Rational. C. Nutritive. D. Appetitive. E. Locomotive. This description of the soul by Aristotle seems to vary somewhat from the more familiar and current ideas held by the atomists on the one hand, and Socrates, Plato, and the Pythagoreans on the other. For while the former believed that the soul is material and is composed of fire atoms, the latter regarded it as a harmony of the body and a blending of opposites. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 42-67-68. Plato Phaedo, circa 15. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 61. De Respiratione, 4:30-47a. Naturally, we are now forced to ask the question, did this doctrine of the soul originate from Aristotle? It is clear that he did not get it from his teacher Plato, nor from the Pythagoreans and atomists, but from some other source outside of Greece. As we turn our attention to ancient history, we happily discover that there are 2 such sources outside of Greece. 1. The creation story in Genesis' 1st chapter, and 2. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, which does not only contain attributes of the soul, identical with those mentioned by Aristotle, but far more in an elaborate system of philosophy in which human nature is explained as a unity of 9 inseparable parts, consisting of different bodies and souls, interdependent one upon another, the physical body being one of them. The Egyptian Book of the Dead by Sir E. A. Budge. Introduction, page 29-64. In the Genesis story, it is asserted that God made man out of matter, i.e. the dust of the earth, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Here we have a clear statement of the identity of body and soul, taken from a document, Genesis, which antedates Aristotle by many centuries. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we also find that the human soul is composed of the following 9 inseparable parts. 1. The Ka, which is an abstract personality of the man to whom it belongs, possessing the form and attributes of a man with power of locomotion, omnipresence, and ability to receive nourishment like a man. It is equivalent to eidolon, i.e., image. The 2. The kat, i.e., the concrete personality, the physical body, which is mortal. 3. The ba, i.e., the heart soul, which dwells in the ka and sometimes alongside it, in order to supply it with air and food. It has the power of metamorphosis and changes its form at will. 4. The ab, i.e., the heart, the animal life in man, and is rational, spiritual, and ethical. It is associated with the ba, heart soul, and in the Egyptian judgment drama, it undergoes examination in the presence of Osiris, the great judge of the unseen world. 5. The kaibit, i.e., shadow. It is associated with Bia, heart soul, from whom, like the Ka, it receives its nourishment. It has the power of locomotion and omnipresence. 6. The Ku, i.e., spiritual soul, which is immortal. It is also closely associated with the Ba, heart soul, and is an ethereal being. The Sahu, i.e., spiritual body, in which the Ku, or spiritual soul, dwells. In it all, the mental and spiritual attributes of the natural body are united to the new powers of its own nature. The Sekhem, i.e., power, or the spiritual personification of the vital force in a man. Its dwelling place is in the heavens with spirits or Kus. The Ren, i.e., the name, or the essential attribute for the preservation of a being. The Egyptians believed that in the absence of a name, an individual ceased to exist. NB. It must be noted that according to the Egyptian concept, 1. The soul has 9 parts, whose unity is so complete that even the Ren, i.e., the name, is an essential attribute, since without it, it cannot exist. The Be, or heart soul, is connected with the Ka, Kaibit, and Ab, abstract personality, or shadow and animal life, on the one hand, and also with Ku and Sekhem, spiritual soul and spiritual personification of vital force, on the other hand, as the power of nourishment. The Sahu is a spiritual body which is used both by Ku and Sekhem. The 4. The Kat, i.e., the physical body, is essential to the soul while manifesting itself upon the physical plane. 5. The soul has the additional following attributes: A. Omnipresence. B. Metamorphosis. C. Locomotion. D. Nutritive. E. Mortality, in case of one cat. F. Immortality. G. Rationality. H. Spirituality. I. Morality. J. Ethereal. K. Shadowy. 6. It is clear, therefore, from such a comparison as this, that the Aristotelian doctrine of the soul is identical and coincides with only a very small portion of the Egyptian philosophy of the soul, which therefore stands in relation to it as a whole to its part. Consequently, we must conclude that Aristotle obtained his doctrine of the soul from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, directly or indirectly. B. I. The Library of Alexandria was the true source of Aristotle's large numbers of books. It is to be expected that the Library of Alexandria was immediately ransacked and looted by Alexander and his party, no doubt made up of Aristotle and others, who did not only carry off large quantities of scientific books, but also frequently returned to Alexandria for the purpose of research. Just as these books were captured in Egypt by the army of Alexander and fell into the hands of Aristotle, so after Aristotle's death, these very books were destined to be captured by a Roman army and conveyed to Rome according to the following story taken from the histories of Strabo and Plutarch. The books of Aristotle fell into the hands of Theophrastus, who succeeded him as head of his school. At the death of Theophrastus, they were bequeathed to Neleus of Skepsis. After the death of Neleus, the books were hidden in a cellar where they remained for almost 2 centuries. When Athens was captured by the Romans in 84 BC, the books were captured by Sulla and carried to Rome, where Tyrannio, a grammarian, secured copies and enabled Andronicus of Rhodes to publish them. Strabo, Plutarch, W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 128, footnote. Noctibe, Mount, 25. The fragmentary character of Aristotle's writings and their lack of unity reveal the fact that he himself made notes hurriedly from books while doing his research at the great Egyptian library. The ancient teaching method was oral. not by lecture and note-taking. Right here I must repeat that I am convinced that Aristotle represents a culture gap of 5,000 years between his innovation and the Greek level of civilization, because it is impossible to escape the conviction that he obtained his education and books from a nation outside of Greece, who was far ahead of the culture of the Greeks of his day, and that was the Egyptians. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 92 and 93. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 104. Alfred Weber's History of Philosophy, page 77 and 78. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 126, 127, 135. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 171 to 173. Plutarch's Alexander, circa 8. Aristotle's Metaphysics. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 128, footnote, also knocked, Mint 25. Strabo. The so-called books of Aristotle deal with scientific knowledge which was not in circulation among the Greeks, and consequently, it was impossible, as has already been stated, for him to have purchased them from other so-called Greek philosophers. It is for the purpose of concealing the true source of his books and of his education that history tells the very strange stories about Aristotle. A. That he spent 20 years as a pupil under Plato, whom we know was incompetent to teach him, and B. That Alexander the Great also gave him money to buy the large number of books to which his name has been attached, but at the same time fails to tell us when, where, and from whom Aristotle bought the books. Furthermore, as already pointed out, Aristotle's review of the doctrines of all previous philosophers, including Plato, together with his exposure of their errors and inconsistencies, shows that he had become confident not only of the fact that he was in possession of correct knowledge, one that had not before been made available to the Greeks, but also that he could then speak with great authority. C. The lack of uniformity between the lists of books points to doubtful authorship. 1. There are at least 3 lists of books. One list is said to be Aristotle's own classification of his writings, and naturally it must be dated within the period of his own lifetime, 384 to 322 BC. In this list, Aristotle has told the world that he wrote texts on A. Mathematics, physics, and theology, B. Ethics, economics, and politics, and C. Poetry, art, and rhetoric. Now, in order to write these texts, one must have received his education and training in the subjects on which they are written. We are told in the history of Greek philosophy that Socrates taught Plato and that Plato taught Aristotle. But there is no evidence that Socrates ever taught mathematics or economics or politics. Consequently, it was impossible for him to teach Plato these subjects, and also impossible for Plato to teach Aristotle these subjects, under the Egyptian mystery system which was graded, and which required proof of efficiency before promotion. We are therefore unable to accept the claim of Aristotle to have been the author of those books. 2 lists are derived from different sources, and the 2 together differ widely in A. number, B. subject matter, and C. date. The list of Hermippus the Alexandrine, 200 BC, contains 400 books. The list compiled by Ptolemy between 1st and 2nd centuries AD contains 1,000 books. The very fact that there is no uniformity in the list points to a doubtful authorship. Also, if Aristotle in 200 BC had only 400 books, by what miracle did they increase to 1,000 in the 2nd century AD? Or was it forgery? C. The discrepancies and doubts in his life. I. He wastes 20 years as a pupil under Plato. It is said that he went to Plato at the age of 19 and spent 20 years with him as a pupil. But this is doubtful and unreasonable. Doubtful because Plato is regarded as a philosopher, while Aristotle as a scientist, who has been credited with all the scientific knowledge of the ancient world, and it is impossible for a master to teach a pupil what he himself does not know. It is also unreasonable to expect a man who has been credited with Aristotle's knowledge to waste 20 of the best years of his life under a master who was incompetent to teach him. B.D. Alexander, History of Philosophy, page 92. Rogers' Student History of Philosophy, page 104. The truth of how he got such a large number of books is misrepresented. He is said to have received financial aid from Alexander the Great and was able to purchase a large number of books in order to advance his studies. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 171, W.M. Turner's History of Phil.P. 127. But this sounds more like a fable than the truth, for up to the time of Aristotle, Greek education was represented by the sophists, who taught rhetoric and dialectics, while the study of elementary science was confined to a few unknown philosophers. This was the standard of Greek education, for the sophists were the only authorized teachers. Yet Aristotle is credited with producing 1,000 different books dealing with all branches of the scientific knowledge of antiquity. Certainly he could not have obtained them from the Greeks, for that vast body of knowledge which bears his name and which was presented as new would really have been the traditional common possession of all who were members of the Greek schools of philosophy, for they would have been the only persons inside Greece permitted to own such books, for knowledge was protected as secret. Under these circumstances, it is evident that the vast body of scientific knowledge ascribed to Aristotle was neither in the possession of the Greeks of his time, nor was there anyone in Greece competent to teach him science, and least of all on so vast a scale. He got the books by looting the library of Alexandria. The question must now be asked, how did Aristotle, a single individual, come to possess such a vast number of scientific works, a body of knowledge which took the ancient world 5,000 years or more to accumulate? It is evident that Aristotle's fame as a scholar has been grossly exaggerated, for such an accomplishment would have been both a physical and mental impossibility. Throughout the intellectual advancement of man, the world has witnessed many a genius, but those have always been specialists in particular fields, not specialists in every branch of science. And the modern world is no exception, for our great men of science are not specialists in every branch of science, but only in a particular one. That appears to be nature's way. As a matter of fact, the many discrepancies and doubts in the life and activities of Aristotle lead us to the only reasonable solution of the problem that instead of the tales, A, that Alexander the Great gave him money to buy books, B, that he spent 20 years of his life as a pupil with Plato, and C, that he left the palace of Alexander for Athens, when Alexander started on his Egyptian invasion, he, on the contrary, must have spent a large part of those 20 years under the tutorship of the Egyptian priests, and also must have accompanied Alexander on the Egyptian invasion, which gave him the opportunity not only to carry away from the Alexandrian library the vast number of books which are now said to be his, but also to copy notes from a large number of volumes. Indeed, modern scholarship has shown that the writings of Aristotle bear all the marks of hurriedly copied notes, which of course suggests that Aristotle himself copied these notes from the books of the Alexandrian library. The historical account of Aristotle's life is incredible. It was the custom of ancient armies to capture books as valuable war booty. When a victorious army takes possession of a country, it is customary for special companies to search for and seize war booty, i.e., to help themselves to everything that is considered valuable. The Greeks, among all the surrounding nations, were the most anxious to obtain the valuable secrets of the Egyptians in the ancient sciences, and it would appear that the greatest opportunity came to them to accomplish the desire when Alexander the Great invaded Egypt. As stated elsewhere, ancient invading armies looted libraries because of the great value attached to books, and temples were also looted, not only for books, but also for the gold and silver out of which the gods and ceremonial vessels were made. Chapter 7. The Curriculum of the Egyptian Mystery System 1. The Education of the Egyptian Priests. According to their orders from Diodorus, Herodotus, and Clement of Alexandria, we learn that there were 6 orders of Egyptian priests, and that each order had to master a certain number of the books of Hermes. Clement has described a procession of the priests, calling them by their order, and stating their qualifications as follows. First comes the singer Otis, bearing an instrument of music. He has to know by heart 2 of the books of Hermes, one containing the hymns of the gods, and the other the allotment of the king's life. Next comes the horoscopist, carrying in his hand a horologium or sundial and a palm branch, the symbols of astronomy. He has to know 4 of the books of Hermes, which deal with astronomy. Next comes the hierogrammat, with feathers on his head and a book in his hand, and a rectangular case with writing materials, i.e., the writing ink and the reed. He has to know the hieroglyphics, cosmography, geography, astronomy, the topography of Egypt, the sacred utensils and measures, the temple furniture and the lands. Next comes the stolists, carrying the cubit of justice and the libation vessels. He has to know the books of Hermes that deal with the slaughter of animals. Next comes the prophets carrying the vessel of water, followed by those who carry the loaves. The prophets is the president of the temple and has to know the 10 books which are called hieratic and contain the laws and doctrines concerning the gods, secret theology, and the whole education of the priests. The books of Hermes are 42 in number and are absolutely necessary. 36 of them have to be known by the orders which precede and contain the whole philosophy of the Egyptians. The remaining 6 books must be known by the order of Pastafori. These are medical books and deal with physiology, male and female diseases, anatomy, drugs, and instruments. The books of Hermes were well known to the ancient world and were known to Clement of Alexandria, who lived at the beginning of the 3rd century AD. In addition to the education contained in the 42 books of Hermes, the priests gained considerable knowledge from the selection and examination of sacrificial victims and the strict bodily purity which their priestly office imposed. In addition to the hierogrammat and horoscopist, who were skilled in theology and hieroglyphics, a priest was also a judge and an interpreter of the law. This led to a select tribunal which made the Egyptian priest the custodian of every kind of literature. We are also told that the science of statistics was cultivated to the greatest perfection among the Egyptian priests. Diodorus I, 80, Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, 6-4, page 756, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt book, I, page 378 to 379, book, 2nd, 85 to 87, Alien, Variations Historical 1434, Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, 6-4, page 758, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt book. 2nd page, Tritzit Yodin Tritzit Tree 2, The Education of the Egyptian Priests in A. The 7 Liberal Arts, B. Secret Systems of Languages and Mathematical Symbolism, C. Magic, A. The Education of the Egyptian Priests in the 7 Liberal Arts. As has already been pointed out, in connection with Plato and the cardinal virtues, the Egyptian mysteries were the center of organized culture and the recognized source of education in the ancient world. Neophytes were graded according to their moral efficiency and intellectual competence, and had to submit to many years of tests and ordeals in order that their eligibility for advancement might be determined. Their education included the 7 liberal arts and the virtues. The virtues were not mere abstractions or ethical sentiments, but positive valors in the virility of the soul. Beyond these, the priests entered upon a course of specialization. B. The education of the Egyptian priests consisted also in the specialization in secret systems of language and mathematical symbolism. I. It would appear that there were 2 forms of writing in use among the Egyptians. A. The Demotic, believed to have been introduced by Pharaoh Psammetichus for trade and commercial purposes, and B. The hieroglyphics, of which there were 2 forms, i.e. the hieroglyphics proper and the hieratic linear form, both of which were used only by the priests in order to conceal the secret and mystical meaning of their doctrines. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata book, Eindam Nutrandenange, B. 657, Plutarch, de Isaid et Osiride book, 2nd page, 374, John Kendrick, Ancient Egypt, book 2nd page, 84, 119, 336, and 245. We are also informed that the mystery system of Egypt employed modes of spoken language which could be understood only by the initiated. These consisted not only of myths and parables, but also of a secret language called Senzar. Ancient Mysteries, ch Veil, p Irbati Mundra. G. We also understand that the Egyptians attached numerical values both to letters of words and to geometrical figures, with the same intention as with their use of hieroglyphics, i.e. to conceal their teachings. It is further understood that the Egyptian numerical and geometrical symbolism were contained in the 42 books of Hermes, whose system was the oldest and most elaborate repository of mathematical symbolism. Here again we are reminded of the source of the number philosophy of Pythagoras. Ancient Mysteries, ch Veil, p 22-23, Clement of Alexandria, Stromata Book 5, circa 7 and 9. C. The education of the Egyptian priests consisted also in the specialization in magic. According to Herodotus, the Egyptian priests possessed supernatural powers, for they had been trained in the esoteric philosophy of the greater mysteries, and were experts in magic. They had the power of controlling the minds of men, hypnosis, the power of predicting the future, prophecy, and the power over nature, i.e. the power of gods, by giving commands in the name of the divinity and accomplishing great deeds. Herodotus also tells us that the most celebrated oracles of the ancient world were located in Egypt. Hercules at Canopus, Apollo at Apollonopolis Magna, Minerva at Sais, Diana at Bubastis, Mars at Papremis, and Jupiter at Thebes and Ammonium, and that the Greek oracles were Egyptian imitations. Here it might be well to mention that the Egyptian priests were the first genuine priests of history, who exercised control over the laws of nature. Here it might also be well to mention that the Egyptian Book of the Dead is a book of magical formulae and instructions intended to direct the fate of the departed soul. It was the prayer book of the mystery system of Egypt, and the Egyptian priest received training in post-mortem conditions and the methods of their verification. It must also be noted that magic was applied religion or primitive scientific method. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, Herodotus Book, 209-177, Sanford's Mediterranean World, page 27-507, Definition of Magic, Fraser's Golden Bough. 3. A comparison of the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system with the lists of books attributed to Aristotle. A. The curriculum. The curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system consisted of the following subjects. I. The 7 liberal arts, which formed the foundation training for all neophytes and included grammar, arithmetic, rhetoric and dialectic, i.e. the quadrivium, and geometry, astronomy and music, i.e. the trivium. C. The sciences of the 42 books of Hermes. In addition to the foundation training prescribed for all neophytes, those who sought holy orders had to be versed in the books of Hermes, and according to Clement of Alexandria, their orders and subjects were as follows. A. The singer or otis, who must know 2 books of Hermes dealing with music, i.e. the hymns of the gods. B. The horoscopist, who must know 4 books of Hermes dealing with astronomy. C. The hierogrammat, who must know the hieroglyphics, cosmography, geography, astronomy, and the topography of Egypt and land surveying. D. The stolistas, who must know the books of Hermes that deal with slaughter of animals and the process of embalming. E. The prophets, who is the president of the temple, and must know 10 books of Hermes dealing with higher esoteric theology and the whole education of priests. F. The pastophori, who must know 6 books of Hermes, which are medical books dealing with physiology, the diseases of male and female, anatomy, drugs and instruments. 3. The sciences of the monuments, pyramids, temples, libraries, obelisks, sphinxes, idols, architecture, masonry, carpentry, engineering, sculpture, metallurgy, agriculture, mining and forestry, art, drawing and painting. IV. The secret sciences, numerical symbolism, geometrical symbolism, magic, the Book of the Dead, myths and parables. V. The social order and its protection. The priests of Egypt were also lawyers, judges, officials of government, businessmen, and sailors and captains. Hence, They must have been trained in economics, civics, law, government, statistics, census taking, navigation, shipbuilding, military science, the manufacture of chariots and horse breeding. If we compare 3A with 3B, which immediately follows, we would discover that the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system covered a much wider range of scientific subjects than those of Aristotle's list, which it includes. NB note also that the 7 liberal arts, the quadrivium and trivium, originated from the Egyptian mysteries. The Mechanical Triumphs of the Ancient Egyptians by F.M. Barber. The Book of the Foundation of Temples by Moret. A Short History of Mathematics by W.W.R. Ball. The Problem of Obelisks by R. Engelbach. The Great Pyramid, Its Divine Message by D. Davidson. History of Mathematics by Florian Cajori. B. Aristotle's list of books, prepared by himself. A. Aristotle is said to have prepared a list of books in the following order. B. D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 97. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 129. I. Theoretic, whose purpose was truth, and which included A. Mathematics, B. Physics, and C. Theology. Practical, whose purpose was usefulness, and which included A. Ethics, B. Economics, C. Politics, and 3. Poetic or productive, whose purpose was beauty, and which included A. Poetry, B. Art, and C. Rhetoric. An examination and comparison of 3A with 3B show that A. The curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system included all the scientific and philosophic subjects credited to the authorship of Aristotle. B. The books attributed to Aristotle's authorship cannot be dissociated from Egyptian origin, as elsewhere referred to, both through the plunder of the Royal Library of Alexandria and through research carried on at the center by Aristotle himself. As has been mentioned elsewhere, the writings of Aristotle are disputed by modern scholarship. W.M. Turner's History of Philosophy, page 127, and I feel more justified in making the comparison between the curriculum of the mystery system and the list said to be drawn up by Aristotle himself, rather than with the notorious list of 1,000 books, whose subjects are nevertheless included under the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 173. Chapter 8. Memphite. Theology is the basis of all important doctrines in Greek philosophy, history, and description. The Memphite theology is an inscription on a stone, now kept in the British Museum. It contains the theological, cosmological, and philosophical views of the Egyptians. It has already been referred to in my treatment of Plato's doctrines, but it must be repeated here to show its full importance as the basis of the entire field of Greek philosophy. It is dated 700 BC, and bears the name of an Egyptian pharaoh who stated that he had copied an inscription of his ancestors. This statement is verified by language and typical arrangement of the text, and therefore assigns the original date of the Memphite theology to a very early period of Egyptian history, i.e., the time when the first dynasties had made their new capital at Memphis, the city of the god Ptah, i.e., between 4000 and 3500 BC. Intellectual Adventure of Man by Frankfurt, Penis 55. The text. This consists of 3 supplementary parts, each of which will be treated separately, both as regards its teachings and the identity in Greek philosophy. Part 1 presents the gods of chaos, Part 2 presents the gods of order and arrangement in creation, and Part 3 presents the primate of the gods, or the god of gods, through whose logos creation was accomplished. In Part 1, pre-creation or chaos is represented as follows. A. Text of Part 1. The primate of the gods, Ptah, conceived in his heart everything that exists and by his utterance created them all. He is first to emerge from the primeval waters of Nun in the form of a primeval hill. Closely following the hill, the god Adam also emerges from the waters and sits upon Ptah, the hill. There remain in the waters 4 pairs of male and female gods, the Ogdoad, or unity of 8 gods, bearing the following names. 1. Nun and Naunet, i.e. the primeval waters in the counter heaven. 2. Ha and Hauhet, i.e. the boundless and its opposite. 3. Kuk and Kalkit, i.e. darkness and its opposite, and 4. Amun, i.e. Amon, and Amunet, i.e. the hidden and its opposite. Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 20, 23. Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man by Frankfurt, page 100. B. The Philosophy of Part 1. 1. Ptah has the following attributes. A. The primate of the gods, i.e. the god of gods. B. The Logos. Thought and creative utterance and power. Egyptian Religion by Frankfurt, page 23. C. The god of order and form. D. The divine artificer and potter. Fire Philosophy by Swinburne Clymer, Jamblicus, Ancient Egypt by John Kendrick, B.K. I, page 318, 339. It must be noted that while the sun god Adam sits upon Ptah, the primeval hill, he accomplishes the work of creation. But the Memphite theology dates back to 4000 BC, when it is believed the Greeks were unknown. Frankfurt's Intellectual Adventure of Man, Piers 5, 53, 55. The Book of the Dead, page Badinera. This arrangement in the Memphite theology could only mean that the ingredients of the primeval chaos contained 10 principles, 4 pairs of opposite principles, together with 2 other gods. Ptah representing mind, thought, and creative utterance, while Adam joins himself to Ptah and acts as demiurge and executes the work of creation. From such an arrangement in the cosmos, we are in position to infer the following philosophies. A. Water is the source of all things. B. Creation was accomplished by the unity of 2 creative principles, Ptah and Adam, i.e. the unity of mind, nous, with logos, creative utterance. C. Adam was the demiurge or intermediate god in creation. He was also sun god or fire god. D. Opposite principles control the life of the universe. E. The elements in creation were fire, Adam, water, Nun, earth, Ptah or Tachinen, and air. Part 1 of the Memphite theology is the correct source of these philosophies, but strangely the Greeks have claimed them as their production, although without any right whatever. C. Individual Greek philosophers to whom portions of the philosophy of the Memphite theology has been assigned. Of these doctrines, water as the source of all things has been assigned to Thales, Zeller, Heist of Philp 38. That of the boundless or unlimited has been assigned to Anaximander, Zeller, Hist of Philp 40, while that of air as the basis of life has been assigned to Anaximenes, Zeller, Hist of Philp 42. Furthermore, the doctrine that fire underlies the life of the universe has been assigned not only to Pythagoras, who spoke of the functions of the central and peripheral fires, but also to Heraclitus, who spoke of the transmutation of fire into the other elements and their transmutation back into fire. Also Democritus, who spoke of fire atoms as filling space as the mind or soul of the world, and Plato, who spoke of a world soul, which is composed of fire atoms. William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 42. 5. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 53, 149. Plato's Timaeus, 30a. B.D. Alexander's History of Philosophy, page 40. Likewise, the doctrine of opposites has been assigned not only to Pythagoras, who spoke of the elements of the unit as odd and even, but also to A. Heraclitus, who spoke of the unity of warring opposites. B. Parmenides, who spoke of the distinction between being and not being. C. Socrates, who spoke of things as being generated from their opposites. And D. Plato, who spoke of ideas and noumena as real and perfect, but phenomena as unreal and imperfect. The Phaedrus of Plato, 250, Parmenides, 132, D. Aristotle, Metaphysics, 1-6, 987b, 9. Plato, Phaedo, 70e, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 51, 61, 68, the Timaeus, page 28. Furthermore, the doctrines of the nous, or mind, or an intelligent agency as responsible for creation, has been assigned not only to Anaxagoras, but also to Socrates, who spoke of the existence of useful things as the work of an intelligence, to Plato, who spoke of a world soul or mind as the cause of life and knowledge in the universe, and to Democritus, who attached a similar meaning. Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 80, page 85. Wem, Turner's History of Philosophy, page 82, page 109. The doctrine of the Logos has been assigned to Heraclitus, who spoke of fire as the Logos or creative principle in nature, while the doctrine of the Demiurge, or an intermediate god who created the world, has been assigned to Plato. Wem Turner's History of Philosophy, page 55, page 108. A. Text of Part 2. The gods of order and arrangement in the cosmos are represented by 9 gods in one Godhead called the Ennead. Here Adam, the source of the Ogdoad, is also retained as the source of the gods of order and arrangement. Adam, names 4 pairs of parts of his own body, and thus creates 8 gods, who together with himself become 9. These 8 gods are the created gods, the first creatures of this world, and Adam, the creator god, the Demiurge, of whom Plato spoke. The gods whom Adam projected from his body were I, Shu, air, T, Tefnut, moisture, T, Geb, earth, and Iv, Nut, sky, who are said to have given birth to 4 other gods. V. Osiris, the god of omnipotence and omniscience. V. Isis, wife of Osiris, female principle. V. Seth, the opposite of good. V. Nephthys, female principle in the unseen world. Plutarch, Isis at Osiris, 355a, 364c, 371b, Frankfurt, Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man, page 66 to 67. B. The Philosophy of Part 2. As we read the text of Part 2, we find that the sun god Adam, who was present in the chaos, was also present at the development of orderly arrangement in the cosmos. At this stage, Adam assumes the role of creator of all gods except Ta, the god of gods. He next proceeds to accomplish this special type of creation in the following manner. He commands 8 gods to proceed from his own body according to the names of those 8 parts. The result of this creation presents us with what has been called A. The Ennead, or the unity of 9 gods in one Godhead. B. The doctrine of the Demiurge, as in Part 1. C. The doctrine of the created gods, and D. The doctrine of the unmoved mover. Also E. The doctrine of opposites, and F. Omnipotence and omniscience. Of these doctrines, that of the Ennead will be dealt with elsewhere, and since the doctrine of the Demiurge has already been treated, together with C. The created gods, I shall now discuss the doctrine of the unmoved mover, as based upon the same act of creation. According to the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, Adam created 8 gods who proceeded from 8 parts of his own body. He was seated upon Ta the hill and was unmoved. In this act of creation, Adam became the unmoved mover. In spite of the Memphite theology being the direct source of these doctrines, yet Plato has been given credit for the doctrine of the created gods, while Aristotle has received credit for that of the unmoved mover. Certainly the world has never been more misled. Here it must be made quite clear that the doctrine of a demiurge in creation includes 2 other doctrines, that of the created gods and that of the unmoved mover. It was the function of the demiurge to create the universe, and in doing so, his first act was the creation of the gods, who accordingly became the first creatures. But the manner in which the demiurge created the gods was the process of projecting them from his own body. This method of creation clearly makes the demiurge the unmoved mover. However, the history of Greek philosophy has assigned the authorship of the doctrines of the demiurge and the created gods to Plato, and the authorship of the doctrine of the unmoved mover to Aristotle. But this so-called Platonic doctrine is one, made up of 3 inseparable parts: A. The demiurge, B. The function of the demiurge, and C. The method of the function. A unity which contradicts Aristotle's authorship of what is really only an inference from the supposed original doctrine of Plato. The Myth of Creation in Plato Timaeus, W. M. Turner, History of Philosophy, page 109 to 110, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 192, William Turner's History of Philosophy, page 142. The doctrine of opposites has already been discussed, however, in part 1 of the Memphite theology. One of the pairs of created gods, Osiris and Isis, was used to represent the male and female principles of nature. In addition to this, Osiris had other qualities attached to him, which might be understood from the following derivatives: A, Osh meaning many, and B, Iri meaning to do, and also C meaning an eye. Consequently, Osiris came to mean not only many-eyed or omniscient, but also omnipotent or all-powerful. Here again, as in all instances already mentioned, in spite of the fact that the Memphite theology is the source of Greek philosophy, yet the doctrines of an intelligent cause, a nous as responsible for the life and conduct of the world, has been assigned to Anaxagoras, Socrates, and also Plato, whose world soul consisted of fire atoms, like the world soul of Democritus. Plato, Timaeus 30:35, Xenophon, Memorabilia 1:4-2, Boehm. Turner's History of Philosophy 63. A. Text of Part 3. In this third part of the Memphite theology, the primate of the gods is represented as Ta, thought, logos, and creative power, which are exercised over all creatures. He transmits power and spirit to all gods, and controls the lives of all things, animals, and men, through his thought and commands. In other words, it is in him that all things live, move, and have their eternal being. B. The philosophy of Part 3. From Part 3, we infer the following doctrines. A. All things were created by the thought and command of Ta, the God of gods. B. Through the thought and command of Ta, we all live, move, and have our eternal being. C. Ta is creator and preserver, as has already been pointed out elsewhere. Ta's powers were transmitted by magical means to Adam, who performed the work of creation. Intellectual Adventures of Man by Frankfurt, page 52-60. Second Memphite theology is the source of modern scientific knowledge. A. The Ennead and the nebular hypothesis. B. The identity between the sun god Adam and the atom of science. A. The Ennead and the nebular hypothesis coincide, just as the Memphite theology is the source of Greek philosophy or primitive science, so it is also the basis of modern scientific belief. The gods of order and arrangement in the cosmos are represented by 9 gods in the Godhead, called the Ennead. Adam, the sun god, i.e., fire god, creates 8 other gods by naming 4 pairs of parts of his own body from which they came forth. Here the names of the created gods were given as Shu and Tefnut, air and moisture, Geb and Nut, earth and sky, and 2 other pairs of opposites, Osiris and Isis, and Seth and Nephthys, who are supposed to be the first creatures of this world. Frankfurt's Intellectual Adventures of Man, Peters 54. Now, if we compare this Egyptian cosmology with the nebular hypothesis of Laplace, we would find very striking similarities in the 2 contexts. According to the nebular hypothesis, our present solar system was once a molten gaseous nebula. This nebula rotated at an enormous speed, and as the mass cooled down, it also contracted and developed greater speed. The result was a bulging at the equator and a gradual breaking off of gaseous rings, which formed themselves into planets. These planets in turn threw off gaseous rings, which formed themselves into smaller bodies, until at last, the sun was left as the remnant of the original parent nebula. From this context, it is clear that the original parent nebula was fire, or the sun, and that by throwing off parts of itself, it created some planets, which in turn threw off parts of themselves and created others. According to the context of the Memphite theology, the creator god was the sun god, or fire god Adam, who named 4 pairs of parts of his own body from which gods came forth. But Adam, together with the 8 created gods, composed the Ennead or Godhead of 9, a very striking similarity with modern science, which teaches that there are 9 major planets. We may now summarize these similarities. A. The creator god in both the Egyptian and modern cosmologies is the sun or fire. B. The creator god in both cosmologies creates gods from parts of himself. C. The number of gods are 9 and correspond with the 9 major planets. These similarities make it evident that Laplace obtained his hypothesis from the Memphite theology or other Egyptian sources. Of course, the Memphite theology, according to Frankfurt in his Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man, page 54, does not mention the creation of planets. Nevertheless, since it was the method of the Egyptian to conceal the truth by the use of myths, parables, magical principles, primitive scientific method, number philosophy, and hieroglyphics, we can easily see what methods might be involved before we could arrive at a better translation of the Memphite theology. At any rate, the entire setting of the Memphite theology is astronomical, and what could be more natural than to expect an astronomical interpretation? It seems well within reason to regard the Ennead as the heliocentric system of history. Adam, the sun god, creating 8 other gods or planets from his own body, as the unmoved mover, a teaching which has been falsely attributed to Aristotle. B. The identity between the Egyptian sun god Adam, and the Adam of modern science. There are 2 things which I desire to point out in connection with the relationship between Adam, the Egyptian sun god, and the Adam of modern science. These things are I, the similarity of attributes, and Nai, the similarity of names. I, the Egyptian god Adam, means self-created, everything and nothing, a combination of positive and negative principles, all-inclusiveness and emptiness, a demiurge possessing creative powers, the creator sun. Punct 53, Frankfurt's Intellectual Adventure of Ancient Man, page 182, Frankfurt's Kingship and the Gods. Adam also means the all and the not yet being. P. 168, Frankfurt's Kingship of the Gods. As a god, Adam represents the principles of opposites. The atom, as the substratum of matter, according to Greek philosophy, is defined by Democritus as movement of that which is, to on, within that which is not, to me on. It therefore represents the principle of opposites, and shows the identity between the Egyptian sun god and the substratum of matter. Furthermore, the atom is defined as the full and void, being and not being, Zeller's History of Philosophy, page 38. And these definitions coincide with the everything and nothing, and the all-inclusiveness and emptiness of the Egyptian sun god. T. The similarity of names shared by the Egyptian sun god and the Adam of science. Now, with reference to the similarity of these 2 names, the first thing we should bear in mind is the fact that they both possess identical attributes, as has been already pointed out in section Y. And consequently, we are compelled to conclude that the Adam of science is the identical name of the Egyptian sun god, the most ancient of gods except Ta, who was present with Adam at creation. The second thing we should bear in mind is the fact that the name of the god Adam, sometimes spelled Adam, belongs to the cosmology of the Memphite theology, whose date goes back to 4000 BC when the Greeks were not even known. Consequently, we are compelled to conclude that the Greeks obtained both the original name and the attributes of the sun god Adam from the Egyptians. Furthermore, the Greeks were unacquainted with the Egyptian language during the period of the so-called Greek philosophy, dating from the 6th century BC, and as a consequence transliterated Egyptian words into Greek without regard to their Coptic derivatives. The following Homeric stories verify the practice of the Greeks in the transliteration of Egyptian words and the plagiarism of their legends. A. According to Homer, Proteus was a maritime divinity feeding his phoci on the coast of Egypt. He was endowed with the gift of prophecy, which was exercised only upon compulsion. Proteus, however, was an Egyptian pharaoh who succeeded to the throne on the death of Pharaon, the son of Sesostris. Proteus was also worshipped at Memphis. The Greeks did not only transliterate the name of this Egyptian king, but also plagiarized on the legend. Herodotus 2, 112. B. Likewise, the story of Io the Argive princess, who was changed into a heifer, and after long wanderings reached Egypt, where she gave birth to a god, and where she herself was worshipped as the goddess Isis, points clearly to the introduction of the worship of Isis or Athor under the symbol of the heifer, at an early period into Argos. Here it must be pointed out that Io is the Coptic name for moon, and the same word was preserved as the dialect of Argos, without any affinity with any Greek root. It was a habit of the Greeks to Hellenize Egyptian words by transliterating them and adding them to the Greek vocabulary. C. This practice of borrowing words from nearby nations continued until New Testament times. In Acts of Apostles of the Greek Testament, chapter 13 and verse 1, the word Niger, i.e. black man, in the name Simeon the Negro is a Roman or Latin word, Niger, Nigra, Nigrum, meaning black. Simeon, of course, was an Egyptian professor attached to the church at Rome. The atom of science is really the name of the Egyptian sun god that has come down to modern times through the so-called Greek philosophy and carries identical attributes with the sun god. Diodorus the Fern 29, John Kendrick's Ancient Egypt, Volume 2, 5-52, Euster ad Dionys, Perieg, 5. It must be remembered that what we erroneously call Greek philosophy was the beginning of science or the investigation of nature, and consequently, we cannot separate modern science from Greek philosophy. Third, Memphite theology opens great possibilities for modern scientific research. A. Greek concept of the atom, erroneous. The Greeks derived the meaning of the atom from I, alpha, i.e., a negative prefix meaning not, and I, temnine, i.e., the present infinitive active of temno, to cut. The two derivatives together meaning that which cannot be cut. For centuries the world has been misled by this misconception of the Greeks, a fact which no doubt had impeded the progress of atomic research by Western scholars who had believed in the so-called Greek origin of philosophy or primitive science. Today, however, the Greek conception of the atom is no longer tenable, since modern science has successfully split the atom. B. Great scientific secrets in the Memphite theology yet to be discovered. I believe that the time has come within which man will be able to unlock most of the secrets of nature hitherto hidden and unknown. I have shown that the nebular hypothesis of modern times coincides with the teachings of the Memphite theology, in which the sun god Adam is said to have created 8 other gods, which together with himself constitute the Ennead of the Egyptians, which correspond to the 9 major planets of modern scientific teaching. We also know that out of cosmic chaos there arose from the primeval waters a pair of gods, i.e. the primeval hill and Adam the sun god, and that through the contact of Adam with the hill, he received power to create the other 8 major planets. This seems to imply that I, atomic energy, originates from water and earth, since water H2O and uranium, an indispensable ingredient in atomic energy, is found in the bowels of the earth. Note that both Adam and the hill came out of the primeval waters. T. 4 pairs of gods representing positive and negative principles still remain in water, in the form of male and female frogs and snakes, and constitute 4/5 of the secrets of creation, which man has yet to fathom. D. Successful scientific research in the principles and secrets of nature lies in the study of the Memphite theology, whose symbology requires the key of magical principles for its interpretation. With this approach, our men of science should be able to unlock the doors of the secrets of nature and become the custodians of unlimited knowledge. This is the legacy of the African continent to the nations of the world. She has laid the cultural foundations of modern progress, and therefore she and her people deserve the honor and praise which for centuries have been falsely given to the Greeks. And likewise, it is the purpose of this book to make this revelation the beginning of a universal reformation in race relations, which I believe would be the beginning of the solution of the problem of universal unrest. Part 2. Chapter 9. Social Reformation through the New Philosophy of African Redemption. Now that it has been shown that philosophy and the arts and sciences were bequeathed to civilization by the people of North Africa and not by the people of Greece, the pendulum of praise and honor is due to shift from the people of Greece to the people of the African continent, who are the rightful heirs of such praise and honor. This is going to mean a tremendous change in world opinion and attitude for all people and races who accept the new philosophy of African redemption, i.e. the truth that the Greeks were not the authors of Greek philosophy, but the people of North Africa, would change their opinion from one of disrespect to one of respect for the black people throughout the world and treat them accordingly. It is also going to mean a most important change in the mentality of the black people, a change from an inferiority complex to the realization and consciousness of their equality with all the other great peoples of the world who have built great civilizations. With this change in the mentality of the black and white people, great changes are also expected in their respective attitudes towards each other and in society as a whole. In the drama of Greek philosophy, there are three actors who have played distinct parts, namely Alexander the Great, who by an act of aggression invaded Egypt in 333 BC and ransacked and looted the royal library at Alexandria, and together with his companions carried off a booty of scientific, philosophic, and religious books. Egypt was then stolen and annexed as a portion of Alexander's empire. But the invasion plan included far more than mere territorial expansion, for it prepared the way and made it possible for the capture of the culture of the African continent. This brings us to the second actor, that is the school of Aristotle, whose students moved from Athens to Egypt and converted the royal library, first into a research center, and secondly into a university, and thirdly compiled that vast body of scientific knowledge which they had gained from research, together with the oral instructions which Greek students had received from the Egyptian priests, into what they have called the history of Greek philosophy. In this way, the Greeks stole the legacy of the African continent and called it their own. And as has already been pointed out, the result of this dishonesty has been the creation of an erroneous world opinion, that the African continent has made no contribution to civilization because her people are backward and low in intelligence and culture. This erroneous opinion about the black people has seriously injured them through the centuries up to modern times, in which it appears to have reached a climax in the history of human relations. And now we come to the third actor, and that is ancient Rome, who through the edicts of her emperors Theodosius in the 4th century AD and Justinian in the 6th century AD, abolished the mysteries of the African continent, that is the ancient culture system of the world. The higher metaphysical doctrines of those mysteries could not be comprehended. The spiritual powers of the priests were unsurpassed. The magic of the rites and ceremonies filled the people with awe. Egypt was the holy land of the ancient world, and the mysteries were the one ancient and holy Catholic religion whose power was supreme. This lofty culture system of the black people filled Rome with envy, and consequently she legalized Christianity, which she had persecuted for 5 long centuries, and set it up as a state religion and as a rival of mysteries, its own mother. This is why the mysteries have been despised. This is why other ancient religions of the black people are despised, because they are all offspring of the African mysteries, which have never been clearly understood by Europeans, and consequently have provoked their prejudice and condemnation. In keeping with the plan of emperors Theodosius and Justinian to exterminate and forever suppress the culture system of the African continent, the Christian Church established its missionary enterprise to fight against what it has called paganism. Consequently, missionaries and educators have gone to the mission field with a superiority complex, born of miseducation and disrespect, a prejudice which has made it impossible for them to accomplish the blessings which missionary enterprise might otherwise have accomplished. For this reason, missionary enterprise has been responsible for a positive injury against the African people, which consists of the perpetual caricature of African culture in literature and exhibitions which provoke laughter and disrespect. This then is only a brief summary of the parts played by the persons of the drama of Greek philosophy and the resultant effects upon the black people. This drama might be called the causa causarum of the social plight of the peoples of African descent, because it has made the white and black races not only common victims of a false racial tradition about the African continent, but also partners in the solution of the problem of racial reformation. I believe that a reformation of this kind is possible if the best minds of both racial groups cooperate in its accomplishment. Both groups have been the common victims of miseducation, arising from a false tradition about the African continent, and it has caused them to develop attitudes according to their common belief. The white people, a superiority complex, and the black people, the corresponding inferiority complex. And if we are to accomplish a reformation in race relations, it is obvious that both racial groups must combine their efforts in the abandonment and destruction of that mentality which has plunged the black people into their social plight. This, I suggest, should be done by a worldwide dissemination of the truth through a system of re-education in order to stimulate and encourage a change in the attitude of races toward each other. In combining their efforts, both races must not only preach and teach the truth that the mystery system of the African continent gave the world philosophy and religion and the arts and sciences, but they must see to it that all false praise of the Greeks be removed from the textbooks of our schools and colleges, for this is the practice that has blindfolded the world and has laid the foundations for the deplorable race relations of the modern world. A. The name of Pythagoras, for instance, should be deleted from our mathematical textbooks. In geometry, where the theorem of the square on the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle is called the Pythagorean theorem, because this is not true. B. We must point out to the world the deception in attaching the authorship of Socrates to the precept "Man, know thyself," and in attaching the authorship of Plato to the 4 cardinal virtues, since Socrates obtained the self-knowledge precept from the Egyptian temples where it was used as an inscription, and Plato reduced the 10 virtues of the North African mystery system to 4, e.c. We must also prove to the world that the doctrines of the so-called Greek philosophers originated from the ancient mystery system of North Africa. This proof has been set forth in chapters 5 to 8 of Stolen Legacy, and in order to carry out our worldwide crusade, we must recommend Stolen Legacy for adoption and study in the schools and colleges of both racial groups and in our fraternities, sororities, and interracial groups, in order that young and old of our present generation might all get to know the truth and be able to pass it on to future generations. This, I believe, would be a very helpful method by which this process of re-education would become universal and effective in the creation of a much-needed racial reformation. The white people of our modern age cannot be regarded as wholly responsible for social conditions which are the result of false racial tradition. It is this that makes race relations a challenge to the best minds of both racial groups to combine their efforts in its solution. But our disturbed race relations have also another cause. This, I would say, is both supplementary and intensive. For the false tradition about the backwardness of the African continent, created by Alexander the Great in Aristotle's school, has been dramatized by missionary literature and exhibitions as the will of Roman emperors and as a source of laughter and disrespect. There is no doubt that this policy has created bitterness and dissatisfaction in the minds of natives, who have been compelled to question the sincerity of the missionary. In the meantime, missionary enterprise gains the sympathy and support of a miseducated world in order to carry on its program. What can we do to eradicate this second and more subtle evil, the dramatization of a false tradition so as to make it appear as true? I suggest that since the missionary dramatizes false tradition because he himself also believes it, we should combine our efforts first of all in re-educating him so that he might know the truth and change his superiority complex, which is false tradition because he himself also believes it. We should combine our efforts first of all in re-educating him so that he might know the truth and change his superiority complex, which is responsible for his mistaken policy. His re-education should not only consist of a thorough study of the ideas and arguments contained in my book, Stolen Legacy, but he must also be given special training in the language, customs, and ideals of Africans, in order to make him cultivate an attitude of respect for the culture of the African continent, seemingly the oldest specimen to have been developed by mankind, because that continent is the birthplace and the cradle of the ancient mysteries. With a world enlightened as to the real truth about the place of the African continent in the history of civilization, false tradition and belief should cease to be effective, disrespect and prejudice should tend to disappear, and race relations should tend to be normal and peaceful. This brings us to the final problem, the problem of African redemption. The aims of stolen legacy are not only to stimulate a reformation in race relations and scientific research, but also to cultivate race pride in the black people themselves and to offer them a new philosophy of African redemption as the modus operandi of achieving racial reformation. This new philosophy of redemption consists of a simple proposition as follows. The Greeks were not the authors of Greek philosophy, but the black people of North Africa, the Egyptians. Now, in order to explain the value of this proposition, 3 questions must be asked and answered. A. As a simple proposition, what is its significance? Its significance lies in the fact that it is a statement of an important truth, which is the exposure of Greek dishonesty. B. Why is this proposition called a philosophy? A philosophy is an accepted belief, and this proposition is a philosophy because it is offered as a belief, worthy of acceptance. C. What is a philosophy of redemption? A philosophy of redemption is not merely an accepted belief, but a belief that is also lived in order to enjoy the benefits of its teaching. This proposition will become a philosophy of redemption to all black people when they accept it as a belief and live up to it. This brings us to our final question, and that is, how to live up to this philosophy of redemption. In other words, how shall the black people work out their own salvation? From the outset, my readers and co-workers in the solution of a common problem must be reminded that our philosophy of redemption is a psychological process involving a change in belief or mentality to be followed by a corresponding change in behavior. It really signifies a mental emancipation in which the black people will be liberated from the chain of traditional falsehood, which for centuries has incarcerated them in the prison of inferiority complex and world humiliation and insult. This mental emancipation or redemption, it must be remembered, has 2 functions. It is general, when on the one hand, the phenomenon of our unwholesome race relations is regarded as a general problem needing a general emancipation of both races in order to effect a solution. In this general sense, emancipation transcends the limitations and boundaries of race, and therefore includes the whole world, white and black people, since we are all victims of the same chain of the traditional falsehood that has incarcerated the modern world. On the other hand, emancipation or redemption is specific when we refer to the effects of the phenomenon of unwholesome race relations upon the black people. It is freedom from such conditions that constitutes the specific function of emancipation or redemption. We digress somewhat in order to explain the terms philosophy and philosophy of redemption, believing it to be necessary before proceeding to answer the next question: how to live up to this new philosophy of redemption? How must it be worked out? Being liberated from inferiority complex by their new philosophy of redemption, which is destined to destroy the chain of false tradition which has incarcerated them, the black people must face and interpret the world according to their new vision and philosophy. Throughout the centuries up to our modern times, world conditions have been influenced by 2 phenomena which have affected human relations. I. The giving of false praise to the Greeks, a custom which appears to be an educational policy conducted by educational institutions. This has led to the false worship of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle as intellectual gods in all the leading universities of the world, and in support of this intellectual worship, these institutions have also organized what are known as Greek lettered fraternities and sororities as the symbols of the superiority of Greek intellect and culture. C. The second phenomenon is missionary enterprise, whereby the black people's culture has been caricatured in literature and exhibitions in such specimens as provoke disrespect and laughter. Never let us forget that the Roman emperors Theodosius and Justinian were responsible for the abolition of the Egyptian mysteries, that is, the culture system of the black people, and also for the establishment of Christianity for its perpetual suppression. Likewise, never let us forget when we are reviewing this bit of history that the Greeks called the Egyptians hoi aiguptoi, which meant black people. In living up to their new philosophy of redemption, the life of the black people will have to be one of counteraction against these 2 sets of conditions. In the first place, the black people must adopt a negative attitude towards this type of phenomena. because they have become fully aware that these phenomena are the result of a false tradition, and therefore also partake of the nature of falsehood and insincerity. In this negative attitude, the black people of the world must shun the false tradition and must teach the truth, which is their new philosophy of redemption. This must be done in the home to young children, in the colleges and schools to students, from the pulpits and platforms to audiences, and in the fraternities and sororities to young men and women. This new philosophy of redemption, being a revelation of truth in the history of black people's civilization, must become a necessary portion of their education and must be taught for generations and centuries to come, in order to fill them with inspiration and pride and liberate them from mental servitude. In the second place, in this negative attitude, the black people must demonstrate their disbelief in the false worship of Greek intellect. This should be done in the following three ways. They must discontinue the practice of quoting Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle in their speeches as intellectual models, because we know that their philosophy was stolen. They must relinquish membership from all Greek-lettered fraternities and sororities, and they must abolish all Greek-lettered fraternities and sororities from all colored colleges, because they have been a source of the promotion of inferiority complex and of educating the black people against themselves. We come now to the counteraction of the second set of phenomena, the missionary activities in defamatory literature and exhibitions which provoke disrespect for and laughter at the black people. Just as in the first set of phenomena, so is it in the second. The black people must adopt a negative attitude in their attempt to live up to their philosophy of redemption. Of course, they are perfectly well aware that the activities of missionaries are the result of their own miseducation through the medium of a false tradition about black people. But since their problem is also one of emancipation from certain social evils, the black people feel that they are entitled to a change in missionary policy. For these reasons, I suggest that the negative attitude of the black people should consist first of a boycott of missionary literature and exhibitions, and secondly, of a perpetual protest against these forms of missionary policy until a change is brought about. For as long as missionary enterprise maintains its policy of militancy against African culture, the black people will be disrespected. This is the least that the black people are entitled to, respectful treatment, because they are the representatives of the oldest civilization in the world, from which all other cultures have borrowed. I have frequently seen in the parish magazines of some European churches pictures of the following description: an African chief dressed in a new silk hat, a long shirt but no trousers, a frock coat and bare feet, probably to provide amusement for the parishioners and to excite their pity. This is what the black people must protest against, and this is how they must live up to their philosophy of redemption and work it out. In conclusion, let us remember that the unfortunate position of the modern church in being associated with the drama of Greek philosophy is excusable, because her missionary function has been due to the erroneous mandates and edicts of secular princes and emperors who ruled the church when it was only a department of state. This bit of ecclesiastical history should be well known to the early branches of the Christian church, and consequently, they are the ones whom our enlightened age expects to initiate a change in missionary policy, which would free themselves from the error and superstition of human relations. This lead of the various branches of Catholicism should be followed by Protestantism, so that the entire Church of Christ on earth should be united in this racial reformation and carry to the mission field a practical gospel of happiness. That is happiness that must begin while we are here on earth. A gospel that is interested in the total welfare of the people. A gospel which ignores the social and economic rights of natives and emphasizes only happiness in an unknown world is one-sided, misleading, and contrary to Christian tenets and practice. It was early Christianity that established a diaconate for the express purpose of solving the economic problems of its adherents, so that they might begin in their earthly life to experience what happiness really meant. It is evident that the benefits of religion are intended to be coextensive with human needs, and unless the Christian religion changes its missionary policy with respect to the culture of the black people, it would be difficult for them to obtain complete emancipation from the social injuries created by ancient Rome. Appendix. The purpose of this appendix is to present a brief analysis and summary of the arguments, conclusions, and inferences which relate to the subject matter which has already been treated. It is also hoped that it will serve the secondary purpose of simplification. Argument 1. Greek philosophy was stolen Egyptian philosophy. Because history tells us that the teachings of the Egyptian mystery system traveled from Egypt to the island Samos, and from Samos to Croton and Elea in Italy, and lastly from Italy to Athens in Greece through the medium of Pythagoras and the Eleatic and late Ionic philosophers. Accordingly, Egypt was the true source of the mystery teachings, and therefore any claim to such origin by the ancient Greeks is not only erroneous but must have been based upon dishonest motives. History also represents the early life and education of Greek philosophers as a blank, and their chronology as a matter of speculation. Consequently, it has given the world the opinion that the Greek philosophers, with the exception of the three Athenians, might never have existed, and might never have taught the doctrines alleged to them. In other words, history represents the pre-Socratic philosophers as questionable in existence, and under those circumstances they could neither produce philosophy nor claim its authorship except by questionable and dishonest methods. The compilation of Greek philosophy appears to have been the idea of Aristotle, but the work of the alumni of his school. He movement was unauthorized by the Greek government, which always hated and persecuted philosophy because it was Egyptian and foreign. The organization, control, and operation of the mysteries gave the Egyptians the right of ownership to philosophy, and therefore any claims by the ancient Greeks to philosophy must be considered as illegal and dishonest. Argument 2. So-called Greek philosophy was alien to the Greeks, because the period of Greek philosophy, Thales to Aristotle, was a period of internal wars among the city-states themselves, and external wars with their common enemy, the Persians. The Greeks were victims of perpetual internal strife and perpetual fear of annihilation by their common enemy. They had no time which they could devote to the study of nature, for this required the riches and wealth of the leisure classes, but they were too poor to engage in such a pursuit. This is one of the reasons why the Greek philosophers were so few, and why the Greeks were unacquainted with philosophy. The Greeks did not possess the native ability essential to the development of philosophy. The death of Aristotle, who had inherited a vast quantity of books from the library of Alexandria through his friendship with Alexander the Great, was also followed by the death of Greek philosophy, which soon degenerated into a system of borrowed ideas known as eclecticism. This system contained nothing new in spite of the great treasure of knowledge which they had obtained through Alexander's friendship with Aristotle and his conquest of Egypt. The Greeks rejected and persecuted philosophy owing to the fact that it came from an outside and foreign source and contained strange ideas with which they were unacquainted. This prejudice led to the policy of persecution. Hence, Anaxagoras was indicted and escaped from prison and fled to Ionia in exile. Socrates was executed. Plato fled to Megara to the rescue of Euclid, and Aristotle was indicted and escaped into exile. This policy of the Greeks would be meaningless if it did not indicate that philosophy was alien to Greek mentality. Argument 3. Greek philosophy was the offspring of the Egyptian mystery system. Because complete identity had been found to exist between the Egyptian mystery system and Greek philosophy, with the only exception of age in relation of parent to child. The Egyptian mystery system antedated that of Greece by many thousands of years. The following are the circumstances and conditions of identity. Complete agreement between the Egyptian theory of salvation and the purpose of Greek philosophy, i.e., to make man become godlike by virtue and educational disciplines. C. Complete agreement of the conditions of initiation into both systems, i.e., preparation, in gradual stages of virtue, before every initiation. G. Complete agreement in tenets and practice. 4. History tells us that the remains of the ancient Grand Temple of Luxor have been traced to the banks of the Nile in the ancient city of Thebes, a short distance from Dandara, now called Upper Egypt. It also tells us that this grand temple was constructed by Pharaoh Amenhotep III, who began it, and Ramesses II, who completed it. At the time of Greek philosophy, the mystery system of Egypt was the only such system in the ancient world, and therefore its Grand Lodge was the only such Grand Lodge in existence. It was the seat of government, having organized the ancient world into a universal or Catholic brotherhood, with jurisdiction over all minor lodges and schools wherever they were. And whether we call it the mysteries or Greek philosophy or Freemasonry, the system was one, and all branches came out of that one and were subordinate to it. V. The identity between the Egyptian mysteries and Greek philosophy is also established by the fact that when the Roman emperors Theodosius and Justinian issued their edicts closing down the Egyptian mysteries, the effect was the same upon the philosophical schools in Greece, for they had to be closed. Things which are affected equally by the same cause are themselves equal. Argument 4. The Egyptians educated the Greeks. Because history supports the following facts. I. The effects of the Persian conquest upon Egypt. A. Removed immigration restrictions against the Greeks. B. Opened up Egypt to Greek research, and C. Encouraged students from Ionia and elsewhere to visit Egypt for the purpose of their education. E. The effects of the conquest of Alexander the Great upon Egypt. A. It was the custom of ancient armies when invading countries to search for treasures in libraries and temples. Accordingly, it is believed that Alexander and his friends who accompanied him ransacked the Library of Alexandria and other libraries and helped themselves with books. It is also believed that this was how Aristotle got the vast quantity of books alleged to his authorship, and how he acquired exaggerated fame. B. The Library of Alexandria was taken over by the alumni of Aristotle's school, and converted into a research center and university for the education of the Greeks who were compelled to use Egyptian professors, on account of linguistic difficulties and other reasons. C. Apart from the looting of libraries and the conversion of the Library of Alexandria into a university for their education, the Greeks had another way of adopting the culture of the Egyptians. The Ptolemies used to commandeer useful information from the Egyptian high priests, and we are told that Ptolemy Varus Soter commanded the high priest Manetho to write a history of religion and philosophy of the Egyptians. And this was done, and the volumes became the chief textbooks in the University of Alexandria. The Egyptians were the first to civilize the Greeks. History tells us that the Greeks received the influence of civilization from three sources. Colonizers first from Egypt, colonizers secondly from Phoenicia, and colonizers thirdly from Thrace. It also tells us that these colonies were under the government of wise men who subdued the ferocity of the ignorant populace, not only by means of civil institutions, but also by the strong chain of religion and the fear of the gods. Those colonizers were Cecrops from Egypt, Cadmus from Phoenicia, and Orpheus from Thrace. Argument 5. The doctrines of Greek philosophers are the doctrines of the Egyptian mystery system. The proof of this proposition is really one of the main purposes of this book, and hence chapters 5 and 6 have been devoted to this purpose. The Egyptian teachings were expressed in symbols of various types, and therefore their origin can be established by reference to the particular symbol in question. In these chapters, therefore, mention has been made not only of the names of Greek philosophers and the doctrines which have been ascribed to them, but also the necessary references to the particular types of symbology in proof of their Egyptian origin. These have been given in the summary of conclusions as follow. 1. The early Ionic philosophers have been credited with the doctrines that A. All things originated from water, B. All things originated from the boundless or primitive chaos, and C. All things originated from air. But these doctrines could not have been those of the Ionic philosophers, since we find the same ideas expressed in the first chapter of Genesis, where we are told that at the beginning the world was in a state of chaos, without form and void, boundless, and how the Spirit of God, air, moved upon the waters and separated them from dry land and earth from sky, and how step by step living things came out of the waters, and how finally through the breath of life, air, man came into existence. Genesis is the first book of the Pentateuch whose date has been placed to the 8th century BC, a time when the early Ionic philosophers did not even exist, and who therefore could not have been the authors of these doctrines. Similarly, the authorship of Genesis has been ascribed to Moses, who Philo tells us was an Egyptian priest, a hierogrammat, and learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. But the age in which Moses lived must be associated with the exodus of the Israelites, which he conducted in the 21st Egyptian dynasty, 1100 BC, in the reign of Bokhoris. But the creation story of Genesis coincides with the creation story of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, which takes us back to between 4 and 5000 BC. This means that the doctrines of the early Ionians arose neither at their time, the 5th century BC, nor at the time of Pentateuch, the 8th century BC, nor yet at the time of Moses, the 11th century BC, but at the time of the Memphite theology, between 4 and 5000 BC, and therefore definitely point to Egyptian origin. 2. The Eleatic philosophers have been named as I. Xenophanes, who was a satirist, D. Zeno, whose treatment of space and time led to a reductio ad absurdum, and D. Parmenides, who alone deserves notice. He has been credited with the definitions of being and non-being, which he expressed as that which is and that which is not. In other words, nature or reality consists of two properties, i.e., a positive and a negative. But Parmenides introduced no new doctrine when he defined the principle of opposites. This principle was used by Pythagoras in his theory of numbers, by Socrates in his proof of the immortality of the soul, by Plato in his theory of ideas and the distinction between phenomena and noumena, and by Aristotle in his definition of the attributes of being. In all these instances, it has been shown that the doctrine of opposites originated from the Egyptian mystery system, in connection with which gods were represented as male and female, and temples carried double pillars in front of them to indicate positive and negative principles of nature. 3. The late Ionic philosophers have been named as I. Heraclitus, who taught that the world was produced by fire through a process of transmutation, and that since all things originate from fire, then fire is the Logos. C. Anaxagoras, who taught that mind or nous is the source of life in the universe, and Itchi Democritus, who taught that atoms underlie all material things, that life and death are merely changes brought about by variation in the mixture of atoms, which do not die because they are immortal. Now, taking these doctrines in the order in which they come, their Egyptian origin has been fully established. A. The doctrine of fire has been traced to the Egyptians, whose mystery system was a fire philosophy, and who worshipped the god of fire in their pyramids. The word pyramid is a Greek word whose derivative pyr means fire. This doctrine takes us back to the Pyramid Age in Egypt, 3300 BC, when of course the Greeks were unknown. B. It must be noted that the doctrine of the Logos has been identified by Heraclitus with the doctrine of fire. This is as it should be because C. In the doctrine of the created gods which has been ascribed to Plato, Adam the sun god or fire performs the function of demiurge in creating the gods. D. Similarly, in the doctrine of the unmoved mover ascribed to Aristotle, the fire god Adam, while unmoved and sitting upon the primeval hill, creates the gods by commanding them to proceed from various parts of his own body. In this way, Adam also became the unmoved mover. This makes it clear that the Logos of Heraclitus is identical with the demiurge of Plato and the unmoved mover of Aristotle. The function of Adam as demiurge and the method of his creation are found in the Memphite theology of the Egyptians. Here I would like to suggest that students who are interested in tracing the influence of Egyptian philosophy upon Christian thought should read this portion of my book together with the first chapter of St. John's Gospel. The problem of permanence and change is also traced in the creation story of the Memphite theology, in which eternal matter is represented by chaos and changed by the gradual formation of order. E. The doctrine of mind or nous has been ascribed not only to Anaxagoras, but also to Democritus, who spoke of it as being composed of fire atoms distributed throughout the universe, and Socrates, who has been credited with the teleological premise that whatsoever exists for a useful purpose is the work of an intelligence. This doctrine has been traced to the Egyptian mystery system, in which the god Osiris was represented by an open eye, signifying not only omniscience but also omnipotence. All Masonic lodges carry this symbol with the same meaning today. F. The doctrine of the atom has been ascribed to Democritus, who does not define but describes its properties. It is the basis of life. It is immortal and does not die. And when many of them are mixed in certain ways, the result is a radical change. These properties coincide with the properties of Adam the sun god and the demiurge in creation, who created other gods from various parts of himself. He was the basis of life and giver of life. But Adam the sun god occurs in the creation story of the Memphite theology and shows the Egyptian origin of the atom. 4. The system of Pythagoras seems to have been so comprehensive that nearly all subsequent philosophers have copied ideas from his teachings. Interpreting nature in the form of mathematics, Pythagoras is credited with teaching the following doctrines. A. The properties of number include opposite elements, odd and even, finite and infinite, and positive and negative. This principle of opposites was copied by and used in the teachings of Heraclitus, Parmenides, Democritus, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. B. The doctrine of harmony, defined as the union of opposites. This idea was copied by and used in the teachings of Heraclitus, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. C. Fire, central and peripheral, was taught to be the basis of creation. This doctrine was also used by and in the teachings of Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, Democritus, Socrates, and Plato. D. The immortality of the soul and the summum bonum. This was taught by Pythagoras in the form of a transmigration of the soul. It was also taught by Socrates as the purpose of philosophy through which the soul, feeding upon the truth congenial to its divine nature, was enabled to escape the wheel of rebirth and to attain the final consummation of unity with God. All the doctrines of Pythagoras have been shown to originate from the Egyptian mystery system. Number possesses opposite elements, and the principle of opposites belongs to the Egyptian mystery system, in which it was represented by male and female gods. Harmony, being a blending of opposites, needs no further reference, and fire likewise takes us back to the Egyptian mystery system, which was a fire philosophy, and its initiates fire worshippers. Finally, the purpose of philosophy was the salvation of the soul. This was accomplished by methods of purification offered by the Egyptian mysteries, which lifted man from the mortal to the immortal level. This was the summum bonum, the greatest good. 5. Socrates. A. His life, and B. His doctrines. C. His indictment, condemnation, and death. D. His farewell conversations. A. In his life he voluntarily adopted secrecy and poverty, in order that he might avoid the temptation of riches and be enabled to cultivate the virtues required by the mysteries. B. All his doctrines likewise associate him with the Egyptian mysteries. I. His doctrine of the mind, or Nu, as intelligence which underlies creation, was represented in Egyptian temples, just as in modern Masonic temples, by the open eye of Osiris, indicating omniscience and omnipotence. His doctrine of self-knowledge, man know thyself, was copied directly or indirectly from among the inscriptions which appeared on the outside of the mystery temples in Egypt. His doctrines of opposites and harmony were a testimony of the custom of the mysteries to demonstrate the principle of opposites in nature by pairs of male and female gods, and also by double pillars in front of temples. IV. His doctrines of immortality, salvation of the soul, and the summum bonum were a summary of the theory of salvation as was taught by the mysteries. Socrates himself explained it. The purpose of philosophy was the salvation of the soul by a process of purification, which lifted man from the mortal level and raised him to the immortal. This was an attainment. This was the summum bonum, or greatest good. C. His indictment, condemnation, and death are circumstances which also show his association with the mysteries. He was indicted for the introduction of foreign gods and the corruption of Athenian youth and was condemned and put to death. The foreign gods were the gods of the mysteries, and his submission to martyrdom was due on the one hand to the prejudice of the Athenian authorities, while on the other hand to his virtue of courage required by the mysteries. D. His farewell conversations also show his membership with the great Egyptian order. There are two accounts of these conversations, one by Crito and the other by Phaedo. Crito describes the brotherly behavior of a band of faithful friends and neophytes who visited him daily while he was in prison awaiting his execution. The purpose of these visits was to secure the escape of a brother, but their efforts were in vain, for he refused to yield to their entreaties. Phaedo mentions that the theme of the other conversation was the immortality of the soul, in which Socrates endeavored to give them some proofs by his application of the principles of opposites. We are also told that towards the end of the conversations, and just before he drank the poison, Socrates requested Crito to pay for him a certain debt which he owed. These conversations reveal the following facts. A. The brotherly love of the visiting neophytes in their attempt to secure the escape of their brother Socrates. B. A final class was conducted by Socrates on the doctrine of immortality, the central doctrine of the Egyptian mysteries, and C. A final request of Socrates to have a debt paid for him, and D. These conversations constitute the earliest specimen of Masonic literature, all four of which facts point to membership in the Egyptian mystery system. It was a universal brotherhood and required the cultivation of brotherly love. Its central teaching was the immortality of the soul, and it also required all initiates to practice the virtues of justice and honesty, and therefore to pay their debts. E. It is believed that Socrates did not commit his teachings to writings. This was also in obedience to the secrecy of the mysteries. 6. Plato. A. His early life and education, as in the case of all other philosophers, are unknown to history, which represents him as fleeing from Athens after the death of Socrates, and after 12 years, during which time he visited Euclid at Megara, the Pythagoreans in Italy, Dionysius in Sicily, and the mystery system in Egypt, he returned to Athens and opened an academy, where he taught for 20 years. B. His doctrines, which are scattered over a wide area of literature consisting of 36 dialogues, are disputed by modern scholarship. The pupils of Socrates, especially Plato, are supposed to have published his teachings, and it is not known how much of this vast literature belongs to Plato and how much to Socrates. The doctrines of Plato have all been traced to Egyptian origin. I. The theory of ideas, which he illustrated by reference to the phenomena of nature, is a distinction between the ideas or noumena and their copies, the phenomena, and between the real and unreal by the application of the principle of opposites, which was manifested by the Egyptian mystery system by male and female gods and pairs of pillars carried in front of Egyptian temples. The doctrine of the mind or nous has also been traced to the open eye used in Egyptian temples and modern Masonic lodges to symbolize the omniscience and omnipotence of the Egyptian god Osiris. The doctrine of the demiurge and created gods have also been traced to Adam, the sun god, in the creation story of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians. Evir. The doctrine of the summum bonum, or greatest good, has been shown to be identical with the theory of salvation of the Egyptian mystery system. The salvation of the soul was the purpose of philosophy, whose methods of purification lifted the individual from the level of a mortal and advanced him to the level of a god. This goal was the summum bonum, or greatest good. V. The doctrine of the ideal state, whose attributes have been compared with the attributes of the soul and justice, which are contained in the allegory of the charioteer and winged steeds, points to Egyptian origin because the allegory has been traced to the judgment drama of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Vi. The doctrines of virtue and wisdom have been shown to have originated from the Egyptian mystery system, which required 10 virtues in order to subjugate the 10 bodily impediments. 7. Aristotle. The life of Aristotle is one of discrepancies and doubts. I. While like other philosophers, history does not know anything about his early life and education, yet it tells the strange story that he spent 20 years as a pupil under Plato, that he never went to Egypt, and that Alexander the Great gave him the money to secure the vast number of books which are attached to his name. But history also tells us that Plato was a philosopher, and that Aristotle was a scientist, and consequently we are forced to ask the question, why should a man like Aristotle waste 20 years of his life under a teacher who was incompetent to teach him? These circumstances have led to the suspicion that Aristotle must have spent the greater part of those 20 years in advancing his education in Egypt and in accompanying Alexander the Great on his invasion of Egypt, when he got the opportunity to ransack the library at Alexandria and carry off all the books which he wanted. The story of history does not make much sense, but unfortunately throws a cloud of darkness over the life of Aristotle. Another discrepancy is to be found in connection with 3 lists of books said to belong to him, but which differ in source, in date, and in quantity. A. His own list, which must receive the date in which he lived, the 4th century BC. This contains the smallest number of books. B. A list from Hermippus of Alexandria 2 centuries later, i.e., 200 BC, containing 400 books. And C. A list from Arabian sources compiled at Alexandria 3 centuries later, i.e., 1st century AD, containing 1,000 books. One is forced to ask the questions: did Aristotle write 1,000 books in his lifetime? How has his small list increased after his death to 400 after the lapse of 2 centuries, and to 1,000 after the lapse of 5 centuries? These circumstances make the authorship of Aristotle very doubtful, for it is incredible that a single individual could write 1,000 books on the various fields of science in a single lifetime. 2. The doctrines of Aristotle have all been shown to originate from the Egyptian mystery system. I. The doctrine of being in the metaphysical realm has been explained as the relation between potentiality and actuality, which acts according to the principle of opposites. The Egyptians were the first scientists to discover the principle of duality in nature, and therefore represented it by male and female gods and by pairs of pillars in front of their temples. This is the source of this doctrine. C. In the proof of the existence of God, Aristotle used 2 doctrines. A. Teleology, showing purpose and design in nature as the work of an intelligence, and B. The unmoved mover. Both doctrines have been traced to the creation story of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, where it is shown that creation moved from chaos to order and indicated the work of an intelligence, and also where Adam, the demiurge, and Logos, while sitting unmoved upon the primeval hill, projected 8 gods from various parts of his body, and thus became the unmoved mover. I. The doctrine of the origin of the world, according to Aristotle, states that the world is eternal because matter, motion, and time are eternal. This same view was expressed by Democritus in 400 BC, in the dictum ex nihilo nihil fit, out of nothing, nothing comes, indicating that matter is permanent and eternal. The same view has been traced to the creation story of the Memphite theology of the Egyptians, in which chaos or primitive matter is represented by the primeval ocean Nun, out of which arose the primeval hill. These are supposed to have always been in existence. The doctrines of the attributes of nature, according to Aristotle, states that nature consists of motion and rest, and that the motion moves from the less perfect to the more perfect by a definite law. I suppose the law of evolution. This teaching, however, did not originate from Aristotle, for the problem of motion and rest. Permanence and change were not only investigated by the Eleatic and later Ionic philosophers, but by the Egyptians, in whose creation story, the Memphite theology, nature is shown to move from chaos by gradual steps to order. Certainly the doctrine of the attributes of nature came from the Egyptians. Vi. The doctrine of the soul, according to Aristotle, states that the soul is a radical principle of life which is identical with the body and possesses 5 attributes, being sensitive, rational, nutritive, appetitive, and locomotive. Other philosophers have defined the soul, A, as material and composed of fire atoms, B, as a harmony of the body through the blending of opposites, and C, as the breath of life in the creation story of Genesis. The true source of Aristotle's doctrine of the soul has, however, been traced to the philosophy of the soul found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. There we find the soul explained as a unity of 9 inseparable souls in one, just like the Ennead, a godhead of 9 in 1, with necessary bodies. In this Egyptian philosophy, the attributes of the soul of the physical body have been found to coincide with those described by Aristotle, and it therefore shows the Egyptian source of Aristotle's doctrine, which relates to a small fragment of the Egyptian philosophy of the soul. Argument 6. The education of the Egyptian priests and the curriculum of the mystery system show that Egypt was the source of higher education in the ancient world, not Greece. The first idea that we get from Chapter 7 is the fact that the institution of holy orders originated from the Egyptian mystery system, where African priests were organized into various orders and trained according to their rank. This made the priesthood the custodians of learning until the dawn of the modern age and pointed to Africans as the first professors in higher education. The second idea that we get is that the 7 liberal arts also originated from the Egyptian mystery system, because these subjects formed the basis of the education of the priests, who in addition had to be versed in the 42 books of Hermes, and to specialize in magic, hieroglyphics, secret language, and mathematical symbolism. The third idea that we get is that the curriculum of the Egyptian mystery system was coextensive with the needs of the highest civilization of the ancient world. Its textbooks consisted of I, the 42 books of Hermes; De, the therapeutic use of the 7 liberal arts for the cure of man's soul; E, the applied sciences and arts as revealed by the monuments such as sculpture, painting, drawing, architecture, engineering, Vav; the social sciences appropriate for trade and commerce, such as geography, economics, and shipbuilding. Argument 7. The Memphite theology contains the theology, philosophy, and cosmology of the Egyptians, and is therefore an authoritative source of doctrinal origin. Chapter 8 attempts to show that the Memphite theology of the Egyptians is the source of Greek philosophy, by showing that the separate doctrines of philosophers are portions of the teachings contained in it, and also the source of modern scientific hypotheses by showing that A, the nebular hypothesis, and B, the assumption that there are 9 major planets of the solar system have originated from Adam, the Egyptian sun god, or fire god, who has been shown to be identical with the Adam of modern science. It is because of this great revelation, i.e., the identity of Adam the sun, God of the Egyptians with the Adam of modern science, that I have recommended the Memphite theology as a new field of scientific research, and magic, the scientific method of the mysteries, as the key to its interpretation. My second reason is the fact that the Memphite theology is the first heliocentric theory of the universe, and my third reason is the fact that the history of philosophy is the history of science. The new philosophy of African redemption. Chapter 9 deals with the new philosophy of African redemption, the aim of which is mental and social redemption, by converting the world to the new philosophy that the black people of North Africa gave philosophy to the world, but not the Greeks, and by refusing not only to worship Greek intellect, because it is a process of miseducation, but also refusing to submit any longer to missionary policy. The new philosophy of African redemption is a necessary escape of the black people from their social plight, caused by a false tradition concerning them which has been set in motion by A, Alexander the Great, B, Aristotle and his school, and C, emperors, Theodosius and Justinian, whose edicts abolished the Egyptian mysteries, the greatest education